Is it? It's on YouTube. It's live. It's streaming. All right, so I'm gonna check it. Oh, you haven't done that yet. Okay, I'll get you to that. Saying your camera's flipped. You gotta. It's not looking.
I'm watching it right now.
Huh?
I'm watching it right now too.
Oh, you know, I guess, okay, I see what happened. It must have, the screen,
The thumbnail
the
shot.
thumbnail was, yeah, okay.
Change
The thumbnail? Yeah, I'm not 100%. That, as long as somebody click on it, they see people, I'm
No.
good.
So what I can do is I can cancel this one and then just do another one.
All right, we know it worked, but let me, hold on, but you can't see this person. So let me shift it a little bit.
I mean, I can always move this.
Oh, can you slide that over a little bit?
Okay. Yeah, but we can slide a little bit. How are we looking now? It'd be great if we had some.
Oh, it's got the delay, that's part, because I'm still up there right now, that's pretty wild.
You want to go sit up there and see?
Nah, it'll,
No, I mean just to see if we see everybody like well.
I mean, obviously you'll be able to see their face when they're sitting there because they're taller than the, you know, this thing is just in the way. I would move it as far to this corner as you can.
Okay.
Just to give us.
So give me a little bit more of that.
Because there's an outlet here. Oh, no, you got more. Okay.
I'm pretty close to the edge.
Okay.
I moved it over a little bit.
All right, then that'll be as good as we get. Because whoever's sitting there, we'll be able to see the majority of them. And thank y'all for being patient with us. Thank y'all. We working. We're getting there. I appreciate this. This is the one thing that we Thank you, sir.
You good? So we're actually oh look, you got it up right here. And Justin checked it too. And there's a little delay on it. 'Cause that's the way it does. Meaning that I'm up here, you're not gonna see me right away.
I can see everything.
Okay.
It's 58, 57, right?
Okay. Cool.
Good morning. Can you hear me? Welcome. Welcome. I'm so happy to see you all. My name is Justin. I'm the general manager of Uncle Bobbie's, and I am so happy to invite y'all out to our first in-person symposium in almost 3 years. Yeah. You know, we sell coffee, we sell books, it's in the name, but like, you know, Mark founded Uncle Bobbie's on community and service to the community. So free events like a symposium like this, it's like built into our DNA. And to have gone 3 years without doing this is, you know, you just didn't know if you were gonna have it again. So to get this going again feels, you know, really good to me. And we're gonna get started in a couple minutes. Everyone is here. I'm gonna get them rolled out through the back. Mark is gonna get this thing kicked off, and we're gonna have a great day. Couple housekeeping. There was a sign out front. You are free to come and go as you want. There's a lot of panels today. One thing that we ask is no food and drink in the sanctuary. The people here at FUMCOG have been very, very gracious to us. So in kind, we have to respect the space and respect their rules. And I will introduce Dave in a couple seconds, but I wanted to thank the people of FUMCOG. The only way we're able to do a community event like this, have it be free, have it be accessible to the community, is for good folks at FUMCOG to be able to give us access to a space this large, because we couldn't afford a space this large and not charge people a ton of money to be in here. So I am eternally grateful to Gabe, to everyone here at FUMCOG. And without further ado, Dave, who is a member of the church, would like to welcome y'all all to the space. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm Reverend Dave Brown. I'm a retired pastor who is affiliated here. I came out of this church years and years ago, and I've come back because it's such a wonderful place to be. And I want to echo what Justin said. We are so happy to be able to welcome you. We have missed having Uncle Bobbie's events during the time that we haven't been able to. So I really want to welcome you on behalf of FUMCOG, which is our way of saying First United Methodist Church of Germantown. And we are a church that tries to be welcoming and open to everybody, and that's capital E, everybody. So I hope that you have a wonderful day, whichever portion of it you're here for. I want to mention a couple housekeeping details too. Thank you, Justin, for mentioning no food and drink in the sanctuary. However, if you do get hungry, our scout troop is selling caramel corn in the vestibule. And since the doors are open, you can go out there and enjoy your caramel corn and still hear everything. So I encourage you to take advantage of that. And if you need to use a restroom, please go through these doors over on that side. The restrooms aren't right there, but there'll be somebody there to tell you how to get there. With that, welcome again, and I hope I'll be listening too. I'm here partly as a volunteer host, but also because this is a wonderful event and I want to be part of it. So, Justin, or I take it, or Mark.
Thank you, Dave.
Thank you, Dave. Good morning, everybody. That was my favorite one. I am so excited and honored to welcome you. I'm sorry, my name is Mark Hill. I'm the owner of Uncle Bobbie's Coffee and Books, and I am the host of the Bell Hook Symposium. And how exciting is it to be at the inaugural Bell Hook Symposium? We, at Uncle Bobbie's, we're about to start or honor our fifth anniversary. Our fifth anniversary will be in November. And we've been really committed to holding events, symposia, book talks, author talks, across a range of issues, across a range of authors, topics. And we've been really committed to having symposia that allow us to think with community about people and issues that matter. Our first symposium was our Martin Luther King Radical Symposium, which we do annually. And we do a Malcolm X one. And we've done Palestine teach-ins, we've done Puerto Rico teach-ins, we've done all kinds of stuff. But it was really important to us to honor the work, the thought, the labor of Black women, girls, and femmes at all times. And we can't have Malcolm and Martin and not have some of the giants in our community who have emerged and who continue to dwell with us. When we decided to do a Bell Hooks Symposium, Bell Hooks was still with us. This wasn't one of them things where someone passes and then you decide that they matter. We take her work very seriously. If you walk into Uncle Bobbie's, I hope y'all do walk into Uncle Bobbie's at some point. For the people online, we have hundreds of people online already, and we expect thousands throughout the day. But if you look online, Bell Hooks books are some of the most consumed books on our shelves. I'm talking about the children's books you see. Then you walk over to the women's studies section, gender studies section, excuse me, and you see Bell Hooks books everywhere. You walk to our writers section, you see our books. You see our love section, you see Bell Hooks books. You see education. It's impossible to take the life of the mind seriously and not take the work of Bell Hooks seriously. And so we wanted to honor Bell Hooks' life and honor Bell Hooks' work, and we had hoped to be able to do that in community and in conversation with Bell. We've been trying that for a couple of years, and anyone who knew Bell knows that can be challenging because she's in such demand, and because she takes writing seriously, she takes life seriously, her own life of the mind seriously. And so we were unable to do it, and when she passed tragically, we said we absolutely must do this, and we must do it immediately, and we cannot wait. So we decided to do it on the weekend of her birthday, which is why we're doing it today. Her birthday is tomorrow. And we decided to honor Bell Hooks' work by taking up 4 panels that reflect some of her thought. We could do 12 panels. And I mean, next year, there will be another one. This is the inaugural. We're going to have a second and a third and a fourth and a fifth. Might be panels on media representation. There'll be panels on location and place. Panels on architecture. We could go on down just the work that Bell Hooks has produced. But today we have 4 amazing panels with some of the most brilliant minds that our communities offer. And the goal of today is not to out-jargon each other. It's not to prove who read the book more, who read it closer. It's to engage in Bell Hooks' work in a serious and loving way, but a critical manner, as Bell Hooks would do, and as she has done many other people's work. Now, we did read the books closely. Let me clear that too. We ain't raising our hands just talking. But the goal here is not to compete. It's not to marginalize. It's not to silence. But rather to invite in a community of people who know Bell's work and love it, and a whole new generation of people who will come to know and understand and love it, engage it, and be shaped by it as we all were. I'm not going to do much talking. I deliberately didn't put myself on the panel today. So that's all I had to say. It's just, we love Bell, and we're honored to be putting this together. And now we're going to get the panels going so that we can hear from the brilliant people who y'all did come to see. The first panel, Education as a Practice of Freedom. We have 4 wonderful, brilliant people who I'm going to ask to come up. We have Venus Evans Winters, brilliant scholar at the Ohio State University. We have Christopher Emden at the University of Southern California. They stole him from New York. He's on the West Coast now. Still flies up. We have the good doctor, Yolanda Celia Ruiz. And last but not least, Philly's finest, Dr. Ed Brocken Brown from the University of Pennsylvania. I am so grateful, y'all. Again, I'm going to say this all day. I told them backstage, I said I'm going to say it and try not to cry, but I am just overwhelmed by the love and support of all the panelists who came we do at Uncle Bobbie's. And I'm so grateful to you all for coming and responding. We were overwhelmed by the response for every single panel. People were excited about all of it. Every panel was like, oh my God, they're gonna be there, Bishop, they're gonna be there. So this is incredible for me. Education as a practice of freedom. You know, Bell Hooks' work on education in many ways is among her most cited and among the most engaged, but it's not necessarily what people immediately think of when they talk about Bell Hooks. They think about feminist writing, they think about some of her more recent writing on love, which we'll talk about later in the day. But why is education such a critical part of Bell Hooks' body of work? What is the contribution? Why should we take it so serious? I'm gonna let any of y'all start there. Y'all looking shy, so I'm okay, yeah, yes.
Now you got it.
So her contribution,
Y'all can use both of those.
is this working? Y'all can hear it? Okay, it's on. It'll probably come up in time. I don't think the concept of education as freedom can be extracted from Bell Hooks. If we know anything about her life, and Teaching to Transgress is a book that has touched my life in so many ways. She tells her story, right? She tells her story about education being joyful, education allowing her to determine who she is, to take on different roles, to basically be free until integration. And then when integration happened, school became less about freedom and more about this kind of political fight that Black folks found themselves in, constantly just going up against, white supremacy and having to prove their humanity in integrated spaces. And so from the jump, her life is an example of experiencing it, losing it in a school setting, and then spending all of her writing to not just reclaim it for herself, but to make sure that we have it for others. And so that is her contribution. I automatically think of freedom and education, and I think of Hooks, even more than her mentor and friend, Paulo Freire, because sometimes, we go above our mentors, if that is what is meant to be.
Yeah.
So thank you for that.
I sat with the idea of why this probably. Can you hear me now?
Oh,
So you all heard of Yolanda, right?
You have a big mouth, that's why.
So when I thought about why start with this book, because many of us, we were probably introduced to Bell Hooks through Ain't I a Woman, correct? Yes. And so when we think about teaching to transgress education as an act of freedom, I needed to sit with this. I'm like, why this book and why at that moment in Belle's life? And I don't think it's just about a testimony. It's about an African proverb too that comes to mind, a koben. That means a war call, And so when you read Bell, you're having to decode the text. And many of us find ourselves in classrooms either as students or as faculty. And in this case, Hooks was really speaking to her experiences as a faculty person, right? So she was calling for liberation from white supremacy, capitalism within these institutions, and how people are more than likely reading her body. But she's also trying to remind those of us who do justice work, especially Black folk, Indigenous people, women of color, people of color, in these pre-service teacher classrooms, how can we sustain ourselves, our spirits, and our culture, even when we feel like we don't belong and we want to escape. So it's a reminder, a koben, it's a war call. Education, pedagogy should be an act of freedom that's grounded in love. And so I think that we have to contemplate, what does that mean for our practices? Right? So as you all know, Bell Hooks does identify as a Black woman Buddhist Christian. So she's telling us about, if we decode it, she's speaking to us about what is her practice. What is her practice for sustaining herself in this particular environment, this particular social context. And so I do want to talk about liberation after a other people chime in.
Yeah. That was really brilliantly articulated. And I think that the theme of the panel, I think, really exemplifies what she's trying to do throughout all of her work. So if you would ask, like, why education is a practice of freedom, it is a direct response to the fact that education as it exists has been a process of incarceration. It's a deliberate response to the nature of the system of education. So the construct is really based on a radical response back to the existing norms within institutions. And if you look at what Bell Hooks has done throughout her work, she exemplifies the concept of freedom, particularly within educational spaces, because education dictates that I operate within a very particular domain. So it's like, what are you? Feminist. What are you? Geographer. What are you? Scientist, right? So the system of education forces us to lose this concept of freedom. Like, by the very nature of being educated means pick a thing that you're an expert in. So the nature of her identity speaks to this education experience. It's like, yo, now I could write poems and feminist text and talk about education and talk about Buddhism and talk about life. And so herself exemplifies this idea of constructing an identity that pushes back against the education I received that said I can only do one thing. And so what she's trying to articulate for us and remains doing is to say, by virtue of my existence and by virtue of the work I've produced, and how I articulate that in Teaching to Transgress, is that the system of education will not just colonize the body, will not just colonize the soul, it will colonize the mind, the body, and soul. And so the work of education is to activate all the selves within, to let us know that we have limitless balance, right? We can do all of the things. And when I think about Bell Hooks' relation to my work and why her work matters so much to me, it's like, I mean, keep it a buck. Ratchetdemic is a remix of Teaching to Transgress. Like, the book sits, like it's built upon the notion that we can be all things and excellent in all things. And I think that's what Bell Hooks, like, that's what she represents. She represents that we do not have to exist within the confines of what institutions that do us no benefit define for us, but rather we can exist across, within, beyond, beneath, concurrently, right? And that's why her work in education as a pathway to freedom is so important.
Ooh, we in a church, and we get an amen.
Just real quick, just add a few things and then Mark can keep us going. Building on something Yolanda said, I actually took another look at Teaching to Transgress last night, and it reminded me of how Bell Hooks, how she validates the Black teaching tradition. And if you read that intro, and you mentioned joy, but she actually talks about being a Black student in a segregated Black school experiencing joy. She was talking about Black joy in the 1990s, long before it was a hashtag. So I think it's great that her work appeals to broad audiences, but it's also important for us to note that it's rooted in, this is where I come from, right? That Blackness, Black spaces, Black intellectual traditions are the root for how I think about education as liberation. And then one other thing is that one of my favorite chapters in that book is theory as liberatory practice, and which is a dicey thing to say as an academic, since we get accused oftentimes of just being up here, right? But one thing that she modeled was how theory is actually, whether you articulate your theory of practice or not, there is a theory of practice that determines how you conceive of change and how you go about doing it. And I think that's another important contribution, is that she names how theory is so central to how we go about change.
Not because I think,
Let me give you the mic.
my fault.
You need no mic.
I love that you centered the emphasis on theory. I think it's so lit, because I think oftentimes theory is also like presented as though it is only accessible to folks of a certain sort of intellectual and academic ilk, right? Like, and I think that when people are like, yo, you need theory to make sense of freedom, that's so fire, right? Because then you're like, well, I don't read those books. Well, if you want to get free, you got to, right? So I think situating theory as essential is also harkens back to what this I think the through line of all her work is like this radical criticality, right? And so theory for the sake of giving you the tools to be able to be critical about the conditions you're in. And then theory no longer becomes a sort of esoteric thing. Theory becomes like a tool for liberation, like the language that you can use. And then this last thing on a criticality tip on the theory that you talk about for me is like, you know, when I read bell hooks, what I love the most is like the feeling of like, yo, she's coming for me. Like, you know, no, but like I think that's the piece that really gets me, right? Like, you know, you know, phagocentric. You know what I mean? I'm like, damn, I like what I did to you. Like, you know, but what she does do that loving critique is it forces you to be able to consistently question yourself, right? Like literally in this talk already, right? The minute you were like, yo, so who wants to start? My inclination was, because I got shit to say, you know what? And then I was like, I'm sorry, in church. But Mark already violated because he gave us water and he said no drinking the we snitching right now.
It's in the Bronx. Okay, we'll ignore that.
But I had to fight that instinct, and literally, when moments like that happen, I think of bell hooks' work, right? I think of like, do I need to be the one who opens up the space, right? Like I'm a Bronx cat, so I always take up space, but I have to also be intentional about not always taking up space. And I think her work consistently allows me to rethink how I engage in spaces like these.
I got a question for you, Venus, and Yolanda. And y'all can jump in. I want to be intentional about also the space we take up. Not you, but us. I raised my hand because I was. Part of it, how we think about education is that it's often, the role of teachers has been gendered in very particular ways. We think of college professor, we think of, you know, men, white men, tweed suits, whatever. Right. But when we think about K-12 education, we often think of the teacher as a woman, and we think about the labor of the educator as being women's work. How does that shape how we think about the teaching profession? How we engage it, or don't?
Well, talking about being called out, I thought Bell Hooks was talking to me. I thought she wrote this book about me. So, to be honest with you, Mark, I got to a point where I despise teaching in higher ed. Most of our teachers right now in the United States are predominantly white. Most come from suburban communities or working class rural communities, but through a neoliberal project, they're able to matriculate into the middle class to forget their class background. And so I would show up. Thank you. That's my cheering team over there. That's my choir. And so, as you all know, I wanted to resist everything about teaching. So when Hooks wrote this book, I thought, oh my God, is she talking to me? But at the same time, she reminded us, and I want us to remember, because you know I broke up real ugly with the academy and jumped back in. I think to be in a black woman's body, and coming from where I come from, right? You are resisting. So I wanted to be anything but the nanny. I refused to be the person who had to take care of the egos of the colonizers' children. And so as a part of my resistance, I wanted to focus on research and writing. And Hooks tells us she wants to focus on writing, but she knew that she can become a better, not even a better writer. She couldn't separate the pedagogy of who she was as a pedagogue and these acts of freedom from the writing process. And so I don't want us to get into a habit of feeling bad because we refuse to be the nannies to white people. And I mean in institutions of higher ed. Now with that said, I think Hooks is reminding us that we need to be in community with different types of people. We need to be in community with people who politics may not always align with us, and we have to have hope that in our work, both our writing, our research, as well as our teaching, that's an act of liberation and it's an act of justice. So what does our teaching look like as an intervention? Now this doesn't mean we have to be wiping the ass, the butts of amen. In the church. That doesn't mean that we have to we do not have to belittle ourselves or we don't have to continue to live our grandmother's dreams of who we could become, because they fought for us to not be stuck in these positions of caretaking or giving up on our own people. But what does community look like? What does collective action look like? What does wisdom, ancestral knowledge look like in our pedagogy so we can liberate us all? People need liberation, let's put it this way, not just a certain group of people. And I do think that was a reminder. So we can teach in different forms too. We can teach through our ministry. We can teach through our writing, our research. We can teach through our other forms of art, right? And I think we need to think about that, because some of us got caught up in, oh, I want to submit to this particular group of people or these particular structures and systems so that I can fit. But what does fitting look like for our overall psyche and our generation of our communities?
I love my sisters and my brothers up here. Thank you so much for that, sis. Everything. I think where I'm sitting, what I'm thinking, I want to go back to a moment at Teachers College when Chris Emden was my colleague there. And this is several times I would just pass by his office on a day that I just needed to see his face. And I didn't even have to say anything. I looked in the office, and he looked at me, and maybe he would say something like, I know, sis, and then I would go on. So I tell that story to say, as I think about Mark's question, the academy has never defined me. The academy, which was not built for any of us who are here, never even felt that I would walk through the halls. And so because of that, I move in a space very naturally. I'm going to talk about bell hooks with love. I move very lovingly in a place that is often filled with hate, in a place that is often, particularly I would say in places that have ancient history built by my ancestors. So there's blood in the walls, there's blood in the halls. And so I come there naturally being myself. And I choose to love even in the face of hate. So when I say love, I'm talking about loving my students, I'm talking about loving myself, loving my colleagues, and being open about that. So what does it mean for me to be a Black woman teacher in a profession that's been feminized? It means to be me. And folks are going to, as they always do, they're going to categorize me based on how I look. They're going to categorize me based on what school I went to or didn't go to. And I have no control over that. But I do have control on knowing who I am and whose I am. That's how I deal with the academy. And Hooks and many, many others taught me that. So, brother.
One of the things that Bell Hooks talks about, the subtitle of Teaching to Change, of the book Teaching to Transgress, is Education as a Practice of Freedom. That's why this panel is called that. But we're also thinking about Bell Hooks' work more broadly. And one of the things that comes up in that book, but certainly in other books of Bell Hooks, is this relation of power, authority, the role of power, authority, domination. These are big ideas in Bell Hooks' work. And I'm going to pivot to you, and then I'm going to go to Chris on this. How do those big ideas of power, authority, and domination play out in classroom spaces? How does Bell Hooks' work help us think about? Because one of the things people always say is, I want to have I want my classroom to be a safe space. There's ways that no spaces are entirely safe, right? There's always something at stake. There's always power at play. There's always someone being harmed. We do our best to mitigate that, but there's always something going on. There's always a struggle for power, right? In some kind of way. You get Cody pulls like Bavaria or something. You know what I'm saying? So how do you think about these relationships with regard to Bell Hooks' work? I'm thinking about you, Ed, in particular, because you talked about your work deals with masculinity and gender in the classroom. in really interesting ways. Help me think through that a little bit.
Before taking up the gender and masculinity piece, I think in terms of thinking about the relationship between power and schooling, first, Bell Hooks' work helps us question why school is the place that we center as the site where learning takes place. And she actually modeled how to be a public pedagogue in ways that actually extend far beyond the school. And also too, thinking about how, again, going back to her work on Black teachers, and I'm also thinking about Vanessa Siddle Walker, another great scholar, Their Highest Potential,
Yes.
a book I highly recommend, where she does this historical ethnography of an all-Black school in segregated North Carolina. The ways in which schools today, just particularly urban schools that serve minoritized populations, don't have the power to define their own culture. Right? The curriculum is from somebody else. Right? The teachers are from some other place. The policies are made outside of communities, right? And so, when I was driving here and I drove past Germantown High School, which is now closed, I sort of thought about how the demise of that school had a lot to do with just the people in that school not having the power to actually define the school for the kids who are there. On the gender and sexuality piece, thinking about power, I was thinking, as you all were talking about being women in the teaching profession, the flip side to that is that men, and over the past 10 years, Black men who enter into the profession are positioned as saviors. Right? Like we in ed schools, we talk a lot about the white savior complex because we get a lot of white students who want to go into the Black neighborhoods and save the Black kids. One thing we don't talk about as much, what I do, is how the same thing happens to male teachers. You put a Black man in the classroom and the kids will just sort of magically do right. That's not to say that we don't need more Black male teachers, but one thing that Bell Hooks did consistently was think about how we as Black people move forward in community without replicating patriarchy. How can we be Black men without trying to be white men, basically, right? And I think that's something that comes into schools, is thinking about just how there's such a savior project around Black masculinity.
Sorry, there's only one mic is working, so we got to leave. Talk to me about that idea. I want you to drill down that a little bit more in relation to the kind of romanticism or patriarchy we have in general, right? If the Black man was in the house, things would just, if only the Black man was there. There's a way that we kind of romanticize moments in history when some of which are mythic, right? When the Black man was in the house and everything was just fine. Are those two ideas connected, and if not, sort of what does animate this sort of commitment to thinking that Black men can save the educational futures of everybody?
So there are lots of growing numbers of recruitment programs that are targeted specifically to get more Black men into the profession. He's asking me this question because this is what my dissertation was on. So thank you for that. Right, but all the language around that is we have Black kids who don't have daddies in their home, and so they've run amok, and so we need. So the part of it is that the Black men aren't in the home, they aren't in the community, right? The prison industrial complex has taken a lot of them out, so we need Black male teachers to reproduce that. But then if you go into schools in places like Philly, a lot of the Black men aren't actually teachers. They're in discipline positions, right? They're assistant principals, they're sentries. They're placed there to control Black children, right? Because Black masculinity gets sort of warped into a device to control Black kids, particularly Black boys, right? The other piece, and then I'll pass it on to whoever wants to take this up, is that only certain Black men get to fill that position. Right? So, I've been an openly gay black man for a long time. I walk into schools, people figure it out, right? But when I go to, I can't really hide it, I just, sorry. But when I go into schools to visit, like my student teachers, or if I have meetings, I do my best to put on my professional masculine drag, because ain't no sissy gonna be allowed to work with black boys, right? I can feel the energy just shift very quickly when the black people in a school connect the dots, like, oh, hey, sissy. And it's all of a sudden, like, just my interactions, particularly with boys, sort of fall under a microscope. So not only are we sort of limiting black men to controlling black kids, but that model also controls how we as black men are able to show up, which ones of us are invited into the classroom, and which ones of us are seen as a threat to saving the black community.
Y'all loving this, right? Yeah. Look, we just getting started. This is panel 1. Chris, and you can.
Can I build on that?
I was gonna say, I got something for you, but build on that, and we'll see where it goes.
I think
Take the mic though.
Yeah, I don't really mean like, for the recording game. Like, I just think so many of the points that were said already were so powerful. One, I wanted to say how much, like, I wish I could underscore and highlight when you were talking about the fact that to teach does not require being a teacher, right? And there's oftentimes the role of teacher, which is credentialed by body, that does not see the value in black children, limits those who have the ability to connect naturally and ushers them outside of the profession. So the idea of like, I don't gotta be a teacher, a credentialed by, a sanctioned by a credentialing body to say now you can do it, to be able to do it. So I think that I would have passed caught how you laced that, and I was fired, and then sister says what she does at all times, and when you were talking about the ushering or the call for black men to enter classrooms and deconstructing that dynamic, I always say it's always a distinction. It's not about needing more black men in the classroom. It's about needing more free people in the classroom. So, and Bell Hooks reminds us this all the time. She talks about the fact that oftentimes we exist in the world and we carry white supremacy and patriarchy in our gut, even as part of the marginalized population. And so when we exist in spaces, we have no choice but to express what's already deposited in our bodies, even as the population that should be countering it, right? And so that's the distinction. It's like, so I'm a black man in the classroom and I got this job to be the dean. And I own that my role is to be the dean of police behavior. It's not necessarily about you being in that position. I think being in a position is problematic, yes. Like, you don't want a black man owning the classroom as the dean of behavior. But it's about when you're in there as the dean of behavior, and then you're like, and now let me be the dean of behavior. And like, so there's a piece of it about the need for us to be able to address the fact that folks are so enamored with the roles that white folks give us, that we carry out those roles, and we're complicit. Like, so it's that part. And it always brings me back to the notion of the replication of oppression. And the fact that once you enter into these roles or into these positions, whether you're teaching or whatever else it is, and you get a taste of the power that the oppressor holds, your gut is to relish in the ego boosting that it provides you, even at the expense of the liberation of the people that you put that in charge. And Malcolm X talks all the time about this, about the house Negro, and field Negro, right? Like you can, the role of the Negro in that role is still a subaltern position, right? Like whether you're in the house or you're in the field, you're still perceived as less than. You can be identified to have the opportunity to be in the house, which oftentimes is the teaching credential, or the PhD, or the master's degree, or the job title. Like it's a contemporary iteration of house Negro, if you're to be frank. However, you can be a house Negro in that role and utilize the role to be able to transform the situation, right? Like, I always tell folks, I'm being a hospital if I can say, but like, I always say like they really effed up by giving me a PhD. Because, real talk, right? oh, y'all really did that? Because what we gonna do is, right? No, I'm keeping it above. Because what we gonna do with that role is reimagine what that role looks like, right? So we need you on campus XYZ times to do XYZ. Where I need to be in the hood doing XYZ times as well. How do I utilize the language and discourse of power to be able to define my role in ways that ensure that my people get free? And we don't talk to our teachers enough about the teaching to transgress, like about the transgressive piece of it, right? That it's not about the job, the role, or the position. It's about what you utilize that position of power and authority to do, and how you have to be intentional about purging. Right? Like standing in the mirror and saying, yo, I gave that talk and it was really hyping me up. Was that me or the ancestors who flowed through me? Am I going to take permission for what they gave me and make it pump me up? Or am I going to say I was in that space, in that zone, because they spoke through me, and give thanks to them for giving me the opportunity to do it? And so it's about daily, weekly purging. To not allow the roles we've been given to define us, but rather utilize the opportunities those roles offer to be able to open up past the possibility.
Let me.
Can I say, and that is education as freedom. Yeah. That is having a free mind to be able to articulate that. If your mind is not free, not only can you not articulate it, but you won't even understand it when you hear it. Right. So that is the embodiment and the articulation of education as freedom. Mm-hmm. That's all I.
And that's bell hooks. Like that's to bring it back to why we're here. That's bell hooks, right? Like
Yes.
But to me, that's like the whole joint. Like it's not even just the text. I think also we demean the power of bell hooks when we only describe her through the power of her work, her written work, her literary work. Because bell hooks got this joint on Apple Music right now. I was listening to it on my way driving down. And I was like, Brandon, let me just see what she got on here. And there's this joint where someone's playing the piano in the opening, and then she breaks into poetry. Like, we can't talk about bell hooks when I talk about the fact that she speaks with this voice, like, somebody who got like a voice that's like it's an voice. But when you hear what's coming with the voice, it's like a boom. That part, like there's no space about what she embodied by that. And then in this joint, man, she's talking and she's like, yo, anybody who is to be critical in the world has to not only think critically about where they live, but also where they die. I was like, what? And then she was like, so I see my death in my home in Kentucky, spread my ashes over the hills that I say I own, so I can go off and replenish the earth. And I'm like, fam, that's not in a book. That was just embodiment. And I think when we think about our heroes, we can't not just see what they wrote through these tools and the publishing houses that you might have to fight to get it done if you want to get it done. Let's think about how they showed up. How they walked, how they talked, what their voices did, what their inflections were, how there was a majesty and a regalness about how she walked into a room, how she could read people without reading people with her eyes. And I saw that on panels, where I was like, she don't like you, I can tell. And I think it's all of those things, and all of those things is teaching. This is why education is so important. All those things is teaching. The way a teacher raises their eyebrow, the way a teacher bends their body, the way a teacher turns your back to you when they don't like what you're saying, the way they go like this when they want more questions. And those are things to be deconstructed just as much as written text. That's life text. And I want to read Bell Hooks' life text.
So much here. And everybody out there, if you have questions, like sentences that end in question marks. I want you to start to process those. It's gonna happen anyway, but start to process them, and we'll get to them in just a moment. And also to the hundreds of people watching online, please also send your questions into the comments, and we will also try to get to some of them. Chris said something that struck me, but that I want to not necessarily push back against, but think through a little bit. And that was this idea of, because I agree with you, right? There's a way that if you can get, black folk have had many jobs that we then reimagined, rearticulated, reshaped, we did it differently, we resisted through the job. But I'm also thinking about this through an abolitionist lens. And I'm thinking about the question of, are all systems, structures, identities, roles, positions reformable, redeemable, savable? And so, when I read bell hooks, and I'm thinking specifically about even some of her critiques, which I'm sure we'll get to in some of the later panels, of Beyonce.
Yeah.
Right? And some people dismiss it as just hate, which I think that's an unfair, ungenerous read of bell hooks, even though I ultimately may disagree with where she applied the critique. There's also a fundamental structure that said, a fundamental argument that empire is producing these things, that capitalism is producing these things. And while there may be something redemptive about the people performing these tasks, we need to reimagine the system and where it's at, right? The landscape on which this stuff is engaged. My point being, or my question being, is there a question mark? Are there ways that the current system and structure of schooling itself can't be redeemed? Not that we should get in there and just not be, it be a generous disciplinarian or dean or a non-punitive one, but in the same way that we don't want to romanticize the black cop anymore as someone who can, redeem what we say, maybe we don't need police in our neighborhoods and communities. Is there a way that we should be thinking about, maybe if not the abolition of education, but the abolition of schooling, or is there a way that we should be thinking about the current system, structure, and institution of schooling, with higher ed at K-12? This is for all the other schools. Yeah. I want to start with Chris just because he
and I promise I'll keep it short.
Yeah. Is there a way that we should not be trying to save this thing, but reimagine something different? Or are we foreclosing on possibilities by not doing that?
Yeah, I have a...
So we use the mic for the recording, but also just, sometimes we say, like, not you, with all of us, like you said, I'm loud enough, but that often isn't loud enough for people who are other-able. And so the person in the back doesn't necessarily hear us, and we use our voices, so we think, and it can create all kinds of, again, power dynamics. So I just want to be instructive why I keep being committed to passing this mic, even though some of y'all probably can't hear us. Just moving forward, yeah.
I'm going to keep it really, really short. So I have an unpopular within the faction that I've been positioned, with like scholars, and I'm okay with not having a popular position. I don't believe in the concept of the irredeemability of the existing structure of schools. I firmly believe that they've had poor function. I firmly believe that they've been used in ways to maintain systems that are deeply problematic. I also understand that the infrastructure is set up to have those who are the pillars of it to maintain their articulation of the world. And if folks are able to radically permeate those structures, the infrastructure is so set up that you can utilize that same tool for free. For me, it's like, I always think about Robert Smalls. You know Robert Smalls' story? And Robert Smalls' ability to be able to get on a Confederate ship that was not designed for freedom, get on the ship, reimagine, repurpose, because he knew a ship won't float on water. And if I burnt the ship down, there was no way we was gonna get on that water to get free, right? So I can equal, and I recognize it's an unpopular position, but I also deeply believe that one, I need hope, and irredeemability, like the fact it can't be redeemed, is hopeless for me. I also recognize if I burn the whole damn thing down, it takes me centuries to get the infrastructure I need to get to where I need to go. And I get that the people in power are so feeble, it is easy. They're feeble in mind, feeble in thought, feeble in vision, feeble in perception of possibility. They are simply oracles of past times and hollow. So you look at it like, oh man, that can't be redeemed. Look how thick that looks. You knock on that wall, it's empty. And so I firmly believe enough in the power that we hold as a people to enter into the hollow frame and fortify it with a strength that's centered in Black freedom. And so I don't want to burn it down. I want to own it. And I want to utilize it for my purpose, and that purpose is freedom.
Chris and I have always been like that seesaw. We have to have balance. And so I actually, I've always had a history of being really hyped. But one thing Bell Hooks taught me, because like you read her poetry or listen to her poetry, I read her Buddhist texts. So she was a practicing Buddhist, by the way, and you can find some of her writings in The Lion's Roar and other sources. And so I listened to it, so I learned to be very contemplative, and it was some semantics you were using in your question. And so different from Chris, and actually I have a piece in your edited volume. It's called Negro Politics and Education. Negro Politics and Education. So Negro politics is basically how a government will use images of biowarfare against its own oppressed groups to kind of control the population. And I do believe that American schooling is engaged in Negro politics, meaning everything from the curriculum to how we speak, to how we teach, how we're taught to teach. Our educational policies is a form of warfare, intellectual warfare against Black people, indigenous people, and other people's color. That's not to say that I believe everything about education is wrong, but schooling in the United States needs to be dismantled. It wasn't meant for us. It's not working for us. It's not working for the majority of its students. Schooling in the United States does not work for children. It's not working for teachers. And I got one foot in and 1 foot out of the academy, so I know it's not working for school administrators, and it's not working for families and communities. That's to be clear. That's the majority of the U.S. population. It's working for exactly who it was meant to work for, but it's not working for the majority of us. Because sometimes we leave teachers out of the conversation. It's not even working for the faculty who are teaching in these spaces. So to be clear, and so when we think about education as an act of freedom, freedom can't take place in a toxic place that's actually grounded in death. It's grounded in the fascination of the petrification of Black people. Okay, so petrification is a scientist. Petrification is, imagine that tree, right? As that tree gets older, let's imagine it's burnt or somehow damaged. And so it's this death, it's this fascination with death and death of the psychology and spirit and culture of a group of people. And so I'm always thinking through, if not schooling, then what? And I think this is where Chris and I, we balance each other out. It is an embodiment. We have to think about education as an embodiment. We have to figure out not just how do we dismantle, but how do we rebuild? What does rebuilding look like? Who does it start with? Who does it start with? And I'm not going to sit up here and say that I have all the answers, but how do we reimagine education for all? And what if we did begin with the thesis? Just as our starting point is that the government is killing the majority of us through this thing called schooling. That's not an answer. It's not a solution. It just pushes us to think about something different and something more radical.
I honestly don't know where to begin except to say thank you. Education in this country, schools, it's poison at the root. It really, really is. And everything that I find myself with both ends, right? It's very difficult to say dogmatically, it is this or it is that. And I think even with abolitionists, and my sister Bettina Love often says this as well, as we tear down and we deconstruct, we have to build. So there has to be some building. It cannot just be destruction. So I think to just tear it down ignores the power of our ancestral tradition and the impact that we've had on education. I think it ignores freedom schools. I think it ignores the curriculum of Underground Railroads that We have always moved in a way that we were our own North Stars, we were our own educators, and I think when we just say destruction, we are giving over that it is just the white patriarchal system that has created schools, and that we have no idea of what schooling is. We do have ideas of what schooling is. We do have ideas. We were not meant to be here. This was all involuntary. We didn't ask to come here. But every place that we have inhabited, voluntarily or involuntarily, we have discovered a way to thrive. And so, Chris, I think about what you're doing and what you've done with Lincoln Center. Sis, I think about your work in psychology. All of that is the reimagining. We are, Black people are folks of reimagination. We have always been folks of a Black radical imagination, of radical love. All that is radical meaning pushing against what was given as the status quo. And if we think about Bell Hooks, she talks about living a life of becoming. Once you're committed to living a life of becoming, then you recognize that there are systems and even people that you will always be at odds with because they want to maintain the status quo. They want to maintain exactly where things are, but that is not who we are. And so to just say, burn it down, and do I think it's poison? I do. Do I think it's meant to do all the things that Sister Venus is saying? Absolutely, to keep our minds incarcerated. Absolutely. But that is the function of white supremacy. That is the function of capitalism, to keep people controlled, to feel like there's never enough. It's scarcity, you know? So we shouldn't be surprised. What we need to be doing is be busy about how do we reimagine something different. And in that reimagining, even if you are sometimes in the most restrictive of places, if you yourself are not free, you cannot imagine freedom. So this is why we have to get free. This is why you have to have a free mind and a free spirit, so that when you are in these cages, you still know how to navigate. You still know how to dream beyond, freedom dreaming, Robin Kelly, to be able to see beyond what is there and know that it can be possible. So when we talk about freedom, we have to really say, what do we mean by that? Because freedom is a state of mind that allows you to move accordingly.
Also, I want to add, you know, it's interesting because I think, especially when you have us three together, we're very animated, and Mark too. You all have witnessed our lives. We've been intentionally public, right, for at least 5 years. We've been intentionally public because we are the antithesis of what oppression looks like. We walk a certain way, we talk a certain way, we love a certain way, we dress a certain way, we worship a certain way, and we all need to embody that. And that takes courage. That takes courage. You all have to understand, all of us are tied to institutions, yet we all agree to go live. That takes courage. Some people, I'm not saying the people here, everybody can't swallow us. We're too big. Our magic, our spirits doesn't fit in the pill, and they don't know what to do with us. That's all of us. We've all been criticized for being so public and so visible. Now we're going to ask Ed to too. Okay? And so that's what we're all doing. You all are seeing us too, like we're giving each other space, because we all 4 of us have learned, 5 of us, to take up space, quite honestly.
And as I pass to Ed, I want to shout out Sister Yadiel, who goes public, who understands what it means to be public, because she's free. We have to get free. I can't say it any clearer than that. And a panel won't teach you that.
I'll be quick. I just want to add a slightly different,
Take your time.
dangerous last words in the Black church. This might seem like an odd reference, but it comes from my lane, and I'm just very clear like what my lane is. I think about this question around abolitionism and schooling through the reference of ACT UP. For those who aren't familiar with ACT UP was the AIDS Coalition to Unleash Power. It was a radical organization that formed in the late 80s when the Reagan and Bush administrations, the Koch administration in New York City, were just turning their backs on HIV and AIDS, because at that time it was just a disease of homosexuals, hemophiliacs, and Haitians, right, the 3 H's. And so one of the things that ACT UP did was they engaged in coalitional politics. So we have members in ACT UP who are housing insecure, right, because of their health conditions, and landlords are trying to evict them. And there's a Lower East Side Tenants Association that's also organized around that issue. So ACT UP and that tenants organization will come together, right? Or protests against police brutality, right? ACT UP, you would find ACT UP in the same space with the Young Lords, Puerto Rican community organization, right? Because both groups were being harassed by the police. I think that is a reference in terms of finding where we overlap with resources and getting what we need from those resources. But the queer youth that I work with demonstrate this. They get some stuff from school, and then they know that there are certain things they're not going to get from school. And so some of the HIV/AIDS community centers that I've worked with have become de facto educational spaces where those young people get help applying for GEDs, where they get sex ed, which they're not getting from schools, even though they still need the credential from school to move forward. And then some of them will go on to Pornhub or Grindr, online porn internet sites or hookup apps to get information about PrEP, or to connect with people, other gay people in their community, if they're not living downtown in like sort of the gay enclave, right? Say they're living in Germantown, they can't sort of get down to 13th Street, not to Alfred. Well, 13th Street really isn't that gay anymore than it used to be. But just my point being that instead of sort of we need to get rid of schools or we need to keep schools, maybe we can just see schools as one site in a constellation of resources that we draw upon to move forward. And that as we engage that constellation of resources sites, we engage in coalitional politics with other people in those sites who share our interest for liberation.
So our goal for today, our goal for today is to also give breaks between these panels. So this panel will probably go another 15 minutes or so, and then we'll have a break for you to spend time, mingle safely, shop, get food, breathe. I want to pivot really quickly before I go to the Q&A. I think a lot about, again, I'm going to start with Teaching to Transgress. When you look throughout Belham's work, so much of it relies on memoir and personal reflection. And there's a way that people have always looked at memoir as a kind of, there are people who have always looked at that as a kind of antithesis to real thinking. There are ways that Black memoir, in particular, is marginalized intellectually. If we think about even slave narratives and how they're thought about and thought through, right? How white reflection can be seen as, if you look at the existentialist tradition, there's plenty of white folk reflecting, right? Lewis Gordon, I was supposed to say Ed Gordon, it's a different BET. Lewis Gordon talks about this idea where we have a kind of intellectual division of labor where Black people bring experience and white people bring thought. And memoir is a very, very interesting space of struggle sometimes. And as academics, we're taught, don't talk about yourself. Right? And yet Bell Hooks spent a great deal of time reflecting on herself and her life. I know a great deal about Bell Hooks' life. In a variety of platforms, in a variety of ways, on a variety of stages. And I'm going to bring one more piece into this, which is the critical race theory part of it. Because one of the intellectual challenges to critical race theory has been to focus on the counter storytelling. Right? Again, storytelling is a way of understanding something. How does Bell Hooks' use of memoir, and you can go in any direction, there's a lot of places y'all can go with this, but how should we be thinking about Bell Hooks' use of memoir, both as a personal project, as a political project, but also as an intellectual project? We'll start with Ed, and then we're going to rock out, and then we'll go, and then after that, if you have questions, I'll do the whole Sally Jesse Raphael, just go through the crowd, so we ain't got no mic. I just got old after that.
Geraldo.
I should do old school.
Mark gave us this question before, and so I have a really quick bullet points that I can just read through. I think one is that memoir allows us to enter experience into the public record that have been excluded. This is also something that a black gay scholar named Philip Brian Harper talks about. He talks about speculative knowledge, how when you're doing queer history, a lot of it is sort of, you have to kind of speculate because they didn't write stuff down about queer people, right? Memoir is a corrective to that we actually get to enter into public record how white supremacy has harmed us, how we've resisted. Memoir in Bell Hooks' work is also an amazing tool to bear witness to violence. For those of you who haven't seen it, I recommend you see this film called Black Is Black Aim. It was made by a wonderful filmmaker named Marlon Riggs, black gay filmmaker, and Bell Hooks, is showing her allyship with Riggs and appearing in the film. But there's a scene where she's talking about seeing her mother getting beaten by, I think it's they were abused by the father, there was some violence, and how the men in the family kind of all gather around the father, and she's witnessing this. And she says, I had to witness this, I had to see this. I'm not doing it justice, but if you see that, you'll see just the way that she does in her books, in her talking, how she uses memoir to think about bearing witness to violence. Last thing I'll say is that she uses memoir to be in conversation with other people. And I think that's one of the ways that we can see her use of memoir, pushing back against this, white people do scholarship, people of color do, their experience. When she's talking about her experiences, she's connecting it to freedom, right? She's connecting it to black feminism. It's not like one of these internet think pieces where somebody just says, this is what I think, and there's no acknowledgement about, well, what do other people think, right? You actually see her doing scholarly work in her memoir because she's connecting her experience to a constellation of other ideas, ways of thinking, and that's a really important way for us to underscore the scholarship of her memoir.
Go, Dr. Ed Rowe. Listen, I had so many great things to say as I was listening to him, and they flew out of my head, except I think what I want to share is that Hooks, and we talk about critical race theory and memoir, when you live a life of the mind, when you live a free life, you are able to embody all that you theorize. And so Hooks admits that she came to theory to save herself. She was looking to be saved. And so when we think about the memoir, and we think about counter-storytelling, is the very breathing and life of going against someone not validating your life. And so the memoir is, everything that Bell Hooks writes for me is memoir. She is open about her life. She starts with a personal story and she branches out. She is the embodiment of the theory that she's talking about that saved her. And the memoir, of course, is the theory that she uses to articulate things. So when the Academy says, don't write about your life, I blew that, y'all. Not only did I choose to write, not only did I choose to write about it, I chose to write about my personal life, romantic march to show that you're breathing? What have you written? What have you done? What are you doing? I put that as my scholarship. And not only did I put it as my scholarship because it is, I asked the president and the provost to buy a copy of the poetry book for everybody on the faculty. They didn't do it, but I told them they needed to because love is what we need now more than ever. But they are not ready. But I'm always ready, right? So that's why I mean you can be in these places where it is loveless and you can demand that you will center love. And whether they reject it or not doesn't make me any less loving, right? So bow hugs, bow to her memory, to all that she gave us, all that she will give us from the spirit world. She is love, she is living, she is memoir, she is life. Her words are water. So if you haven't read her, my last thing is to beg you to read her work. Thank you.
So I'll start off with St. Cofa. Fetch you back in order to move forward to understand the present. And the first thing I was thinking was that, it doesn't just start in the academy. Timbuktu, African Comet were our first librarians,
Yes.
first scientists, first astrologers, right? First documentarians. And then if we move forward, here in North America, we had it was black feminists who were actually creating these memoirs, these counter stories, and documenting our people's existence and our humanity here in the U.S. and abroad, the diaspora. And it's, and so now that we wake up, speaking of that thing called critical race theory, now that we wake up, and those very memoirs are under attack. The people who are documenting those memoirs are under attack. Even in school districts and universities that have dared to purchase those stories, those curriculums, and to tell them are under attack. And realistically, some people in this panel are under attack. So to be clear, and so as some of you all know, because I spotted you, hey, I'm going to picture everybody when this is over. I also dared to tell my life. Now what's interesting, and Mark knows this, you all know this, everybody here knows this, sometimes we can't even publish our stories without calling it something else. That great book, Black Feminism and Qualitative Inquiry, my grandma and I don't even talk like that. What you talking about, Black feminism? Qualitative, what? Right? A mosaic for writing our daughter's body. I wanted that to be the name of the book. For many of us Black people, Black women in particular, that book was our freedom call. Like, ooh, Vicki, tell my business up in here, girl. She talking about my brother now. Right? I got a call last night. I jumped up, I'm in a hotel. I jumped up, the phone rang. I'm like, what the heck? And if you got a Black male son, you think it's that call. And I saw the city and I thought, oh my God. Oh my God. It wasn't him. It was my godbrother who I haven't heard from in 15 years calling me from prison. He's locked up doing 30 years. You see what I'm saying? And so it is interesting. So that's one state of violence. My other reality, I wake up here thinking I'm going to send my quick YouTube. So my family, hey family, y'all watching me from the south side of Chicago? Right? So I'm thinking they're going to be watching me. I found out a friend, a neighbor that we grew up with, he died last night. Yeah, he died of a heart attack. And I was telling them in the green room, I said, you know what, this is our realities. It looks sweet. Crispy cold showing up. Yolanda ain't nothing but love. Ed is our gentle brother in the struggle from another mother. And Mark has been a walking role model for academia for us for at least a decade, to be clear. So I'm humbled to be here, by the way. I'm humbled. And so I say all of that to say that our counter stories, we embody it. And we have to continue in the spirit of our ancestors. Sankofa, continue to document our people's humanity.
Yes.
There's humanity in someone who's locked up. That's why I jump up in the middle of the night. It's some humanity to keep this knowledge that's now locked behind walls. It's not public knowledge. it visible, but also understandable. If our grandmamas in there can't understand what we're saying, we don't need to be having a conversation. We've been multilingual people forever, 500 years plus. So we don't need anybody's permission, validation, legitimization, or endorsement to show up whole human in writing, in color, or even in how we dance.
I just want to say that my heart is with the pastor, and I'm in awe consistently of the ways that sisters can hold so much. Like, you literally were mid-sentence and said, because I have a black son, and I thought, like, the way that was a transition moment, and you still offered us all that you just offered us, like the power of being able to hold that in you as a permanent thing, even as you offer to us.
That's because our lives are rhythm and blues.
I just think I just have to say that, like, that's a thing that should be honored and revered and recognized, and I appreciate you. And then on a question, and I know we have to close out, on a question about counter storytelling and telling our stories and how it's demeaned within academic spaces, I always ask myself this. We are at a point now, like, just think about this. On this stage are 5 people with terminal degrees, PhDs, who have relationships with institutions of, like, this, this is more norm now than ever before. It's the first thing to say. Because of that is why our stories are suppressed. Because for a very long time, all that people had over us were like, well, I'm degreed, I'm credentialed, I'm this. Like, that was the thing that was like, you guys can never get that because we got this. And now we out here getting it, right? And so because we're out here getting it, there's a very deliberate act to ensure that, so now me and my white comrade or ally or whatever they want to call themselves nowadays, who has a terminal degree, and, has degrees in the sciences, because I'm science up, by the way, not just this work, like, who has all those things. He's like, yeah, well, you're an antibiochemist, I'm an antibiochemist, you went to RPI, I went to MIT. Like on paper, we look the same. So now they're like, what do I have over him? I have nothing else over him. He's accomplished all the things that they said he could never get, and he's here looking me in the face with the same credential. And the beautiful thing is this. He could never be from the Bronx and know what we so impossible, right? He does not know what it's like to ride the D train. You know what I'm saying? In the middle of the 90s and be able to be in a rap cypher. He does not know the stories that my grandmama told me about the fact that I'd be on this stage before I was even born. He does not have any conception of the deep narratives. Sandra Harding is a scientist who talks about objectivity, and we always say, like, objectivity is in opposition to subjectivity. And she said, no, it's not subjectivity, it's deep objectivity. Subjectivity is actually deep objectivity. The idea of knowing yourself in story allows you with breadth to be able to see the landscape more thoroughly. So that person has nothing on me, and I got a story they could never have.
Pause for a moment and take that.
Right? And that's why my narratives are demeaned. Because no matter what you get, you could never fathom the experience of living in this black body. And so once you understand that the black experience is actually the height of rigor, that's the definition of rigor. So when people say it's not rigorous enough, I say my experience is the height of rigor. And once you walk into spaces with the recognition of the intellectual heft of my presence, the notion that somebody could say that numbers are more rigorous it's asinine. And so we must teach our babies to recognize that every single day they're building text through their black experience. So that when they get that terminal degree, it is the holding on to the ratchetdemic identity, the equal parts ratchet and academic, that allows them to always surpass their counterpart who does not know their story.
Doors in the church are open. Today is the dinner. You got questions? We're gonna start with the sister right here. You got even better. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for coming. So my question specifically for each of you is, could you please share some advice or practical suggestions for sustaining encouragement during unprecedented times? We talk a lot about education and freedom. And how does one, like yourselves, what advice would you give those in this room? How do we remain encouraged in that when there's a pandemic, when people are storming the Capitol, it's another hashtag, and then as a K-12 teacher, you have to hop on the Zoom and teach. So if you could just share some things that you yourself exercise during these times, or what advice would you give those who are in the room? Thank you.
Real quick, if you haven't done so already, read Bell Hooks' 1995 or 96 book, Killing Rage, because it gives you a framework for justifying your rage as an oppressed person and figuring out how to channel it.
And you can, of course, pair it with Brittany Cooper's eloquent rage. I was thinking about Bell Hooks. Which book is the red book, The Artist Within? She's talking about how she realized she was an artist.
Remember Raptures?
Yes, I think so. So I guess what I'm saying is read Bell Hooks, right? Seriously. And then I'm selling Uncle Bobbie's everywhere, literally. But also on a very serious tip, I'm thinking about the people that I'm on the stage with, and there are others who are not here. For me, it's Goldie Muhammad, it's Bettina Love, it's Kiana Cutts, it's Yayan. Surrounding myself, sis, with those who ground me in those moments that I get tired. And we get tired, we have a right to get tired. So it's what we put in our minds. I do not really watch television. I find a way of taking in news, but you know, the idiot box, right? And so we have to limit our diet of what's coming in and be very deliberate about who we fellowship with, who we're getting inspiration from, and also for me, always prayer and meditation. So it's an internal thing for me as well. And I'm still at a high school. I'm still in a high school twice a week to keep me relevant and to keep it, real for me. And I pass that on to my students. So I meditate with them, and just my practice has to be grounded in who I am. And that helps me and the people around me, including the people on the stage.
Thank you.
Thank you for your question. I was thinking all about love. So there you go.
All right.
You know, I'm glad that you asked the question. And I would suggest a healing practice, a true healing practice. One thing that I love about Bell Hooks, she was open and honest about her stuff. She was open and honest about the baggage that she was still holding on to. And for me, 1 foot in, 1 foot out of the academy, I'm also a clinician in private practice. Most people don't even know that I've been a clinician as long as I've been a professor, right, a therapist. And so what I think that Hooks reminds us is not just about, our literary practices, the struggle. It's also about our intentions to dare to heal. And I really suggest that. I know right now we're in a climate of like self-care and things like that. And y'all, I love a good full set. I couldn't get one last night. I was there. But I think too, we are surviving 500 years of some of the most violent assaults against the human body. I have to remind people that the African woman was one of the most experimented on species to ever exist. They have studied us from the tip of our toenails to the top of our hair follicles to our clitorises. That's not me speaking. That's actually scientists documenting what they've done to African people. We carry on this baggage, this hurt, this pain. It's in our DNA. Resilience is in our DNA as well. We understand that part. And so once we heal, we'll learn how to cope, rest, and resist, and restore. If you have not seen The Woman King, is that the name of it? The Woman King, I think that it's important for us to think about our physical activity, our nutrition, what we're putting in our bodies. We have to have a holistic approach to this thing called restoration resistance, and rest. We really do. We can't stay in it for the rest of we can't do it right without healing holistically. Okay? And I'm sure if we talk afterwards, you can say, where did that come from, girl? And I will.
Thank you.
Yeah, my answer here is short. I think one of the ways that I remain sustained is through community. And sometimes you got to construct your own community. Sister Yoli and I, every Tuesday night, 9 p.m. Eastern, for the last 12 years, I've been on Twitter from 9 to 10, having conversations with people at the intersections of hip hop and education. That's the grounded hip hop in the building. That's the sub. And we talk about everything. We vent, we cry, we get angry, and then now we're on Twitter Spaces. We can actually hear each other's voices. It's so amazing. Like, oh my God, I'm a Bobbie from Bobbie, and I know your voice. But I think working in community consistently, and no matter where I am on a planet, no matter where I am online on Tuesday for an hour, because that's the time for me to give to my people and for my people to pour into me. Come on, Hip Hop Ed. Hashtag Hip Hop Ed on Twitter, 9 to 10. And you know, even if I ain't somebody gonna be there every Tuesday to hear you complain and cry or be angry and celebrate, I think we only heal fully in community. Yes. And we've been taught that healing is an isolated project, and actually, if you isolate pain, it eats you up from the inside out. You gotta find space for you to let it go with folks who are like-minded. And so, hop on Hip Hop Ed or construct your own joint, you know what I mean? But you gotta be with people who understand where you're at.
Sacred circles.
Yeah.
Hi everybody, my name is Barrett Rosser. I'm a Black woman and I lead a lot on Black girlhood. I'm a student right now at Penn, and I have questions about how you found success in getting resources and all the ways that resources could be thought about and money. To not necessarily have to justify that me doing work with and alongside Black Girls Matters, Black Girls, Black Femmes Matters, especially here in Philly. I've been a long-time educator, and I'm still trying to come up with ways to let people know that the work I'm doing with students and real humans I know is important, and perhaps other people have questions about how to secure resources and funding as well.
Listen, that's probably the hardest question for me. I'm still trying to get some paper, you heard? Like, or you know, let me know. I'm sorry. You know, like, as far as the funding part, I don't know. Well, I'm sorry. I know. I'm sorry. As far as the funding part, I like, you know, I do this, like, I'm trying to get grants, all that, like everybody else. And I'll tell you this, though. I got my first, like, major grant. I've been in academia for, like, a long time now. I got my first major grant during the pandemic, like my first major grant ever. But the way I got it was actually not the way that most folks do, right? Like usually people gotta apply for grants and have the whole thing. And yo, I just kept doing what I was doing. It's weird to say, and I know this is not a formula. So I've been doing this thing called Science Genius, but Mark came and blessed the youth with a whole talk years back. Yeah. When we had the kids from schools writing raps about science content, because I'm a scientist by training. And then we'd have them battle around science. And then we'd do like a citywide battle. And we brought this whole battle to a whole institution and had a place filled with thousands of people and they gave me no bread. But we just kept doing it. And eventually somebody was like, wow, that's good. Would you consider some funding? And I was like, hell yeah. So, and it's not a direct way to get funding, but it's an indirect way, which is don't stop doing what you're doing just because you don't have the big funding. Because the people who would speak, like I didn't have to advocate for that project, the kids were. And sometimes that becomes a means to do it. It's not a formula, but it's an approach. And I hope that's helpful.
And look, we're a community of knowledge, so we don't all know everything on this panel. Anybody else who got an answer? To that question?
Somebody's hand is
Oh, sister right here has been saying, can we bring her a microphone? Yeah. That's how it be sometimes.
So you talked about funding, but I want to speak about the part about Black girls and Black womanhood. I think the biggest piece is because my work is around Black womanhood, and one of the things that people ask me as a Black woman teacher was like, well, it's a whole bunch of Black women teaching, why is this a big deal? So one of the things you have to be able to do is clearly articulate very easily to the masses of why you're standing 10 toes down on Black womanhood and Black womanhood. And you have to be able to do that in a way that is that people can't argue with. So that's the one thing I found out about funding. And the other thing is like when you are able to decide that that's what I'm going to talk about and that's what I'm going to write about 10 toes down in an argument, then you're going to find yourself in spaces where there is money connected to Black girlhood and Black motherhood that exists outside of traditional means. So sometimes that means you might have to link other folks that are doing work around Black sexuality. You might have to link other folks that are doing work around mutual aid societies and things like that. A former student of mine is actually doing work where she is doing mutual aid for sex workers and single motherhood. I'm partnering up with her to do some research around that because she's getting the money from the federal government. So I'm like, okay, well, where can I fit my scholarship in with where you're getting this grant money from the federal government? So that's when you can kind of be creative and think about, do I need to step outside of academia to be able to get this money and be able to do what I can do and fit my research into this construct so I can put this money in my pocket and do this work.
That's great. And by the way, we're going to take one more question because we're a little. I know we started a little bit late, and then I want y'all to build and connect, but also everybody here. You know, let's make sure we build and connect to the extent that we can. I see a sister right there. Is there another hand? Okay, so we would hear from this brother, and I'll give sister the last words. As a matter of fact, why don't we take both of them at the same time? I feel like there'll be synergy.
How y'all doing? My name is Odila Kanchi. We live in Ghana, Angoy. I'm a content creator, and I reference bell hooks a lot in my work. So my question is, how do we utilize? Because I like to use the word change. So how do we utilize the word change to deconstruct this idea in Black masculinity that emotional intelligence is only a part of the feminine archetype?
So that's a great question, and I'm tempted to put. So the next panel is called "The Will to Change." It's all about Black masculinity. The 1 o'clock panel.
Yeah.
Would you be okay, my brother, if we held that question to the 1 o'clock?
That's cool.
Because it's a great question, right? We want to wrestle and struggle with Black masculinity. We want to unpack it. Someone said we want to dismantle it, destroy it altogether. That's in my position. But we can talk about all of that. But it's a wonderful question, and I want to take it seriously. I want to make sure we do it in the panel coming up. We got great, and all the people here. I just see most of them right now. Yes, sister, where'd you go? Oh, okay. I ain't have much sleep. I'm sorry.
So I wanted to also, really quickly respond to this question over here as well. I think there's two answers to this question.
Yeah.
You don't have to explain yourself to anybody. My name is Jen Jackson. I'm also a Negro who should have been a PhD. But one thing I learned is that you just have to stop walking into rooms where they expect you to explain yourself. There will be rooms where you don't have to do that because you already speak the language of the room. So they will give you the money because they're waiting for you to come. They're holding the money for you. It's already for you. So you don't have to do that. And that will happen, just as you said, Chris, so people will start to recognize your work, and they will have the money waiting for you. My question for the panel, especially for Comrade Venus, hey friend, was thinking about this thing around these attacks against Black women who are in the academy right now. I'm thinking about Uju Anya's work and this very wide-scale attack that's coming from prominent white men online. And as someone who also experiences this, we talk about bell hooks a lot. We talk about the fact that she gave us this amazing collection of memoir and theory. But I want us to talk more about the fact that she was a Black woman who sat at the nexus of so many identities and became someone who pulled away from the spotlight. And she did that intentionally because she was sick of people. I don't want to cuss at her, but she was sick of being sick and tired, right? So how do we give support to Black women, like those of us who are in the academy right now, who are constantly walking in classrooms worried about who's in there, who's waiting for us, colleagues, faculty members who don't want us to have tenure, who don't think we earned our degrees, who don't believe that we went to schools where they let us in on our actual merits, and that we earned that because of something that was based on our applications and not affirmative action.
That's a wonderful question. So she said Black women are safe. It's not just symbolic violence, it's physical violence, it's all the stuff. It's all the violences.
A very strong comment.
I want to give both of them.
Let Sister Bobbie take it. I just want to affirm what she said because she just pretty much laid out what our tasks are, and that's why we need each other. And the way that I'm able to survive is all those things that I said before. But this is a sister who left and has one So I think, sis, you should end.
That's a great way to end it. Yes.
Thank you for pointing out that she was a black woman who chose to lead the academy. I think that we continue the perpetuation of the stereotype that higher ed or faculty track is sweet. That is good for all of us, and I'm not sure that that's the case. Now, we're going to have people like Dr. Cole tonight, correct? Yes, this afternoon. They can probably speak to this even better. There are different ways that we can, even escape hostile spaces. Some people are okay with sitting in those spaces despite, the harm that's being done, the violence. And while sitting there, they see that as an act of resistance. And so I would never tell anybody to leave. It is some good things about them, hence one for them, one for them. But I also had to figure out too how to, one, not give up on people who believed in me, right? And some of those folks are here now. And I want to talk to every last one of them because they're probably surprised that I jumped back in. But I also had to figure out how to do liberation work. So it wasn't giving up. And one thing that our ancestors and elders taught us, we're always going to be fighting. Some of y'all are more hopeful than I am. But I do have a warrior head, if you're familiar with any African cosmology or spirituality. And so with that said, though, I had to figure out how to get back to my people in order to sustain myself. So where am I getting my gas from, so to speak, right? And so that's why I stay in the clinical space where I get to help heal our people and communities. I also do some forensic work, meaning, trying to make sure that our people have great representation in legal spaces. And some of you I know too, I'm with a think tank that's grounded in the ethos of critical race theory and intersectionality. And I continue to intentionally document. And that's what this book is telling us. Continue to document, continue to write, and continue to resist. But with that said, I always think back, well, I can't remember what university was it? Nikki Giovanni was the one who said something don't feel safe, something is not right. And then there was Virginia Tech. And then there was a shooting. See, we cover that up that sometimes it is black women academics that are saying something doesn't feel right. This person is not acting right. But we're always seen as, hysterical too, so keep that in mind. So with that said, I'm not sure there is an answer, but I do think that we need to figure out ways that are more humane for us, our families, our communities, and humanity overall. Just figure it out. This is not the method, because I did want to tell the sister here, there's money out there. Don't be fooled. And I want to thank goodness for people who have invested in me when I did decide to leave and do what was right for all of us.
Everybody, this has been just such an amazing, inspirational, informative panel. And I'm so grateful, and I'm going to say this all day, I'm so grateful to every single person who participated, as well as every single person who's in these seats right now. We've had about 650 people watching online already, at 11 a.m. on a Saturday. That means something. But these people all were generous enough to give their time, and then they showed up and showed out. They gave us the best of their insights, their spirits, and I want to give them a generous round of applause. Every single one of these people deserves it. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Everybody, we have a little break. Up next is our mini masculinity panel. We got a brilliant set of folk. In the meantime, take a break, mingle, see each other. Every single book that no, that's not true. Lots of bell hooks books are back there. We can't fit all of them in the church. We got lots of bell hooks back there. Every single book from these authors is back there too. So if you want to support their work, and you should, please go back there and check out their books. We got other stuff, but again, thank you. And for people online, we'll be back. It's going to be this until 1 o'clock. So we'll see you back at 1.
try to do one quick family shot. It's only take about 60 seconds. This is gonna be real quick. I don't want to mess everybody up. I just want to do one quick family shot. So, Mark, come sit.
Watch your step.
I got you.
Sit down with your right foot.
You're arguably taller than me, but my
Your personal narrative.
right. I'm 6'4", my narrative. Right.
All this created some controversy there.
Take a spot.
Thank you so much.
Get out your
Big spots.
I got bombarded at certain points. That's why I was like, let me, boom, my fault. I'm great move. I feel bad. I'm looking at the people and forgot about your work, bro.
You know I got your old joint. Facts. Okay. Say less. Let's build. Oh, let's go. You already know. You know I'm gonna finesse that. You already know that. I'll let me, okay? Appreciate you. So, oh, I believe so. I'm gonna leave so. I ain't saying nothing.
It is such an honor to share space.
Sitting in the back, like, Chris on fire. My favorite, man. Let me get another hot.
You gotta drag us on mine.
Bro, that's the last time I saw you. There's a whole family now. Oh, man.
It's like
Look this way real quick.
Thank you for lacing us and supporting us and loving us. I don't even know that world at all. Me and you need to build because you're like a wealth of knowledge. Like you're a wealth, bro. You know what I mean? Let's get it. Appreciate you, Ken. Yeah.
So every time I see you, I'm amazing. I'm gonna take a picture and like call you something like that. Every time I see you, I'm fire. Thank you.
I appreciate you. Please, Ken.
I just want to know what your handles are so I can reach out to you on social media.
Yes, sir.
It's what it is talking about is something that I deeply enjoy studying.
Okay.
Talking about the relationship between I actually just got a grant funded to do a project where we're doing a group based upon CPT and lyrical analysis.
I love it.
You get what I'm saying?
Oh, fam.
So I'm very
You're gonna love that hip hop that space.
I'm already knowing because I'm the book the first instrument in hip hop. Yeah, like KRS One.
Yeah.
Very much so in that.
Oh, done. Perfect. So yeah, let's go, okay? It's Chris Emden. CHRISEMDIN. Yep, that's me. 100%. We connected. Done. Appreciate you. Yeah, man. Of course. Oh, word?
Yes.
You know, I just love when the fam comes.
What up, Chris?
My babies.
Ready?
The last one we got one was when we were in the studio. You remember that?
No, it was after that.
Was it?
So that was here in Milk Boy, but 2018. That was New York, wasn't it?
It was New York. It was New York. It was New York.
Who was out in the street?
Yeah. It was New York. Appreciate it. I have to show love to Bob. Appreciate you. Oh, man.
Stop.
I appreciate you. Oh, my.
They were quiet.
They were good.
They were good.
That was so good. I like your glasses.
Say thank you.
Those are fly. Can we get a picture?
Yes, of course. And I want to get one with you too. Go ahead, take a picture with Chris. They want to know when they're going to see their friends.
We got to figure it out. Yeah, we got to figure it out.
I asked Eb about doing something for the fall, but she's on that
You know, Eb.
that kick. But she said in a couple of weeks.
Okay.
Can you take a picture of me and Chris? And let me get a hug. Oh, I haven't seen you in so long. I miss you so much. Oh.
We can't get it done.
I know.
It is what it is. All right, let's get it. Mimi, you can tell Mimi got some skills. She's like manipulating the camera.
Did you get a picture of us?
Oh, man.
She
took a selfie. Rob.
Oh, that's cute.
Can I show him how to show him?
Where you get through the...
All right, Mimi,
Okay,
he's
you got it.
walking. Outside, we're not allowed to have a drink. It's not gonna sit. Here, Mimi.
For us, we don't have, but for them, they need that. So what we doing this summer? Just let me know. We'll do here, please, join spot, okay. Done. Holla at me, beloved. I'm doing what I do. Figuring it out.
I was like, oh, you got up in county when they died?
Fam, it just happened.
And it's such a different juxtaposition.
It's
between
so hard, because you know me, I'm a that New York cat.
And you got there. So really, like, bro, the city has conditioned you.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And I'm trying to acclimate. You know what I mean? Your body needs to adjust. Your soul needs to adjust. We repping through it though, Ken.
That's the balance.
Yeah.
So yeah, all right.
Yeah.
So I'll tell you the
Look at that. Hey, sir, how are you?
This was amazing.
Thank you.
What? I'm a journal at a New Jersey City University. I'm gonna get your book.
Thank you.
Everything about that.
Okay, please. Okay. Yeah, sounds amazing, yeah. I mean, you know, the coordinators, I see you, Ken. The coordinators of this event are Uncle Bobbie's. So they'll have all the connections of everyone. So that's probably the easiest way to make the connection.
Yeah, do you think we could text and then you could edit your remarks?
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. I mean, the easiest way to do it, I think, since it's recorded, we could transcribe.
Right.
And then edit. Yeah, and then we'll just edit and it's done. Yeah. And two of the folks who are on the panel, well, everyone on the panel, since I have the card, we can connect and get it done. The folks here will give you access to the recording and make it. Yeah. Oh, man, I appreciate that. Thank you so much. Good to meet you. Chris Emden.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, please do. I think it's back there somewhere. Beloved, how are you? Good to see you. Yeah. How are you, man? Great. We need each other always. Okay. That should never happen. Whenever our people say that, I'd be like, yo, what was wrong? Resolution, man. Yeah. You know what I mean? Are you? Bam. Yeah. And all of a sudden, I know it's what they do. But you know the difference is, brother, the awareness. Because if you're sometimes good folks will get into it and just like, let me just do my job. And why you'll never replicate it is because you're aware. And so you can be deliberate and intentional about the moments when because it's gonna be moments. There's gonna be moments where it's like this and that. And you're like, oh, I know what I'm doing. And that's the magic. You know what I mean? And when yoga is like freedom is knowledge. So that when the situations arise, you know how to manage them. So it's a win. It ain't the L. That's a win. That's a win. Because you're not gonna do it the same. You know what I mean? Right. It's a win, King. It's a win. Appreciate you. And the work that you do, bro. Yeah, I see you.
Oh, really? That's how I became friends with her. I know. Now,
Oh, we did. Yeah, we did. Oh, so we did. I'm out here like, oh, good to meet you. I'm like, oh, we family. Listen, I'm intentional. Like, when I see folks who are my folks, we gonna share that. Like, we gonna build. You know what I mean? We definitely reposted the joint. All right, so it's not an introduction, it's a reconnection. Yeah, that's love. That's love, okay? Yeah, let me know. See you later, Mimi. Angelo,
we gotta go on with our Philly day to my brother's house, and then
you gotta mix it all up.
Cindy just became her doctor.
Oh wow.
Yeah, so
that's
we're
love.
at her house. Yeah.
Angie, can I get a hug?
Give Chris a hug.
Thank you, Angie. I appreciate it. I'll see you guys soon.
I'll text you.
Yeah.
All right, bye. Love you, Chris.
Yeah, of course. And you out?
No, I'm saying.
Are you saying?
No, you were out.
I am a little bit. Everybody's going.
Are we staying? These are
Call me. Yeah, call me. No, but it's in the space of time. We'll do what we do. I'm not going to
Excuse me. Just wanted to let you know that the next panel is going to start within the next 5 to 10 minutes. Next time you see me, we'll get started. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, this one ain't working.
Hey, nice, bro. Woke up yesterday, running around for this one. Right here, yeah, like, makes it Puerto Rican, and half like female.
Yeah, a line. Yeah.
Diversification type thing that was going on, the music and everything. I was like, okay, but let me try to maintain what's going on. Everybody was like totally aggressive. Come here. Like literally, like as you take one shot, like they pulling on you.
Absolutely.
I got one all day tomorrow.
Greg was like, I don't like
the top, because I was headed out. The top, I can't think of it anymore. Because I didn't even think of that. I believe that.
Did we stop it or are we still going?
No, it's still.
Okay.
I just repositioning.
Oh, people backing up into it?
Yeah.
Oh, well, you're putting it back in the time.
Just do it.
Thank you.
Still should be marked, I think. I don't know. Yeah, I think it's going to be marked. It's just going to be a new panel, from what I gathered.
space level and shit. And I was just thinking about sliding it over or something. Oh yeah, I always sound take it out. Here? Yeah, I said it works and they use it as the stage. It's cool. It's all right.
Hello, hello. Can everybody hear me? Awesome, thank you, welcome back. Our second panel is about to begin. For those who are just coming here, my name is Justin, I'm the general manager of Uncle Bobbie's. I just want to thank you for coming to our Symposium. We love having you. For those who have been here already, thank you for staying. This would not happen without the great people at FUNCOG for lending us their sanctuary to have this event. And a member of the church would like to say a few words, and his name is David.
Yes, for those who were here before, welcome again. And for those who are new, welcome. I'm Reverend Dave Brown. I'm a retired pastor who is associated with FUNCOG. And I want to repeat that we try to be a church that's open to absolutely everybody, whatever it is about you that you want, that you bring. We would like to receive that as you are and become part of our community of spiritual growth and action. I wanted to, in particular to welcome you again because I have two things to add to what I said before. One of them is simply, well, several things. One of them is an announcement that there is a person here who lost their glasses. You found them, okay. Wonderful, thank you. And the second is that those of you who have not remembered to feed your meters, please do, or you might get a ticket if you parked on Germantown Avenue. And I know that can be done on an app, you can do it right from here, so do that. But the most important is to mention that FUNCOG right now has two part-time job openings. One of them is for a tech person, and I'd like us to give a hand to Wayne here, who has been running the tech. And so we need that person. The other is for a part-time director of music. And we try to have a very good music program here. So if you know anyone who is interested and qualified for whatever those jobs, we would love to hear from you. But now it's time for the panel on the will to change men and masculinity. Having heard the panel this morning, I can't wait. So welcome again.
Good afternoon. All right. Your eyes are not deceiving you. I am not Phil Roundtree, but my name is LaRue Doomy Lewis McCoy. Phil was unable to join us today, so I get the esteemed pleasure to serve as the moderator of this panel. And I'm going to have my panelists come out now, and I'll share a little bit about who they are. Today, this is the Will to Change panel around men, masculinity, and love. And so, panelists, will you join me? Today, we are being joined by Mark Anthony Neal, a distinguished professor at Duke University and author of many books, including the most recent Black Ephemera, as well as such classical texts as New Black Man. To Mark's immediate left is Elon Dancy, who is a distinguished professor at the University of Pittsburgh. Yeah, clap it up, clap it up. These folks are very exceptionally distinguished, and he's also the executive director of the Center for Urban Education. And to Elon's left is none other than J.T. Rome, who is author of the recent book, Dark Agoras, who is a Mellon professor at Rutgers University. And really, I'm excited because I know it seems like everyone up here is a professor, and that is sort of true. But I'm sitting next to one of the most grounded organizers and educators I've ever had the pleasure of meeting, the great Gabriel Bryant, who has been doing work around mental health, prison industrial complex, race and masculinity, and he serves in his capacity in the Engaging Males of Color initiative for the Department of Behavioral Health. And so it is my pleasure to be joined today, and I hope that we'll have a real good conversation, right? And a conversation that kind of opens up new space, vulnerable space, that honors kind of the traditions that Bell Hooks laid in front of us. And so I want to start with a basic question, one that I think is foundational to nearly all of Hooks' work, and whether it be personal, whether it be poetry, whether it be academic, is this concept of patriarchy. So I want to ask if anyone would be daring enough to tell us what patriarchy is and what it has to do with not just us on this panel, but all of us in this room and online. Now I told them, I said, is there anything off limits? They were like, no, let's go for it. So let's see. How should we be thinking about patriarchy as it relates to man and masculinity as well as this entire world that we live in? You got it, Eli. Bless us, bless us.
I'll try. Thank you for the introduction. Thank you everyone for coming. I first want to say how grateful I am to gather with these brothers in intellectual, scholarly memorial of Bell Hooks. And I just want to say to Mark Anthony Neal, I think writing my dissertation would not have been possible without Bell Hooks' work, and would have not been possible without Mark Anthony Neal's work. And I was reading New Black Man that I wanted to think about the relationship of formalized educational settings to masculinity. And Bell Hooks gave me language at the time to explain what men were sharing with me in those interviews. And Bell Hooks had offered me so much more ways to understand relationships. I relearned my grandmother through Bell Hooks' text. I relearned my family through Bell Hooks' text, how to read the world. And I always loved the way that Bell Hooks defined patriarchy. She puts it very simply. A system where men dominate everyone and everything, period. And that is a global focus and a global concern. And as I think about her book, The Will to Change, I think one theme, commitment that Bell Hooks has in the book that is so important is to understand that we are all socialized to the patriarchy. We are all socialized to aspire to a system where men dominate everyone and everything. And that's, not just men, but also women. She talks about, through various personal narratives, also in conversations with researchers who are talking about relationships between mothers and children. I had some of that data in my dissertation, eventually became my book. Also asking men to think about deeply the ways that we move. In The Will to Change specifically, she's thinking with us about family, she's thinking about work, particularly employment, and she's thinking about sex in media. And although this isn't The Will to Change, I always appreciated some of Bell Hooks' readings of media, because I think that models for us how pop culture it is an intellectual well from which we can begin to build our thinking and analyses. And in those discussions, she would argue we're all socialized to do it for daddy. And that daddiness is about the white male domination that we're centering, possibly aspiring to, and that we need to be about the work of developing new practices and new ways of thinking in order to organize ourselves such that we're seeking relationships of love and not relationships of domination.
Anybody else want to weigh in on that? And Elon, of course, you started it out like, well, let me see if I have a word to offer. And then you gave us literally a couple volumes. Thank you. No. I'm thanking you, literally, even through this idea of what it means to be socialized, to do it for Daddy, but to really think about alternative ways of being, right? And who we are doing what for and with. Right.
And if I just might add briefly, I think there's also an understanding that we're all socialized to do the work of patriarchy, that we're also in position to all be feminists. And so I think that there's this disabusing that Bell Hooks would have us do in the will to change, where we're supposed to only understand women as feminists, that we're supposed to assume that all women are feminists, and that all men are involved in patriarchy, the only ones involved in patriarchy, where I think what she's asking us to do is think beyond just identities or the bodies of people into systems, into practice, how we relate to each other, such that those relationships are feminist relationships, which represents the love, the freedom place, and not the patriarchal place.
Yes. Man.
I want to jump in, particularly as Elon created that opening to think about men as feminists. I used to pride myself a few years ago that if you did a Google search on the term black male feminist, I literally would be the first name.
Literally, your picture in it.
But also folks like David Iker and Byron Heard, and do see this film on hazing in the black community if you get a chance. But I mention this not so much to talk about me, but the traditions that produce me and allow me to see myself in that space. As it just so happens, today is Lasagna Alexis DeVoe's birthday. She is my intellectual mother, my feminist mother. She was the one who, in training me in a PhD program at the University of Buffalo, witnessed something in the way that I worked and the way that I thought, and said, you should think of yourself as being a feminist, right? And that you actually have real work and a duty, right, to play out this work. And it wasn't just about Alexis, right? As I'm looking at Beverly Guy Sheffield sitting there in the back, right, who also witnessed this at a different moment. It's like, well, if Alexis co-signs you, right, we're going to bring you into that space also. Dewey and I had lots of conversations about this, right? And what I find so important about Hooks' work in this regard is the way that she details the way that patriarchy actually harms black women. We typically talk about this kind of one-sided male-female dynamic, right? But one of the ways that patriarchy limits the freedoms that we can feel in our own black bodies, that limits our capacity to connect with our children, with our partners, with family and community, because patriarchy places us in a box that says we need to act this way, react this way, say these kinds of things. And Hooks was brilliant throughout her career to remind us that no, patriarchy is a trap, right? It gives you a kind of sensibility of power, right? It's a false power because black men can never access the same kind of power of patriarchy that white men can. Right? And it's a patriarchy that can only be enacted against other black people, right? And specifically against black women, men, trans, etc. And so I think it's important, right, to claim patriarchy in that regard, that, right, what it does to us also.
Yes.
Thank you all for opening this up. I'm extremely nervous to be up here where all of y'all looking at me, and so thank y'all for bearing with my nervousness. I think something I want to add to this is the ways that patriarchy and patriarchal masculinity is also a death sentence for the planet, for the earth. I think Hooks really investigates the ways that it is a kind of trap, it forms a cage around our capacities to connect, and emphasizes that within black intimacies, and we real cool, but also in the will to change. I think we can't understand, contemporary patriarchal formations without the longer history of the kind of violence of sundering the earth, and that the results of that are in part, the history and the afterlives of slavery. And I think what it does is it precludes a kind of becoming. It precludes the kind of messiness of becoming and belonging and seeks to tame all of that into the kind of routinized groups of power event, as my co-panelists have been pointing to, is really structured by white patriarchal violence. And I think men as feminists, black men as feminists in particular, is an earth-shattering possibility because it can open up and re-energize those acts of living as becoming. So thank you.
I mean, thank you. One thing I'm thinking about, because I think that our panelists have really illustrated and demonstrated, what patriarchy is and how it operates, how it functions. I'm thinking about what Bella says in the book, where she says that, for black men to heal or for men to heal, they need to learn how to feel again. And I'm thinking about the ways that patriarchy disrupts, distorts, warps our ability to emote, our ability to seek the innermost thoughts of ourselves, to be empathetic, to seek empathy. There was a question last panel about emotional intelligence, to seek emotional intelligence in a way that's functional and operative in all our relationships, but also just thinking about the ways that there is not only always an unwillingness, but there's the fear of the change, right? I think that's really a key part of this book and a part of this conversation, is this sort of fear because, to be soft goes against what we've been conditioned to be hard, right? And what does that hardness mean, right? If you're giving a 2-year-old infant or a 2-year-old toddler or a 3-year-old male toddler, this sort of notion of hardness, perpetual hardness, right? And so then you begin to separate oneself from those emotions, from those feelings, from those moments of tenderness and care. We grow up with these levels of trauma. And so I'm glad that Elon mentioned about how he immediately mentioned those people in your family, because it certainly made me rethink as well my relationship with my own mom, right, my own dad, and some of the challenges that I saw within them, but more importantly, how I, as their son, was being received because of this patriarchal lens in the household. And what did that mean for me in the household, in the home, to be taking in all of these conversations and references that were, as I look back years later, patriarchal, and what did I have to unlearn to get myself to a better place?
Yes. Thank you all. So, the title of this panel is The Will to Change. And part of the will to change, for me, is predicated on the will to learn, right? And something you said earlier, man, and a conversation I was having with you, Gabe, made me think about kind of when I, as a cis hetero black man, actually started to learn about feminism. Not hear the term feminism, but to actually study it. And I feel extremely privileged. I'm not sure if she knows this, and I don't think she shares this privilege. I felt privileged to be in Dr. Beverly Guy Shefgall's class when I was a senior at Morehouse and I went over to Spelman. And I was annoying and I didn't know anything, let me be very clear. That's why it was my privilege and probably her displeasure, right? But it was her introducing me to a rich lineage that placed bell hooks within a chorus of voices that are cataloged in places like Words of Fire. So for you all, when did you begin to learn about feminism and take it seriously, not just as a school of thought, but as a place that demanded a different practice from you?
Once again, I want to thank first my mom in that tradition. I think that she may not have used the language, she may not have used the jargon, but certainly there was a praxis involved that made me illustrate, at least illustrate for me and my siblings, what it meant, right? To think about terms like equity, and think about terms like fairness, and think about terms like, harm, right? Think about terms like trauma, think about ideas that she really illustrated so firmly. But there were also many women in my life, and I think in my patriarchal or seeking to disrupt in my own lens, I'm thankful for listening, right? To women, Bill Hooks talks a lot about, part of that disruption being men's ability to have women teachers and women mentors, right? And so I'm thinking about even somebody who's in the audience today, who I knew since college, Nala Bell, who, as a freshman, is teaching us all, about Black feminism. I think about the other community activists here in Philadelphia. I think about people like Noella Cabral and Dr. E. Morales Williams with the Fan Mail program and doing work around International Street Harassment Day, right? And how that work was so functional and operative. I'm thinking about folks like Comrade Z, also in the room, people like Zalika, who are doing work around sex workers and how we need to illustrate these ideas. And so there are so many folks who are impacted, and I think that for me, it's been a lineage of people who have shown through and through we must change, and if you just have an open ear and be open to it, then we can get to a better place.
I think I would have to route it through a genealogy of family as well. In particular, my grandmother, Elsie, she didn't cut no car, she didn't hold no cut cards. So I think there was a certain amount of equalization that happened that even though other forces, including my own father, might have, kind of lifted. I think it was also my affinity and my kind of ascribed femininity as a small child as well that led me to be the kind of the bearer of those lessons for now ancestors. The kind of, folks seeing in me the capacity to do things that weren't necessarily restricted to masculine roles. But I think also, really, I think it's something that I continue to grapple with. I mean, in preparing for this, returning to the Will to Change, and We Real Cool, I was like, Belle is speaking to me from the other side because I have, there are ways in which, especially as a Black queer identified person, you can imagine that you outside of patriarchal domination and formation, and Belle was like, no, you right there with all of it. So, and I found myself reading this time. I think the first time I read this book, I wasn't prepared for that. Because I don't think I was fully had that understanding of myself, or at least the kind of full sense of what that meant for me. And so I probably read this book like, oh, that ain't me. Like, this time I returned, I was like, oh no, she is really, really here for me. And I think also I had really important mentors who, I don't even know if they would necessarily identify as Black feminists, but in undergrad, Wendy Marshall and Clark Harold just introduced me to Black studies. And I think if you have any proper genealogy of Black studies that doesn't center Black feminisms and womanism and other formations and queer studies is not worth its weight. Because I think it's the potential liberatory aspect of Black studies. And I think, I'll say this, I've come to understand it in new ways through centering the environment and doing ecology's work, because I come to see, we sit in this church with the great patriarchal figures of that tradition of, in many ways, of domination, looking directly at us. And I think,
you sit up here, you see
up here, you know what I'm saying. I think that tradition is bound with this, again, the sundering of our relations to each other, but also to the earth. And I think a recovering of all of that is inherently centering Black feminism.
Yeah, y'all can clap for that.
Yeah, I also respond really positively to everything that JT is saying. And I appreciate your question too, in terms of how we come to find feminism. And I think for me, I'm not sure that feminism, particularly Black feminism, didn't find me. Like, I'm not sure that it wasn't looking for me. Because when I think about my experiences as I was growing up, I learned pretty early that I was a failing manhood, which was a failing boyhood, which was really frustrating for me. Because all the things that I really loved to do were being sanctioned and being rejected in almost all of my social experiences. And my mother was always affirming for me, which was important to me. She always told me that I was special, and there were some moments that became so hard for me that it was only the memory of my mother telling me that I was special that prevented me from, perhaps falling into either self-harm or doing something that, might be otherwise harmful to me. But I can remember when I was 7 years old, it was really important to my father that I learned to play baseball, learned to play t-ball, and I was terrible. I could never even get to first base. I could never get there. And I still remember to this day one of my teammates saying, "You can't catch, you can't do anything." I never forgot that. You can't catch, you can't do anything. And so I was coming to understand myself through an inability to. I couldn't feel, and I think I was processing that even until I got to college. Sometimes I think about why did I pledge a fraternity, and I really do feel, and I think they'll give us language for that I was still still seeking the approval of patriarchal manhood through the decision to pledge, still seeking approval. And so then through reading books like Bell Hooks' work, other Black feminist work, they encouraged me to start thinking about this idea of relational recovery and also healing. So I took up, that's a conversation I took up a number of interventions to try to heal myself, to try to heal through supportive, loving dialogue with others. And then I began to engage the work of relational recovery, trying to think about what that means, and think about just recovery relationships. And I think back to my father, and I feel just really blessed that my father is still living, because there was such an evolution. When I was very young, I felt like I was such a disappointment to him, and sometimes I just didn't want to see him because I was really embarrassed and ashamed in front of my father. But I noticed that over time, even my father has evolved. He loves me much better. He became a better lover and a better father to me. And I began, through Bell Hooks framework, began to understand his life as a boy and as a man. And I developed a deeper understanding of that. So I think that there have been multiple feminist texts. One, there's like a formalized, kind of feminist literature that I came to study in graduate school. And then there's like the second reading that I began to do in my own life. So, just grateful to Bell Hooks for the second rearing, the rearing of my family, and then also the academic rearing that happened in our work.
So, I was born and raised in the South Bronx. 1965, right? So when you talk hip hop, right, I'm like that first generation type. There was a book that was published in 1999 when Chicken Heads Come Home to Roost.
Yes.
My life as a hip hop feminist, which becomes a kind of Bible for feminist thought in hip hop studies. The author of that book, I've known since 1968. We grew up in the same tenement building in the South Bronx, 1231 Fulton Avenue, our senior section. We were playmates from the time that we were 3 years old. And it's really Joan who's reminded me of this, that, what she appreciated me as our first best friends was that intuitively I knew how to create space for her, right, for us to be playmates, right, which is to say that even as a 3-year-old, she demanded that I allow for the creation of space so that we could be friends. And for me, that really is, right, what has been my ongoing thing, the ability to create space, right, the kind of space that Black feminist presence has demanded. That same Bronx neighborhood, my mother didn't want to send me to a public school, so she sent me to the only Black Seventh-day Adventist school in the Bronx. If you know anything about the South Seventh-day Adventist religion, they follow a prophetess by the name of Ellen G. White, right? So I spent the first 8 years of my grade school training learning about Ellen G. White, being taught explicitly by 6 Black women. What that meant for me is that intellectually, I always understood Black women and women in general as a source of knowledge, right? That I could engage, that I could critique, but would also critique me. That same Bronx neighborhood where I grew up was a beauty parlor, owned by a woman by Mrs. Bolden, Vera Bolden. went to a 7-day Adventist school. We got out on 1:30 on Fridays for Sabbath. My parents were at work, so Miss Bo, as I called her, would walk up to Forest Avenue, pick me up, and I would sit in her beauty parlor for 3 hours until my mother came home. Right? And we're talking about one of these traditional, old school, Negro woman beauty parlors. The smell of her hair, I mean, all of it. And being able to sit there as a 6, 7, 8-year-old and hearing this multiplicity of Black women's experiences and voices, I have carried those experiences with me my whole life. The mother who raised me would never call herself a feminist, right? But knew enough to have those Essence magazines laying around the house in the early 1980s. And I'm not talking about Essence Fest Essence. I'm talking about that first generation, that first 10, 15 years of Essence magazines, where I was introduced to Audre Lorde and James Baldwin in conversation with each other in the pages of Essence magazine. Right? Where I would have heard the name for the first time of Michelle Wallace, right, in those spaces. And then lastly, I was married in July of 1991. Been married now for 31 years. My wife and I, for our first anniversary, we took a trip to Toronto, right, for our first anniversary. Rolled into a bookstore. It's my first year of graduate school, right? And I came across 2 books in that bookstore. One was Greg Takes Swallowing the Buttermilk. The second book was Bell Hooks' Yearning. And I remember holding that book and feeling as though it was like contraband. Like I was doing something disruptive. That it was important for me as this Black boy who grew up in the South Bronx to own this book and read it and engage it. And I still have my tatted copy of both of those books, by the way. Right? The irony that they were passing away weeks within each other in December of 2021. Right? And I always go back to that book because that was the book that opened the space for me to think of myself as a potentially, right, as a pro-feminist Black man. Right? But then there were folks who were around like, okay, you read Bell, but you gotta read Michelle Wallace. Right? You read Michelle Wallace, you gotta read Patricia Hill Collins, and we don't give Patricia Hill Collins enough credit.
Yes.
Right? When she talked about those 4 controlling images of Black women, that's in my dissertation that I wrote on Black music in 1996. Right? So those were all the ways, right? And there's one last thing. My daughter, I only have 2 daughters, 24 and 19. I don't think I've ever talked to them about Bell Hooks, right? They both got read Bell Hooks' child about here. And I'm sure there were copies of Yearning, Black Looks, Teaching to Transgress, Real, I could go on and on, right? That were sitting in the back of the seat and you would pick them up and look at them and what happened. But 6 months ago when my daughter moves back home from Chicago and said, we as a family, we should read all about love. It's like, okay.
Yes. Wow. You've done something right? When your child says, let's read all about love, that is profound. Thinking about some of the things that you all shared about your own personal journeys in childhood and boyhood, right? In the will to change, Bell Hooks has a sentence that kind of struck me, and I wonder if we could possibly speak to it and maybe even remix possibility. And she says, boys are not seen as lovable in patriarchal culture. I wonder if you all would be willing to offer up a word or a thought on how we can create space for the love of boys, of girls, of femmes, of non-binary. How do we hold and create a different world space, if you will?
So my father, who passed away in 2008, we never said to each other, and, you know, he was of that generation of Black men. I'm not even sure how many times he said it to my mother, right? Because in his worldview, that might have been viewed as weakness. just a dude who worked hard all the time, right? And wasn't present, right? Because for him to matter as a man, it was for him to make sure to take care of us, right? Him being present emotionally and other kind of ways didn't matter. But I've often had to think about what love looks like for that generation of men. Right? And we've all heard the theory about the 5 love languages and all that kind of stuff. And I've been wondering, both in my work and publicly, about what exactly are the love languages of Black fathers. And it flat out in ways that we see all the time, we don't think about as love, but those men do think of that as loving expressions, right? So the father who we see always, right, because there's a new father every day, Black father, on YouTube, punching his 6-year-old son in the chest and going, man up, right? And we know that's toxic. We know that's problematic, but in that man's mind, he's thinking that he is doing the kind of love that he needs to do to prepare his son for the world. So it's not as if Black men don't love, right? It's just their expressions of love sometimes look a little different than how we expect. The way that my father said that he loved me was at 8 years old, he handed me a spatula and said, I'm going to teach you how to do a hard fried egg. And then came back the next week and was like, I'm going to teach you how to make pancakes. Right? And part of it is that he was a shorter cook. Right? That's how he made his living. He wasn't trying to prepare me to be a professional cook. But what he was preparing for me is always be in a position to be able to take care of myself. So that I could cook for myself, that I could feed myself, that I wouldn't have to have someone do that, right? And for him, that's the only way that he could show a loving expression to me, right? By this kind of gift, and also the gift of his work ethic, right? If you have a certain kind of work ethic, you'll be able to take care of yourself, you'll be able to take care of your family, right? And it's all kinds of problematic because, we never talk about we loved each other. Right? We never had an emotional conversation about how he got to be who he is and how I wanted to be. When I was an adult and a professional, the conversation that we most had was how much money I made. Right? Because that for him was a measure of what my success was.
So I think when I read bell hooks, there's a through line, particularly all of the work that is around men, masculinity, and love. I think it's going to be real cool in some of my essays. The focus on relationship and relational practices. She asks us to concentrate there. I think that can be so powerful as to get us to reframe questions. What if we understood all of the context of domination we can think of as actually crises of relationships, showing us the ways that we are in relational crises. I think that she gives us frameworks for thinking about that across contexts, right? But in particularly with children and with boys. So she makes this critique in The Will to Change that what daddies do, even though it's understood as a love relationship, is daddies whip you into shape. That's the point. Daddies always whip you into shape, and their responsibility is to train you to be a man. And particularly and that because manhood is understood in terms of patriarchal masculinity, then the point is to dominate. So it's a raising of a boy into the kind of man that will dominate, that will aspire to power and be in control. And so if we're going to change that, I think that's why the book is titled The Will to Change. First you have to have the will to change. And that is difficult in a world because she tells us why that's difficult, because we don't know what's on the other side of that. So if we're socialized to always be aspiring to power, and someone says all of a sudden, you have to let that go, then do you also have to let go then this claim to power? How then can you live? How can you survive? If you're always supposed to be prepared for war. See, that's also an important context, a militaristic one. So you have to train boys who can potentially kill. So you may not kill. So some of the ideas of spectacular violences that we see playing out in the news, we would say, okay, in our regular lives, we're not doing that. But you're supposed to be raised as though you could do it if you needed to do it. And so I think we have to have the will to change and the will to be able to imagine a world that is central, where our relationship with each other are not about domination, but where our relationships with each other are about love. And if they are, if we do this, then we actually create new realities for ourselves. So some of the things that we can envision, that we think of as necessary to prepare for now, won't exist within contexts that are built about love and trust, because love and trust actually eliminates, would eradicate those kinds of contexts that we feel we need to prepare for through power and domination. So what we have to, just to sum up, we have to have the will to change, and we also have to be willing to, with boys, actually develop a relationship with them that is not about the domination, that allows for multiple interests, for instance, among boys, that allows for boys to be able to cry, to ask for help, to not tell them, to man up, and so it's those kinds of practices that we have to engage.
I wanted to say, I think, and this builds on what I've heard from my other co-panelists so far, is the emphasis around relationships and relationality. And I think, part of that is, again, disentangling our being and becoming and our intimacies from a sort of combat masculinity, of formation as like, be in charge or die. And I think we're, in this culture, inundated every day with, apocalyptic formations, whether it's in writing or whether it's, in journalism, or if it's in the form of films and all of that. And those quite often play up a certain kind of heroic masculinity, but that's an inversion of, in many ways, of the dominant masculinity, hierarchical, patriarchal masculinity. And I think we need to court, especially as we face post-oil world, where a lot of everything that's being amplified right now has the potential to be multiplied, right, by that reality and the reality of biospheric collapse. But I think and I think that's all, that including kind of human hierarchies is, again, bound up with racist, heteropatriarchal, capitalist relations. And I think we have to seek mutual spaces, whether they be fleeting and those growing into permanent and encompassing more and more of our day-to-day lives, where we emphasize through abolition, mutuality over hierarchy. And I think that is a very difficult prospect because, for some of us, many of us, most of us are reared in the understanding that, again, that it is a kind of combat masculinity that will allow us to survive and to live. And that couldn't be further from the truth.
Yeah, I was just going to say this. There's got to be a genuine admission of our ugliness. If I could just speak frankly, man, this has been a very therapeutic space the past 45 minutes because I'm thinking about all the harm I've caused the women and girls in my life. I'm thinking about, and these are not conversations that are new, right? These are perpetual conversations that I have. I'm thinking about, sort of this messianic, to kind of go back to that picture, right, that we see across from us. That happens when men carry on a certain character of being involved in these kind of conversations. Oftentimes, we get put on a pedestal. But there's an ugliness, man. You know what I mean? And there's a way that sometimes we can sort of separate ourselves from the things that we did in my own life, right? Or in our own lives. And I don't want to speak for anybody else, but I'll just share that, it's had me rethinking about my personal intimate partner relationships, right? And the ways in which I had to apologize to them and to myself, right? I had to apologize to my former selves. Yes, I can't go back in time, but I can say sorry to older Gabriel. for the mistakes that he made, the errors that he made under the auspice of operating under this patriarchal lens that really impacted my ability to really be that person that worked with calmness, with tenderness, with care, who was empathetic. Those things that I learned later on, and not just in word only, because we can all speak the jargon and the language, we get that. I'm in mental health, right? And when I speak to my community members, I'm not always using all the clinical language. I'm speaking the way that they understand me, right? And so when I'm thinking about all the ways that men, and I can just speak for myself again, you know, one of the things that Bell Hooks talks about when it comes to this love question is this idea that, man, for some of us, we're scared of that love. Because then it makes us think about, what did I miss out on when I was a child? Whether it was my dad, mom, whoever it was who was watching the household, what didn't I get and why? What didn't I receive and why? And then once I go into those inner depths, and I see my partner, if I'm a cisgender person, cishet person, and as she illustrates in the book, maybe she may not respond as I think she would respond if I am emotional. And so now I have to contend with that question. Wow, now I am crying. Wow, now I am soft. But now she's cutting me off. But now she doesn't want that. Because as you mentioned earlier, patriarchy is destroying homes. And so when she says that it's one of the most powerful, if not the most powerful symptom that is impacting men in this country, and she's talking about white supremacy, we're talking about capitalism, but she clearly defines patriarchy as that such. And so for me, on this love question, for us to get at the love, we have to get at, embracing what the love means for us individually, collectively as a people, but also the ways in which love has been divorced from us due to centuries of enslavement. We need to go to centuries of white supremacy, capitalism, but also the ways in which, as men and boys, we have been privy to privilege that many folks haven't had access to. And that lack of access has impacted our whole communities. And that ugliness has to be brought out, has to be admitted, there has to be a forthright process to figure out, how do I now move from here, and to hopefully we get to a better place.
So funny, the scenario that you just shared with us actually reminds me of an exchange that Bell Hooks is talking about in The Will to Change, where she actually was in a therapeutic kind of conversation with her partner at the time. And even though she knows that it's important for us to speak freely, that kind of advocacy is all through the books. Men and boys need to be able to speak freely, which is also, I think, responding to your question in terms of the condition in our families and with boys' ideas speaking freely. And then she said when her partner began to speak freely, she became annoyed. And she's like, why is this man talking about their feelings? Like, she knows it's important, and she's also having to always remember that I'm socialized by patriarchy to be thinking in these ways. I need to dismantle it. And then I want to just come back to say a question that she offers us that I think is really important for this conversation, which is, what would it mean if we raise boys to be healers and nurturers? If that was at the center of our raising of boys, healing and nurturing. Then what would happen? I think that, and then one more point I just want to make. It's just, there are terms that I think are parts of our everyday lexicon that we think we know what they mean, but they actually require deep study. And I'm going to submit that love and relationships are things we need to study. And I'm thinking about a James Baldwin quote where he's commenting about love, that, in the infantile American sense, love means being happy. You just get to be this love, you just make you feel happy. But actually, what love takes is daring and quest and growth. And so I'm so glad that we have Bell Hooks all about love, because we do need to learn within imperialist, white supremacist, capitalist patriarchy what love is, so that we can aspire to a revolutionary love. And we need to study relationships, like critical relationship studies, so that we are asking questions about power. So that's a way that we can potentially begin to shift from hierarchy, as JT was mentioning, into mutuality. Like, I know that we really are conscious of the ways how all of our lives are organized around hierarchy and subordination. God said, I'm in charge, so I'm going to make all decisions. You need to support that. Yes, you can work. That's fine. I'm still going to make all the decisions about what goes on in the house. I still don't. So I'm just offering there that critical study, radical study, is also important for us to raise our political consciousness.
Yes, man. That is a word. And thank you for that plug. So stick around later. We have a panel all about love, including some folks. We'll be on it, right? One of the things that strikes me about Bell Hook's work, which is so diverse and like literally spans time and different epistemologies and brings together so many different voices, is that it is always both aspirational and challenging. And the vulnerabilities that you spoke about just a moment ago when she reveals like that annoyance, right? It's also deeply personal, right? And I think even though we planned this symposium, or the seeds for this symposium lied before she transitioned to the ancestral realm, I also think it's important that she left us with a number of things that challenge us and push us. So for you now, right? Because we've spoken a little bit about how we came to some of her work and whether we were ready for it or not. What now is left undone? What now challenges you? What now do you aspire to from the lineage and the legacy of Bell Hooks in your own personal work today?
One thing I'm thinking about is the way that Bell Hooks often talked about one, her relationship with her own father, which was in many ways, there was levels of abuse there. But she always was quick to always highlight Daddy Gus and somebody who was, her mother's father, who she received that care from in a different aesthetic of a relationship, right? Talking about like relationality, right? There was a different type of love there that was modeled. The way in which he was encouraging, the way in which he made sure that she was trying to seek her own wisdom and knowledge and understanding. And so for me, on two levels, I'm thinking about the work that I do with Black boys, and the work that's necessary and required to make sure that through, be it rites of passage, or be it just their own personal development, through adolescenthood, through high school, through college, the ways, what things should you be looking at, right? So being able to examine, oneself, doing those, doing that journaling, doing that self-questioning, doing those exercises, doing that mental health checks, right? And making sure that they're, prioritizing mental health. And I can say that as a practitioner, that even as somebody who had challenges with asserting my own mental health, through the years, again, due to patriarchy and other reasons and undealt with trauma, but we found ways to, work with these young men and work with these young boys and say, look, there's a different way. And then how they step up, but also how they show up, right? And that the showing up and the stepping up in this world is really gonna show, how they manifest themselves as men as they get older. But also, because you mentioned it also as part of the introduction, as an organizer and as an activist in this space, I really want to talk about the fact that in my estimation, one of the greatest contributions of struggle in the past decade has been an assertive introduction, but perhaps perpetual continuance of women's leadership, career leadership in the past decade has been not only just pronounced, but it's been the aesthetic, right? And obviously we could go back to the Kambahi River Collective 77 and talk about how Black feminism is going to free oppression. It's going to be the freer of the oppression. But even when I think about, BYP 100 and the work that they did to really say as a stance, right? We're coming from a Black feminist perspective in organizing, right? And so it's made me as an organizer rethink and practice, how do I show up in spaces, right? Right? Am I always the speaker? No, right? You in the back on security, right? Or not even at all, no, just show up, right? Being in ways that we disrupt how we have to always be the person who narrates in the bullhorn, who be the leader in the space, be on the front in the training or in the PD, professional development. How are we showing up in organizational spaces that also works to disrupt the patriarchy? And so for me, that's been a big part of it, because I think, one, listening to and following the lead of so many brilliant Black women and femmes along the way has been possible, but also men and boys and young men learning, look man, we gotta listen, learn, but also more importantly, show how the behavior can look in real time, right? In other words, once we're in those spaces and we're all contributing to a campaign to a movement, to a struggle, however you're showing up that shows care and empathy, however you're showing up that's also showing the best of ourselves, that reduces the toxicity, that reduces the way in which people look at folks and say, oh, that's not the space that I want to be in, because, you know, those nationalists, those Pan-Africanists are actually, you know, queer antagonistic, right? Or actually heterosexist, right? And being able to dismantle those spaces, those ideas in your work, but also in the ways in which you value your principles. I had an elder here in Philadelphia, may he rest in peace. I think about Bobbie, who was a rich elder who will always come to spaces with his Shaw University sweatshirt, as his model was his teacher was the great Ella Baker. He always talked about, as an elder black man in that space, the ways in which we have to practice values that are equitable, but also understands that, you know, we are in spaces because of the women before us, right? And really upholding that in real time and never letting that go. That was always a big piece of his work, and I always process that in my work as well. So thank you for that question.
Thank you for that. I think very personally, and maybe somewhat like awkwardly, I think it's, for me, I think, again, I was blown back by Hook's assessment of queer investments in patriarchy and patriarchal masculinity. And I think part of it is in our culture of like appearances and, you know, even, you know, being in front of y'all now, being in public and all of that, sometimes it, you know, it overshadows a kind of internal reflection. And I think it's easy to have the outward appearance, and especially, that's not to say, I'm not saying in a kind of disingenuous way, you know, doing, practicing kind of feminism outwardly, but really secretly being a terrible misogynist. That's not what I mean. Like that is a possibility too, but that's not what I mean. I think it's a lot to look inward. I think it's an ongoing practice to look inward. I think it's an ongoing practice especially in a capitalist society, to find wholeness in oneself, to actually, to be able to rest with yourself. And that's something that I struggle with. I mean, I think, you know, very, very transparently, you know, trying to relinquish control, I think, of everything. I mean, I think that's the reality, like, of everything. And I think, again, trying to constantly, being prompted in this reading of it to really embrace becoming, I think, is a critical one for me. Really, what that action, what that gerund, what that ing really adds to, not just to become, but becoming, right? As an ongoing possibility for how we might show up differently, and again, how we might be mutual rather than hierarchical. And that's hard when you're talking about your intimacies, and I'm not talking about my personal relationship necessarily, I just mean all of your intimacies. It gets difficult to do that. So that's where I'm at. Thank you.
Okay, so I think maybe just a short way of responding to your question. I'm going to put Bell Hooks in conversation with great philosopher Patti LaBelle. I'm trying to be the right kind of love. And thinking about that in my relationship with my family, even as a teacher, as a center director, are you the right kind of lover? And to think about the praxis that Bell Hooks sets forth for us, which is really like a biblical text. So I just go to the Bible. You know, I just go to the Bible. One of the Bibles. This is one of the biblical texts that I can consult for that. But what I appreciate in your framing of the question is you mentioned that the word aspiration, that the work, at least for us, is aspirational and challenging. And I found myself really valuing and appreciating even the aspiration, the possibility of aspiration. Because she tells us in quite a few of the texts, you know, some people in feminist circles just write men off. They just say that you could not be a feminist. It's not possible. This is about women getting each other, free, and there's no hope for you. But across all of Bell Hook's writing, there's always hope for me. There's always hope for us. She will tell us the truth, but she always says you can always choose to do differently. You can always have the will to change. And I was coming up here with one of my colleagues and graduate students who said that she's always clear that you might not change. We might not change, but you will always need to. You may always need to. And the possibility is always open for you. So I'm appreciating the aspiration because I think embedded in the aspiration is a second chance. Yes. There's always, even though we are not a people who are afforded second chances at all, in her pedagogy is the second chance. And so I appreciate that. And I think also essential to me being the right kind of lover is to think about relationship critically and to ask myself, what I do, and maybe even more importantly, how I do it. So I want to offer maybe the practice of how we do things with each other. Very important. Are we doing it in a way that emphasizes hierarchy, that emphasizes power and control? Are we doing it in a way that emphasizes mutuality, reciprocity? Shout out to Lauren Hill. Yeah, are we doing that in ways that actually emphasize that? So much of what we're taught to do, you do for war, you do for money, you do for status, but do we ever do things for love, a collective love? Not just an individual love, your relationship, your family, but do we do things for collective love? Do we do things for freedom? And if we don't know what those terms mean, we can always, be studying them. So that's where I am right now, trying to be the right kind of lover in my life, emphasizing relational practices, particularly the how question, how we do things with each other.
One of the things that Black feminist thought has done, it has made us attentive to the ways that Black men cause hurt, to the ways that Black men cause pain. And as Elon just said, it's not simply out of this desire to call out Black masculinity and Black men, right? It's a loving gesture, right? Because if you're a Black man and you're an anti-Black woman in this context, you're anti-Black. Right? There it is. The way that Black feminism holds Black masculinity accountable, right? And that was the genius of Hooks, right? Because she held out the accountability in one hand and brought us in the other. But you spend any amount of time in contemporary America, contemporary Black America on social media, and when you see the certain kind of heinous, toxic expressions of Black masculinity, right? The folks that some Black men feel the need to bring in and protect, like one of Philadelphia's own sons, or a Chi-Town singer, to not necessarily utter their names at this moment. But what you also realize in the moment when you're witnessing this is that many of these Black men are in pain. And if there's an open-ended thing that needs to be the next step with us, how do we find a way as we hold Black men accountable for their behavior? How do we also address the deep pain and hurt that they obviously are articulating in their problematic sense of the word and who they are? And it's difficult because, Black men have not developed the language to articulate what that pain is, what that hurt is, right? To acknowledge that. Right? And this is, these mumble rappers who we hate because they're mumble rappers, all those mentions of Percocet and all that kind of stuff is actually doing more towards that than we really give credit to, because they're telling you, I'm on painkillers because I'm in pain. I don't have the language for this, right? I literally have to mumble it. the last decade is that my youngest daughter started therapy when she was about 9 years old. A year and a half later, I followed her into therapy so that I could be a better partner with her in her therapeutic process, right? And therapy for me freed me. The unwillingness for Black men, generally speaking, to actually address their mental health concerns outside of self-medicating, on anger, on drugs, on alcohol, on sex, on destructive living in general, right? These men are in pain, and we really have to have a serious conversation about how do we help these Black men as a community address their pain and hurt. And Bell Hooks has consistently, over her body of work, gave us the ability to think more seriously.
Just real quick, I'm thankful for what you just said, Mark, because I think that's really so pivotal to the work I know that I do, but there are many folks I've seen in the room. I see Greg Corbin in the room and several others who do this work, is moving with grace, right? And knowing that it may not happen overnight, it may not happen the next week, it may not happen in the next month, but it may not even happen in the next year. But really being able to try to figure out ways to intervene and create this process or create this safer space where men can gather, where men can try to figure out and congregate amongst themselves and with other folks as well, and talk through some of that pain. Because I think that oftentimes we don't know how to enunciate, how to pronounce, how to say, how to share that pain that they're holding every day. Whether it's just, it's anguish, it's emotional despair, right? It's contempt in many ways. It's harm from when they were children, it's harm from when they were adults. Things they saw other folks, other men go through and deal with, and they were probably, so they don't either. And so that pain just winds up being cyclical, and they don't deal with it. And they become older men, if they get to be older men physically because of their health, right? Let's talk about that. But if they get to be older men, then they're still holding on and carrying those vestiges of the generational pain, suffering that they don't know what to do with. I just watched, what is it, with Regina Hall, Hunt for Jesus, Save the Soul? Yeah. And there's a scene in there that we've all heard before where the character's talking to, I believe, her mother in the film, I think. And she's talking about her father, who I think is a pastor perhaps in the church. And she's something along the lines of, hey, when did you get happy? She said, at his funeral, right? And knowing the legacy that we've all heard before of the story of folks who are staying in committed, harmful relationships, right? But because the patriarchy says to stay and hold on to that harm, even though I'm being dealt with this harm every day, stay committed to it, but then seeking a sense of liberation comes when he dies. That's my liberation comes when he's in the ground. That's my liberation. That can't be how we continue. It just can't be how we continue. And so I love and appreciate what you just said, what everybody said, because that's a pivotal and critical part that we gotta all deal with, like with some seriousness and some sacredness as well, because it is that sacred.
So in a second, we're going to turn to the audience to share some questions. So I'll let Justin or whomever is running the space, determine how that goes. But I want to ask one more question of you all, right? And listening to you, I'm thinking a lot about Bell Hooks' work and healing childhood trauma. And I'm thinking about some of my nephews, maybe even my godson who's on the stream, right? If you could offer something to either your 16-year-old self or a 16-year-old who's watching right now, be it a tool, be it a text, be it a word, what would you offer them so that they can have the will to change?
Well, first of all, let me say this. Silence is good. Right? Silence is good. My first thought is to be patient, because I think in many ways, I wanted things fast. I wanted change fast. I wanted the harm that was impacting my mother specifically changed fast. I wanted the violence in my neighborhood to change fast. I wanted the issues that I was trying to deal with to end fast. And not quite understanding sort of the greater umbrella of issues and a range of issues and how they impacted our communities. You know, we always talk about, you know, Dr. Neely Fuller's legendary quote, if you don't understand white supremacy, everything else will confuse you. But I think in many ways, we sit with that confusion, right? You know, my brother Hiram always says, colonized people do colonized things. And if we understand these two precepts, we understand to be patient. We understand to move with grace. We understand those ideas. So that'll be one thing. The second thing is what my brother here mentioned earlier about wholeness. He talked about wholeness. And I'm thinking about wholeness in the space that, you know, if you're not whole, that means that there are pieces. That means that there are fragments of oneself. And so being able to understand to my 16-year-old self, you know, there are going to be moments where you're going to seek that wholeness and it's going to be a challenge, you know. And you have to also understand what parts of you aren't whole yet. You know, is it the emotional intelligence? You know, is it the ability to, you know, where does that stoicism come from, right? Where does it come from, really? Where does that sort of, you know, stone-faced, you know, response to everything, where does it come from? What's at the root of it? And so I would probably say to understand, these structures, obviously, but to be patient and to seek wholeness.
Thank you. I think something like wholeness isn't a kind of set destination. That is, again, it's an ongoing process. And I think, again, I want to just emphasize becoming and being as these actions to myself, my 16-year-old self. And also to just be the person in my, you know, I would tell myself that, you know, I guess the kind of reassurance around queerness and black masculinity is not, and feminist black masculinity is not antithetical, right? How to really, I guess I would tell myself that I can be whole. That's part of it, right? That it is a possibility, even as it's not a tangible sight that you can reach.
I keep reaching for the door like that. So you want to? So I'm going to try not to belabor this, but your question around childhood trauma actually reminds me of a story about Chris Brown, the singer Chris Brown. And for some reason, I never seem to forget this, but he had done an interview in, I think it was Vulture magazine or Source magazine, and I'm probably going to be on a point to this, but he understood himself as losing his virginity at 8 years old. And I think the virginity was lost to an older woman. And I was thinking to myself, there is no language at all, no consciousness for knowing himself as sexually assaulted or violated. Because what patriarchal masculinity teaches is that that's important training ground to be a man. So it has to be reframed as sexual conquest. Also the idea that men should not be rapeable, because that says something about you as weak. And also as a black person, that black people's bodies are unrapeable anyway. It was that kind of historical enslavement logic that we have no rights over our own bodies. So we just always, and men are not excluded from that either. So that to me showed up as like childhood trauma, but it also reminds me that people, like we don't even have a language. We're so socialized to these ideas that criticality just doesn't come to us about, like, we think that they're what we're supposed to be doing. So part of, I think, what I would be urging Chris Brown, who he was having this conversation with us, he may have been in his 30s, they're not in his 20s having this conversation. And I think about myself, I think about others, is the need to
curiosity. Why things are the way they are. Why do we need to, if someone tells you to be a man or that you need to do something as a man, should we be curious about what is being kind of offered to us, suggested to us? Why am I not doing anything as a life form, as a human being? If that's one we go, why, what is being suggested to me about how I need to move in the world as a man? So what I'm offering here is if we know youth, people that we're working with just through our spheres of influence, to find opportunities to support them, either the development of a critical consciousness, well, I think that's probably it. Support the development of critical consciousness. They may already be asking questions, which Bell Hooks also talks about. Kids, even from very young, are amazing critical thinkers until we get old. Actually, they're critical thinkers until they start getting educated.
Correct.
So then you start getting educated, and you get educated out of critical thinking. So then what is the education if it is not also a patriarchal? So I think we have to go back the other way, which is to open up the space for critical consciousness, and that's about thinking, reading the world. So I think that relates to a question you asked earlier about how we come to do that. So I was seeking answers because I wanted to understand why my life was the way that it was, how my life was different from other people's, and eventually someone recommended the books, which helped me to read and think and become more critical. So I'm going to offer that we need to help youth become more critical, especially if we are finding that they have already been socialized out of that into logics and meanings of manhood that are not even healthy for themselves.
I would tell my 16-year-old self what I tell my 56-year-old self, and that is to be gentle with yourself. Something that's been echoed by Elon, JT, and Gabe today. This is a process, right? And failure is not a bug in the system, right? Failure is a feature of the system, right? So be gentle with yourself with those failures, right? That you can acknowledge them means that you're on the right road in terms of the process.
Thank you. Yeah, clap. Yeah, we're gonna turn to some audience Q&A. Yep, this one will be for y'all. Elon, this is yours.
Hello. Oh my goodness, this mic works well. First of all, thank you for the shout out, Gabe. Okay, pardon me if you answered these questions already. Do you believe in gender equality? Do you consider yourself a feminist? What's the importance of being clear on where you stand ideologically when it comes to gender and toxic masculinity? And I ask that because I think it's possible to stand against toxic masculinity, for men to be in touch with their emotions, and still fundamentally believe that, not all genders are created equal. And then also, what kind of resistance or pushback have you encountered since the shift, assuming there has been a shift, in your gender politics, and from whom have you received pushback?
So I'm going to paraphrase because some panelists missed a little bit. I'll do my best, right? Do you consider yourself a feminist? Do you believe in gender equality? Sorry, those were the opening salvos, right? And then there's more about what you have confronted in your own journey. What pushback specifically have you had? Because it is possible to dislike toxic masculinity, but still enact forms of inequality around gender. Mark was asking for it.
New Black Man was published in 2005, and I kind of took it out in the world. The thing that surprised me over and over again in terms of pushback, it was rarely from young Black men. It was even rarely from older Black men. Most consistently, it was Black women of like my mother's generation. And it took me a while to try to unpack that. Because part of it is that, when we talk about patriarchy in the Black community, we're actually talking about a kind of user-friendly version of patriarchy, right? That's predicated on the fact that so much of our conversation about Black men is about the absence of Black men. So a lot of things get allowed, as was said earlier, simply because Black men are present, right? We'd rather have toxic relationships simply because there's a man in the house as opposed to not having men in the house. And you have to unpack the ways in which that user-friendly patriarchy is comforting to some Black women because it represents something that is stable, right? Stable, understandable, consistent, right? And the introduction of a progressive gender sensibility disrupts that.
I think I can be relatively brief. So the question about feminists, I certainly aspire to feminist politics. I don't know that I have ever said I am a feminist, but I certainly hope so, and I aspire to do so. In the same, the language, discourse of aspiration that Bella used, I aspire to be. Gender equality, yes, which is to say that I am working very hard not to negotiate relationships through hierarchy. So that has to be completely dismantled. So what's left is the collectivism, the mutuality. So that, to be responsive to the question about gender equality, and yes, some pushback for sure. I think there have been, pushback on panels, even with scholars, right? Because some of us who do masculinity studies are not as conversant as I like to see with Black feminist studies, and may, depending on who you're talking to, may not have an analysis of gender and patriarchy at all. And so that, produces tensions that we have to work through. And certainly I've also done talks through various school and college settings, and sometimes there are students who are really, maybe, I won't say students, state like youth, who are really still invested in getting to be a patriarch, even if it's a benevolent one, and that also, but those conversations have usually ended in deeper learning through a productive tension there.
I would say yes in relation to considering myself a feminist, again, as a kind of aspirational or thing. I think, we are, I think your questions highlight, in many ways, we are in a society, especially I think with social media, where you can put on a kind of accoutrement of different, or the outward appearance of different kind of identities, including feminists, and really not negotiate and play fair in relation to how to deal with women, femmes, girls, and I think that's that's something that I really aspire to as an uncle. Like, how do you do this work? Because I don't have kids and I don't have, my romantic love don't look exactly the same, but how do you do this as an uncle? And I think it's hard, because I think you butt up against people's expectations and also people's understandings that you good as you, but we don't want you too close to our kids or something like that, right? And I think I really try to embody that and be an opening in the space for that, especially for my nieces, right? Because I have a bunch of nieces, and I think, and that's where I think the pushback has come. I don't mind pushback in a kind of public sense of like, well, whatever, I just, either we draw the line and that's it or whatever. I think it's so much more difficult for me to deal with the pushback interpersonally, like when you deal with the reality that for some people, your sort of aspirations for feminists and feminism and embracing that pushback against highly regarded visions for, you know, who we should be to each other, how we should be, who children should become. And I think, I still don't know how to deal with all of that, transparently. I mean, I struggle with that. And I sometimes find myself faltering the most when it's in those frames, when I should probably be able to be the most honest and the most transparent about what's needed. I find myself faltering. So I'm not saying that in some sense that I've got it all figured out. I think to embrace Black queer politics and identity and the radical possibilities of that, again, I think is to go through, even in terms of reading, is to go through a genealogy that's foremost Black feminist, right? I think that is a central part of any of those kind of political formations, and when it's not, then throw it away. So
throw it away. I would just say this, yes certainly to the gender equality for sure. I really want to raise up on the pushback. I want to lift up the names of Dr. Yabule, and I also want to lift up the name of Dr. Kyla Story. Two individuals, two amazing women who, over the years, in their firm, powerful, but loving, right, with love way of making sure that brothers understood, right, their role, their place, particularly when it comes to these type of politics and these types of questions. I just thought it was important to raise them two up because I know that I've learned tremendously from them in my journey. And as I think also deeply about the pushback, I think again, being in organizing spaces and activist spaces, tons of pushback. There's been tons of behind the scenes meetings and during the pandemic, so-called Zoom meetings, and we got to meet with the elder council because this brother here or this sister here is doing something out of pocket, something crazy. But also though, I think that there's been a re-examination though, in the ways that, and a lot of it was introduced frankly during the whole introduction of language around Hotep phase. I think that what it did was allow people to have a deeper conversation, particularly those who were in certain spaces, around what it meant to be Black men in a lot of these spaces, and a lot of the harm that was being done that wasn't being discussed, but that everybody knew about. And so I think that's been, a helpful part of the journey. Also around feminism and language. There was a moment in my life where I thought that I didn't want to call myself that because I felt that women and girls and folks along the gender spectrum should be the ones to label me that, as opposed to me sort of asserting that for myself. Right? I've had those years in my life. I've had the years where I've said, well, it's aspirational, right? It's sort of something that I'm trying to figure out and learn more about. In fact, the book I have in my hand that I've been reading, Feminism is for Everybody, right? I've been, sort of rereading this book for the third time from Hooks, and so thinking more about what that plays in my role. For me, that question is an ongoing journey of a question, not so much something that I want to arrive at, because I think about it also from like a racial paradigm and how some of our white counterparts take on a sense of entitlement when they become a co-conspirator or an ally, right? And all of a sudden that becomes the end-all, be-all of their journey towards so-called liberation, Black liberation in specific. So I'm always a bit delicate with how I identify on that part, for that reality.
Also, we have literally 8 minutes. So I'm gonna ask an amazing host to do 2 questions, and we will be brief, so you can piggyback the questions, and we'll be brief in our answers. There's lots of hands.
So first I want to thank y'all for everything that you shared. So my question comes as in K-12 education, and kind of just transitioning into a leadership role. I'm seeing our young people I'm seeing young men, a young man I'll just call K, for example, who in one instance can cry and mourn the trouble that he's in, but then I talk to him later and we talk about emotions and he says, that's just weird to me, I can't do that, right? I'm looking at young girls who only understand themselves through power and domination of others. And it's a bleak reality for me as in trying to help change things. What advice can you give to us in those spaces where we're seeing young people who are being ravaged by the patriarchy we've been so eloquently talked about in this panel?
We're going to piggyback the next question.
Thank you, gentlemen. My name is Belly Bagbanon, and to piggyback on my friend's question here, in education, what is the role of the color line, as Du Bois would call it? The problem of the 20th century is the color line. What is the role of the color line in shaping the patriarchy in the Black community? And then secondly, what is the role of institutional status or institutions like the church or education or of capitalism in shaping the role of patriarchy in the Black community? Thank you.
All right, so first question, Gabe, Elon, second question, man, JT.
So I was trying to, I think, let me know if I'm understanding correctly. I think you're noticing in the school context, boys not being willing to express emotions and behaviors that you've understood as perhaps violent behaviors coming from girls. Like this.
They're only understanding themselves through power and domination and how they can do that on others.
So, yeah, in many ways, I think about the arguments that Bell Hooks has made in The Will to Change. So one, this idea that we are all socialized to patriarchal masculinity, and that shows up in multiple ways. One we know is the idea that boys are not supposed to be expressing feelings and pain. There is no context, we're taught, for that. Sadness, that's all weakness. Crying, that's weakness. That means you're not going to be fit to fight and be in control, because that's a distraction. And so we have to be creating spaces, I think if you're in a school context, inventive creative spaces programmatically that is going to work to dismantle those kinds of commitments and those kinds of beliefs, because we know that that's unhealthy for them and what that can do down the line. And I think for girls, there's a similar, I would want to know more what's happening there, but certainly we know, and Bell Hooks talked about this, there were expectations that she had for how she was supposed to express emotions, that they had to be ladylike. And she talks about this moment that she wanted to play marbles with her brother, and they wanted to reserve that as things that boys did, and how her father responded with corporal punishment because she wasn't being ladylike. So I think that functions in some ways, but she has also talked to us about when crime is committed by women, the role of violence there, like that patriarchy socializes us all to violence. So I am really excited about the possibilities to think about violence the way that children begin to do it, because I remember my school days. I mean, children just would say anything to you, and there are some ways that I've just still not recovered. Like I'm in a better place than I was, but sometimes, some days I'm not so sure. Like I still am doing the work of healing. So I think healing as a practice is important. Again, that critical relationship, helping people to think early on, as early as we can, possibly. Think about what it means to be in loving, collective relationship with each other and choosing sources that help us do that.
I'll just be I'll try to be brief. One area is to try as best you can to engage the parents and caregivers in the healing part of the process. Oftentimes, we can say what we want from 8 to 3, but then once they leave, we know that what they're going to from 3 to 12, right? And so being able to engage the parents, guardians, and caregivers on one angle, so that they know that this is not only a journey for this young person, but this is a collective journey. right? So now everybody's got a sense of accountability, right? That's one part of it. But also just an introduction of mindfulness, right? Opening classes, closing classes, opening sessions, closing classes with mindfulness to get everybody, to get a sense of calm, to get a sense of let's be centered, right? In the beginning, middle, closing, what needs to be done. But also to think differently or even think more about how we look at so-called consequence, right? And so, are we being affirming with our consequence? How punitive is our consequence, right? For that behavior. And so thinking differently about that, and also having a strategy where not only is it Mr. Gabe doing it, but so you don't want to create a good cop, bad cop. So having a consistency along the staff, where we understand a continuum of care, that can allow us to hopefully get to, more productive values from the young people.
So we're at time. So, and of course, answering the question of what is the role of the color line in 2022 across institutions is easy for these two, so go for it. Come on,
I just, real quick, we live in a society where black boys are treated as male adults, and black adults are treated as animals. And so, black boys never get to be children, right? And that plays out in the K-12 apparatus.
I was going to say as well, I think Hooks is very attentive throughout all of this work to the interpersonal and to the internal and to the self, but also, for her, that famous, comma, imperialism and heteropatriarchal capitalism, that has to be abolished. And I don't think there's I think that the complicated part is where, we get stuck with what comes first, right? We have to both be changing the external world and ourselves in a dynamic process. And I think that's like trying to walk with both feet at once, right, in the air. Sometimes, that's not easy. So I think, those institutions and those geographic and spatial dynamics are very much tied to the promotion of toxicity.
I want to thank everyone on this panel for sharing themselves. I want to thank y'all for being a great audience. And so can we get a round of applause for these? Take some time to love up on each other in this room. I see some of the most amazing people I've ever met in life in the same space. And if you're online, take a bio break. We'll see y'all for All About Love in a couple minutes.
Step 1 foot up, left foot up over here, right foot down. Yep. Just 1 foot up. 1 foot up. Not gonna have y'all quite as slight. Y'all good.
This thing, you wanna work for me real quick?
If it doesn't, then I'll just go without. Alright, we're going without. All right, I need one smile on the back. All right, thank you. Appreciate it.
Hey, man. Wonderful stuff, man.
I just wanted to introduce myself. I'm a documentary filmmaker, and I have a documentary that's out on Hulu right now. It's called Look at Me, Every Symposium. So I don't know if y'all know about him, but he was canceled all of that. So I looked at the mental health and how the intergenerational effects affected him, how the fame affected those dynamics. So I just want to try to make y'all aware because I'm respecting everything y'all saying. It was so healing and so profound, and the film is spectacular.
I've heard really good things about it.
Okay, good. Okay, awesome. Yeah, check it out.
I try to resist myself. We're going to follow each other on social media. What should we do?
Yeah, but
That's what we do in person also. I did his sister. See you, sir. Good minute, man. This is Mark
Dr. Dance, I want to introduce myself. I'm actually Renee.
Yes.
Mentee.
She texted me. They told me you were going to be here.
Yeah.
Thank you for coming.
Yeah, thanks for speaking. I've been here for, I saw the previous panel. That was here too. And, I just got introduced to Renee, but it just feels like I know her for like so many years.
That's Renee.
Yeah.
Right. Never met a stranger in her life. And knows everybody. I've had the experience with her, and she always related to folks. I'm like, how you related to everybody?
I don't know. It seems like I know this person, I know this person.
She does.
Yes. So that's really cool. Now I understand that your work is like a lot about racism in institutions and schools.
Yes.
And I think that's interesting because I'm actually going into like West Philly, to like UPenn CSSP, like Better Center.
Okay.
So kind of like I'm preparing myself, not to be like a savior and like avoid that, but to like see it, be on the ground level, put myself in their shoes.
Yes.
So I'm curious to know, like, what's your experience been studying it? Like, what have you had to come to like forks in the road and like go one way or another?
Absolutely. I mean, there are always decisions you have to make when you decide to study, because you have to decide what you think about topics. Sometimes you get confused. But I love that I asked questions that I actually wanted to know. Like somebody I forgot who said that everything you decide to study is a reflection of who you are. And I try to lean into that. So I want to be able to explain my world, like how it is I'm experiencing what I'm experiencing. And then I read and I find out that other people experience the same thing too. And so that, because that has been the lens, like the way that I've started asking questions, reading and thinking, it's been rewarding because it has helped me to make meaning of my life and helped me to make meaning of some other life. Oh, my bad.
Sorry about that.
Oh, wow.
There's a lot of things still going on. Just got a call about it.
Well, still true, so they can know too.
I mean, that's really cool. I think something that they mentioned earlier is like the use of memoir that's not memoir. Memoirs and like just understanding what you think about it, your feelings about it, and like actually grappling with that. That's cool. And also, as you mentioned, like the stances, where you have to stand. I'm like, how do you go to the book? I'm gonna learn about it. I feel like if you stand on one side, you have to learn about the other side. You can't really go to it. Like only after you really learn all angles. I say here, or in the middle, I'm different.
That's it. Well, I'm glad you're reading it. She writes great books. So have you read like the book we talked about, The Will to Change or We Will Read? Please, read them together. In fact, when they come back with information, you read them yourself. I love to stay in touch. Take a look, because I think it's going to pull you right in. I would love that. Why don't you, since you have your phone, why don't you take my number, send me a text. So it's 225-328-3568.
you for coming. I appreciate it. I know. I'm sure of that. So I'd be surprised. But you know, I go to see for urban education. So yeah, I would love to online. It would just, is it my name? Like I would just Google it. My name is, nobody has it. So Elon Dancy. E-L-O-N, and then my last name, D-A-N-C-Y. You just Google that. That's the first thing that'll come up. Like my job, the Center for Urban Education. And so we're going, and you know, I've been in the role for 4 years, and I've been wanting to develop kind of more boyhood, masculine, and manhood, masculinity focused initiatives and programs. So if that is useful for you, useful for teachers, or you know whoever, we will continue to do this and continue to work through these conversations. And what I was also going to share with you is I also wonder like for the youth that you work with. What they're reading that actually pushes kind of more critical relationships and whatever is appropriate for you.
I just want to tell you, all of your remarks spoke to me. You are such a gentleman and thoughtful. I love the fact that people don't just jump up and answer questions, but to actually consider them. And so thank you for that. I just wanted to shake your hand, but because I'm just ready to go even back, I'm going to just do this. My name is What are you guys? It could have been a hello to me. Are you teaching right now? Yeah, I'm giving
No, the eye contact picked it up. It wasn't like.
How are they pushing back? What are they doing to me? What's going to Oh, that's right. You're done now. We're going to have another pass. Okay. I'm going to go feed him after. Thank you so much. I just want to tell you how much I appreciate it.
He collects lights. I was a part of that HR conversation. Chris, you're a bonus. So I knew I was getting used to God. I didn't know I was going to be president.
We didn't know each other for like 3 years.
God support.
I was the one who sent your flyers to. Yeah. Anissa said she wants to do the first question for the Q&A from the lecture. So I'm going to just pop over and read the question. No, I'm saying like when we live stream this one. Yeah. All right.
Hello, can everybody hear me? Just wanted to make a quick announcement. We're going to start the next panel, All About Love, in about 10 minutes. Y'all are already seated, which is dope. But, so within 10 minutes, we'll get started. So thank you. Hope you were able to get some books. Hope you're able to get a breath of fresh air. But we'll get started real soon. Thank you.
impressive, man. It's distinguished. I like it.
It's a great thing. What you got is I'll talk to you.
Thank you.
I got one chair, too many at first.
No, you're good.
All right, I'm Destiny, and I'm going to be moderating this panel. So this panel is titled All About Love. So I'm going to introduce everybody all at one time, and I'm just going to ask the broader question that we talked about, just in terms of like defining love and what this text has meant to you. So the first person is Feminista Jones, who is a writer and retired social worker, and she's also the author of the book Reclaiming Our Space: How Black Feminists Are Changing the World from the Tweets to the Streets. And she's also co-hosting the podcast Black Girl Missing. Next is Dr. Yaba Blay, a scholar, activist, and cultural consultant who centers Black women and girls, and in particular, beauty politics and colorism in her scholarship and in her digital community building practices. She's the author of the book One Drop: Shifting the Lens on Race. Dr. Doobie Lewis McCoy, also known as Doobie, is an associate professor at NYU in the Sociology of Education program. His scholarship and activism centers issues of race, education, and opportunity, and he's the author of the book Inequality in the Promised Land. So my first question for y'all is based off of the beginning of All About Love, but it's going to be pretty easy to engage even if you haven't necessarily read the text, because the conversation is not just going to be about the book, it's also going to be about how we engage love and how the book's scholarship and practices as Black feminists have taught us about love, both politically and personally. So the first thing that Bell Hooks does is, and I want to start here because she starts with defining and then also sort of defends her choice to define. She's like, I know that definitions are seen as limiting and that we really try not to put a definition on anything that means too much to us. So we've decided that love isn't something that we should define. We've decided that love is something that should be too elusive to define. It should be too sacred to define. She's like, actually, in her view, definitions are where imagination begins. So her understanding of love begins with respect, care, affection, knowledge, and integrity. So my question to start y'all off is, well, one, has defining love been necessary to you personally and politically? And if so, how do you define love? Do you find it a useful exercise to define love?
That's all you said.
Okay. Is it on? Yes, okay, good afternoon. All right, so I want to say, first of all, when Mark asked me to be on this panel, my first question was, why is Mark asking me to be on the panel about love? It didn't jump out to me immediately, but as I connect the dots with love and who Bell Hooks is and who Bell Hooks is and has been to me, I recognize that it's very much in line with what she is pushing us to do, is to become less committed to that automatic assumption that love is romantic, right? And so I'm being asked to be on this panel because if anybody knows me, you know that I love Black people. Period, right? The thing that Bell Hooks also does is that she's asking us to move less from love as a noun to love as a verb, right? So it's interesting in that question, And in her statement, this notion that we should be defining love, I'm actually going to push back, and I'm doing so in respect, because I think the thing for me with anybody, but especially for Bell Hooks, is that she taught me how to be critical in my thinking and to push back, right? And so it's not that she gave me answers as much as she taught me how to ask questions. And so even with her, for as much of a high regard as I hold her, and I'm going to push back, right? And this resistance that I have to defining love is not because it's so whatever, right? That we can't define it, but I feel like it's just opening up another, we can go down a rabbit hole. So what are the words she used to define it? Respect, integrity, affection.
Knowledge and care.
We're gonna define all those words in order to get to a definition of love, right? And then are we now gonna have to fight about what that word means, right? Because she's saying, let's move away from love the noun and love the verb. And so if you ask me, okay, y'all, you love black people, like define that. I don't look at my work. Look at what I do on a day-to-day basis, right? So that if you tell me that you love me, it's less about hearing the word, it feels good to hear the words. I want to look at the track record. I want to see what it is that you've done, right? And so how do the actions align with the words, if that makes sense? So I'm pushing back in terms of the defining of love, and I'm hoping we can engage in the practice of love, if that makes sense.
Thank you for that. Yeah, I will, so I'm going to push back in a slightly different way. So in full transparency and honesty, when this book first came out, I put it down after reading the first 2 chapters. Right? And I think Bell Hooks, as she does in all of her work, is very provocative and intentional. And she lays out in the beginning of the book, she's like, most folks talk about love, have written whole volumes, and no one defines it, right? And I was like, all right, let me see what Bell about to do. And then I heard the definition that she derived from Peck's work, and I was like, I don't like that. I was like, it's not enough, right? And in my arrogance, at that point, I was like, I'll read a book about love that has a definition I agree with. Right? And that was my own lack of humility. Right? When I came back to the book a couple years later and I said, all right, I'm an academic, so by definition, I'm trained to disagree with stuff. Right? You know, you go through this rugged passage as a graduate student, and they're like, look, you're going to be trained to be an academic, which really just means I'm going to be trained to pick everything apart. Right? Which is not the same as the ability to build something. And I think Bell Hooks as a writer was always committed to building something. And she laid out a definition that challenged me, that includes these components that Destiny is talking about. But she also said that a central component of love is an act, but it's about the commitment to others, your and others' spiritual growth. And I had to start to wrestle with that more realistically, and what does that look like in the global sense, right? What does love look like in movement work? What does it mean? So I know unequivocally Yaba loves black people because on any given day, whether it's a text, whether it's a meme, whether it's the way that Yaba moves in spaces, I see it flowing. And I was like, well, does it fit there, right? I also had to look individually and I had to say, well, when I think about my own self-love, is it actually based on a connection to understand who I am and trying to honor where I am and grow to something different? Sometimes. Sometimes it was also just based on very basic achievements, right? And that's how I also realized that there were some gaps, right? I think her writing about love and being bold enough to lay something down gives us a lot to wrestle with. Because many of us say, like, you know it when you see it. And that's a very dangerous thing. Because sometimes you see something that looks like love, but it's coupled with other things. It's coupled with manipulation, with power, with abuse. It's coupled with things that are shiny, attractive, sexy, right? And then you realize that at the core, there wasn't necessarily a component of growth. There wasn't a connection to what Bell regards not as a religious matter, but like a literal spiritual matter of our soul, of our personhood, of our connection. And so in my coming back to the book and coming back to the book again, I actually think that, like most of Bell Hooks' work, she is challenging us, and me in particular, to have a model of love that's robust enough and hear me out, pure enough, right? Because one of the things we'll probably talk about is that she says, like, love and abuse in any form cannot exist together, right? She talks about how she looked back at her life and she was like, I realized looking at my childhood, I didn't experience love. I was like, well, what does that mean if you are in a household or multiple generations where there hasn't been love? And so I've been trying to wrestle with what does it mean as a father, as a husband, as a brother, as a son, as a teacher? What does it mean to create a space where love is at the center and it's robust and it's not perfect, but people can always say, wherever Jimmy is, he's trying to grow himself and others. So in that way, I think Bell Hooks' definition is really strong, but it wasn't strong for me when I arrived at it because I was looking for something that I agreed with, and I was looking for something that would travel anywhere in a way that I understood.
I gotta go after that. Y'all smart. Okay, so I got this book from her 20 years ago. No, 22 years ago. And I will always contextualize this book with this woman that I was having dinner with who was so soft-spoken and quiet and kind of in this place in her life where she's like, you know what, I just want to chill on my porch. And I loved that, but that was very different from the Bell Hooks that I had been studying, this like radical feminist who was telling white people to kiss their ass and telling men to suck it up and all that stuff. And I was like, so now she's kind of going a little soft, but not that soft was bad necessarily, but I was like, she's pivoting here. And I was like, okay, I want to see where she's going to go with this, like what this next stage in her life is going to be. So she's going to talk to us about love, and that's great. I also push back, and I push back because I'm not sure we should ever try to define love. First of all, using the word love is colonial, right? Because if you go to the Shaikan or the original language, the Meta Nature, the word is mer. And then when you look at the definition or the understanding of mer, it's way beyond anything that we've allowed ourselves to understand about love. And then you think, is a more better than love better than a more? Like, where do we come up with this language? And when you're a writer, and when you're somebody who is trying to capture ideas, you already understand that you're limiting the idea just by putting it into words. So when we think about love, I want us to think more about it and write more about it, because then when you are a powerful person and you put your pen to the page and you make these statements about love, people don't listen and follow. But are we listening and following to our hearts and our spirits, or this authority that we respect and what they're telling us and how they're telling us to think about love? So yes, all those things are part of love and all those things are there, but we tend to lean towards prioritizing romantic love, which I find completely problematic. I feel the priority is always self-love, and I don't think that most of us know how to love ourselves. I think that centuries, millennia even, of destruction of our psyche has pushed us away from even connecting with the strongest ability to love ourselves. And I think sometimes what we do in the performance of love of ourselves sometimes relies on capitalist notions of what that's supposed to look like. And I talk about self-care a lot as a retired social worker, and how the commodification of self-care and the capitalization of self-care, and it's just like, what are we doing? What are we doing? I'm okay with existing in the space of I don't know, and most of us are not. And it took me a while to get there. We don't live in a society that allows you to say, I don't know. You have to label, you have to box, you have to understand, you have to fit things into their places, because that's the only way that things make sense. But why aren't we comfortable with things just not making sense? And can we exist in a space where love don't necessarily make sense, it just is? I'm not sure that we can, because that requires even more communication with others. And how do I meet you in this space where we share the same ideas about this thing called love, and we can be in it together? I'm one of those people, I don't believe you can fall in love with someone who's not in there with you, right? I'm in love with this person. Well, if love is a ball and you're the only one in it, how is that happening? I think about those kinds of things. I think about disrupting everything we've ever been taught about our feelings, because especially as African people, our feelings have been something that has been extracted from us and denied us, and our emotional expression, our ability to emote has been regulated for centuries. How do we know that when we say, I love you, that we actually mean it?
or that we're sharing something and performing something that has been forced onto us. And I'm okay in sitting in the space of saying, I don't know, but what I do know is this. I got a friend that I've been loving for 30 years. And in that 30 years, I've had 4 relationships that ain't work. So tell me something about the love that lasts and the love that's cared for. And I don't talk to none of my family. So there's something there that we have to kind of think differently about how we experience and how we conceive and how we think of it. But I think when we get too stuck in trying to define and understand, I think part of why we do that is so that we can meet someone else who has those same definitions, so that we're not alone in this space. We don't want to be alone. Human nature, we don't want to be alone. But what do we do to fabricate to make sure that we have those connections? I question that all the time. So that's the space that I'm in of that. I'm grown, I'm at 43 years old, I've grown incredibly comfortable with, I don't know the answer to this. And I'm gonna wake up tomorrow and still live, and if I try to figure it out, cool. If I ever get an answer that makes sense for me, cool, but if not, I'm okay with that. And that is a tough, jarring, confusing, disruptive place to be, because we are not allowed to live lives that make room for I don't know.
So before we move on, because I know you have questions for us, my head is spinning and I want to make sure I don't forget the thoughts that I have as both of you speak. And so again, as we are talking about love and the struggle to define it and whether or not we should define it, Dewey, when you were speaking, the thing that I was thinking of and feeling through, right? This thing about love and what was the language you used, the definition, committed to?
Spiritual growth.
Okay.
I can get you pulled if you need, but it's in that little ballpark.
Let's go. So I just got back from Ghana, and I'm first generation born here. I know your people are Haitian. So when we're using this language of love, and again, we're not going to be stuck on romantic love. My father and mother have never said, I love you. It doesn't mean they don't love me, right? So how is it, I think the thing, and mainly I'm coming here because as you were speaking feminism, I think the thing that love can be dangerous as a concept for people who have been colonized and oppressed, because so many of the markers of the things that are aspirational have been given to us by people who don't mean us no good, right? And so that if they are sitting in the space of love is this shiny thing that we have, and we have princesses and knights who come and capture them, and there's love, there's all these ways to love, and parents who buy you Mercedes for your sweet 16, and this is love to send you to an Ivy League college, and then here we are. What's love, right? So it almost makes me feel like this definition of love has been rejected to us in such a way that it eludes us. And it keeps us caught up, and it keeps us thinking that we don't have it, and it keeps us thinking that we don't deserve it, or that we're incapable of receiving it, and that's what I'm pushing back against, right? And so as I'm in Ghana and I'm watching little kids cooking sardines on a hot coal fire at 3 years old, my American self will be like, oh my God, where's her mother? Right? Or the idea that every child doesn't go to school, maybe you have to work, or the idea that a man can have 4 wives and 16 children, like all these things that don't look like how it looked like here. And if I bring myself raised here and there to question, I'm losing something, right? I'm not able to see the meaning. And so I think about those of us who represent the other kinds of blackness, diaspora blackness. What does love look like? And that includes American blackness, right? For all of us, like what is that love? Like I guess I'm just I want to make sure that we are not setting ourselves up to be deficient. On the last panel, Mark talked about love languages. I'm wondering what's Black love language? Right? I'm praying for you. Might not ever say I love you, but I'll pray for you. You put my name in your mouth as you pray, you love me. Right? So how do we recognize give me an extra piece of gold in my upper stew, mommy. You love me. I got an extra piece of golden easy to come by. And you give me an extra piece, you love me. So like, I think I was asking you a question, but I'm talking. But what I'm saying is, I'm tapping into Dumi or Luro of Haitian descent, right? I'm thinking of us culturally as well. You feel me?
I like that, and I'm gonna push it a little bit different way, right? So I think you're absolutely right. We can look at the evidence of what we do. We can look at the provision. We can look at the ways that we feel wholeness, right? I'm also saying, I love for your mama to give you the extra goat, and I would love for her to say, I love you. There is something that comes from declaration that is a calling. And I think when, particularly as African people, when we call and name a thing, right, that literal active no means something. I am blessed with two wonderful children, 7 and 5. And we have this little game, right? And I say to my kids, psst, psst. And I go, I have a secret. And at this point, they both walk up to me and they go, you're gonna say you love me. Oh, you're right. But I want them to know that if there's one thing they hear, if there's one thing they see and feel all the time is, my daddy loves me. It's not just the language, right? Because also be clear, right? And going back to the notion of romantic love, I have been in the place, right, when I used to date folks, and then it was like, well, who's gonna say I love you first? Anyone ever had that conversation? Right? It's silly, right? Stay tuned. Like, stay tuned. Right? It's silly. It's silly. But it's also manipulative. Right? Like I can say, like, I was socialized as a man not to say I love you first. And I'm gonna be really honest, the first times I heard I love you from someone I was dating, I didn't say it back. Intentionally. And I'm gonna tell you why, right? Because it was naming that kind of love that represented a submission of heart that I wasn't ready to do. Now I think one should be able to do that. I actually think much more like what you're saying, Feminista, you gotta learn how to submit your heart in the open early on. But I was told, protect yourself. Guard yourself. Be sure, are you sure that's what you mean? Is what people used to say to me. And I took that in, and I was using that to navigate the literal use of the word love. Right? And in that romantic sense, which was really a manipulative sense, I was not only degrading what love meant, it was a power love. Right? And so now I'm at a place where I want everybody I come in contact with for them to literally hear, I love you. Right? I love Yaba, right? But I think about the acts of love. When my mother began, and she's an ancestor now, when she began her chemotherapy, right? She had a head full of locks. And she came to me and said, I don't know what she called me Dewey. She was like, Rod, LaRue, I need something for my head. I was like, well, I don't know what to do. And I said, who would be able to find the most beautiful wig possible? Let me be clear. Now, Yaba loves everything black. And I said, yo, I've seen Yaba in like the super Walmart of wigs. And I sent Yaba a text and I was like, yo, Yaba, now let me be really clear. Do not have my mama out here looking crazy. But I need you to find some wigs that would complement what she desires. And you know what? That act of her saying, and I think you were in North Carolina at the time, she was like, say no more, I got you. And here go y'all sending me pictures of wigs on like, your mama like this, your mama like this, your mama like this. And I want y'all to know that act, I appreciate it, but like, woo, I love you for doing that. I think it's important that I say that thing too, because I know you feel it. I know you know that, oh, they will do me, like, he feels good about me. But I want you to know, and I want it to be so commonplace that it's not a weighty thing that we try to manipulate. It's a part of our essence that we try to affirm and develop and grow. Right? So I hear you.
I really appreciate you bringing up Nomo and the importance of naming. For those when you're saying that it's important for people to say, I love you. Again, I'm going to go back to the language and what that means. But I'm also going to go to the place of, think of people's experiences and what's been attached when someone has said, I love you. Did that come with a slap? Did that come with a deprivation of food? Did that come with these heavy, heavy things, these hard things? And as Hook says, it should not be associated with abuse, and it can't exist together, but they have existed together for many people, and we have to kind of acknowledge that. And someone may repel, you know, this idea, they may rebel against this idea of a person saying, I love you, because all they've ever known about I love you has been pain, but when somebody puts the extra goat in their soup, that's it for them, that's all they need. And so the words can be transformative, but not always in the positive way, right? And it can be harmful. And I think that we have to leave room, again, so here I am in this space of, let's leave room for all of that to be true. And we have to allow individuals to feel and process and connect in the ways that make sense for them. I think we still try to fit the people we care about into a comfortable space for us to share love and show love and things like that. We want to make sure that they fit, so that when I go and do this thing, you recognize it as love and you appreciate it as love. And I don't feel exploited, I don't feel taken advantage of. So we still feel the need to curate love in a way that makes sense, so I can go and pick out the people that I'm gonna bring into this, because they have to fit this. Instead of being, it's the fear part, right? Because we don't fear love, we feel loss of love. We feel experiencing love and then losing it, right? So we don't necessarily fear love itself. And we exist in this space of, I want to name this thing, I want to tell you that I feel this thing for you, but if I tell you, what's your reaction going to be? Are you going to reject it? Are you going to receive it? Are you going to reciprocate it? Are you going to deny it? Are you going to make fun of me? Are you going to affirm me? Are you going to do these things? And we exist in that space of fear because the last thing we want is to take this thing that we've worked so hard to curate and share it with someone and they reject it. And I'm going beyond romantic. This is all love. And so I think, again, that's why I'm okay being in this space of I don't know, but here's what I got. And here's how I show up today. And I'm showing up this way today, and if this resonates with you, and if you connect with it on this day, then let's be in this love right now. Because it's possible tomorrow I'm gonna wake up, and I'm not able to show up in that space. And that's gotta be okay too, right? So I'm still, and I'm polyamorous, so like I have a very different perspective when it comes to the romantic parts of things, and I'm also like a bit of an anarchist when it comes to how we define relationships and things like that. When people say friend, I'm like, what do you mean? When you say romantic partner, what do you mean? Family, what do you mean? We don't even agree on those things. So, you know, I think what Belle was trying to do was try to get us into a place where we can have conversations with common terms and be in the same language, but I'm not so sure that's absolutely necessary for us. That's what I'm saying.
I think based off that, I'm thinking about how one of my favorite things about Hooks' work, not just in All About Love, but across text is, so I think in All About Love, one of the things that she's saying is that like women are socialized to think about love differently, of course, than men are in this, I guess if we're thinking in this sort of like strict, sort of like binary way. And she's also saying that like people kind of dismiss women's interest in love as frivolous, like they dismiss women's interest in pretty much anything. And so I think more recently I've been attentive to the ways that people sort of, I guess, and maybe they call it feminism, adopt basically a way of behaving as though they were socialized like a man to think of love, or thinking of love in a way that is not necessarily the way women are socialized to think of love. So sort of being less forthcoming, being less giving as something that is progressive. And I think that's one of the things that Bell Hooks seem to, in like the last several years, be warning against. Like it's not necessarily and I'm thinking about what are some of the merits for y'all of the ways that women, girls, femmes are socialized to express love, because we're taught to not to express love, basically, and that it's like stronger or more feminine to not express love openly.
No, I'm sitting with this idea that women are socialized to not express love.
No.
Like, is that what you're saying? Okay.
It's feminist. Right?
Feminists. Are you saying that feminists are socialized not to express love?
Okay, yeah, I need clarity, but
No, I'm saying Bell Hooks is saying that women are socialized to express love.
So she's saying that women are socialized to express love.
Yeah,
But
to
you-
prioritize
I
love.
felt like you said something different about feminism.
There was something.
I feel like you said something
Were
different
you
about
saying that, so women are socialized to express love, but however, somehow in this moment, the performance of feminism seems to be emulating something else, or the opposite? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, but I don't necessarily think that's feminism. I just think sometimes people call it
Oh, to be a black feminist. No, I know. No, yeah. Okay. I hear you. No, I hear you. And then whenever people like talk about feminism and feminists and stuff, and this is not about you, Margaret, I'm just saying in general, I kind of remind myself people don't really know what they're talking about. So, they just don't. Like, there's like 5 people in this room that know what they're talking about when it comes to that. Because you're not supposed to. You're supposed to believe whatever what's the word? The propaganda about feminism is. You're supposed to believe that. Like, feminism was created by the CIA to destroy the black family. Child, listen. Anna Julia Cooper's like, whatever. So I think that there is, and then this comes up in Belle's later work, especially like when I was thinking about the conversation she had with Laverne Cox about the performance of femininity. And that was, for a lot of people, a volatile conversation or whatever, but it is extremely nuanced, because I think that what Belle was trying to get us to think about is, why does a woman's identity have to be so locked into this performance of femininity, which could also include this performance of love and these kinds of things. And what people were really reading it as, she's anti-trans and she's this and so, and that could also be true. I don't know what's going on in her mind. I can't speak for her. But what I do know is that there is definitely a worthwhile critique, and a feminist critique, and a black feminist critique on what the performance of femininity is, if we fundamentally understand that femininity has been shaped by colonialism, right? And white supremacy and Eurocentricity and these ideas of what it means to be feminine. We know when we see how people talk about Serena Williams. We know when we talk, we get into the colorism discussions. We know when we get into the height, I'm 6 feet tall. Like, we get into all these things, the performance, the hair, all of that stuff, we know as the performance of femininity. And we know that so many of us have been susceptible to a particular idea of it. The same happens with love, right? And that's what I'm trying to say, is that we have been given these ideas about how we're supposed to exist and perform and connect with these larger ideas, but where are these ideas coming from? And until we begin to reject all of that stuff that has been forced on us, I'm not sure we can get to this true space of African love that we once knew, but can we reclaim that? Because how many of us are willing to let it go? Let's think about the religiosity here, right? My sister said right here, she said, if somebody prays for you, that's a sign of love. I don't receive that, because I don't believe in that, right? But that doesn't mean that I don't understand that a person who may be praying for me may be doing it with the intentions of love, but to me, that's not how you show me love, right? Because I know that's not what I'm a part of.
Okay, so let's stop there.
Here.
Does that matter? So is that your problem or mine?
I think about this problem.
Okay, so let's not even call it a problem. If I say I'm praying for you and that's my expression of love for you and you don't receive it, then what?
No, I'm saying that I
won't recognize that immediately. Like, if you say I pray for you, without the caveat, it's because I love you. If you just say I'm gonna pray for you, and that's your expression of love, I may not receive that as an expression of love. Because I'm not reading the act of prayer as a loving act. That's all I'm saying. However, I can also recognize that when someone says that, that may be what they mean. Doesn't mean it necessarily resonates with me. Again, we can have, that's what I think we are constantly trying to do, is find where we match with other people and how that goes along. What I'm saying from what they put on a lot of, sometimes they put on feminists is that we hate men, we reject men, we reject all this other stuff, and I'm like, that's not true. And I mean, for some it is, and that's fine if it is. I'm not going to be mad at that. But I don't like when people assign certain qualities and traits to us. Trust me, I know like this thing that we talk about, I know what it means for me. I know what it's like to be completely enveloped in this thing that makes me feel really great, right? And that has come from friends, that has come from lovers, that has come from family, that has come from my child, it is whatever. But what I don't want to do is get caught up in trying to explain that love or perform that love in ways that make sense to everybody else. And I think sometimes that's what the demand is. In romantic relationships, it's being on the escalator. You gotta move in together, you wanna have kids, you're aiming for marriage, you're aiming for this, you're aiming for that. If I say I don't wanna be married, I don't wanna have kids, and I don't wanna live with you, I don't wanna spend my money with you, people will say, well, what's the point? They'll say, what's the point? I just listed 4 capitalist ideals for maintaining a society that produces laborers and keeps a capitalist society going, that our governments have decided this is how you should think of love. So when I reject all of that and somebody says, well, what do you want? I said, I want love. And people can't accept that, right? A love between a parent and a child, people say that's unconditional love. No such thing as unconditional love. I love my child because he is my son. That's the condition of the love I have for him. Because of this 6'3", 230-pound Ricky Ficky was walking down the street, and I didn't know him as my son, I'd keep walking. I might punch my bag because, you know, like I've been loved before. Maybe it's a traumatic response. I don't know. But there's no such thing as unconditional love. You think about your family, they say, you know, the blood is thicker than water, we never get the rest of the quotation, but family can be your first experiences with abuse. But because we're taught that we're supposed to love family, we start equating abuse with love, right? So again, I'm just saying, can we be in this space where I don't have to perform love the way you think it makes sense? And I say that, I echo that as a polyamorous person because, man, people don't understand how we can say, I love multiple people. You got 4 kids, you love all those. You got 4 siblings, you love all of those. You got 2 parents, you love them. 4 grandparents, you love all of them. But you're telling me I can't love more than 1 romantic partner. That sounds really religious to me. But I'm gonna leave that where that is. Right now, we're gonna pin in that. You do that. Yeah, I know, and it hasn't burnt down yet. I'm very happy.
I want to come back to this because I think you were asking us if we found any merit in the ways that women love.
Yes, I'm socialized to express it.
Yeah. You find any merit in the ways that women are socialized to express love?
I was having a learning moment because I was asking for Lisa. I was like, oh, there's a rest of the quote to let us into the water. So I didn't hear this conversation. And I was like, I didn't even know there was a rest of the quote. So, yeah, okay, all right. So that's, all right, the question is based on what Destiny said about how Hooks describes how women are socialized to express love. Do I find merits in it?
Oh, what merits?
Oh, what merits? Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry, my answer this time.
If, for the sake of not throwing everything away, right? If we assume that, in a very basic way, those who are socialized as women, those who are socialized as men, and women are socialized to share love and vulnerability, right? I think love and vulnerability should be shared by all human beings. I think we make it a, quote, female trait. I think every human has to be vulnerable. I think every human should be in the process in valuing exchange, not just materially, but emotionally, right? I think everyone should be in touch with, often we talk about this idea of being in touch with emotions as attributed to women and girls and femme folks, right? I think everybody needs to be in touch with emotion. I do fundamentally disagree that we should be socializing people so that it only happens for a certain set of folks. So I want boys, I want men, I want non-binary folks to be vulnerable, I want them to be emotional, I want them to not be centered around materiality. So I think those contents are absolutely valuable. The structures and transmission, though, are damaging. Because as we are saying to femmes, women, and girls, you are supposed to express love. We're also feeding them this narrative, particularly around romantic love, of finding the person who will be the fulfillment. I'm like, danger, Will Robinson, danger. That's a horrible idea. Because on the other side, we're also telling those folks, even people who identify as, I'm a good guy, I'm caring, that you are supposed to save, repair, and make whole a thing that I don't necessarily agree has to be, right? As part of the assumption around our socialization of boys and girls, men and women in a binary, is an assumption of heterosexuality, there's an assumption of the function and form of family. I think those are like, this is pretty dangerous. Because I want people to love, I want people to learn how to love, I want people to learn how to express themselves, I want them to learn how to be in relationship, regardless of the categories you identify or don't identify with. Because emotional capacity and intelligence and wholeness are everyone's birthright. No, human relationship. I mean, like when you relate to a person, the ability to hear what you're saying and I'm saying, and like bring that to the table immediately. And I do think in particular, we socialize men and boys to think of emotionality differently between romantic love, romantic relationships, and all relationships. Right? Men have friends. Their ability to express what that friendship looks like, and so there's a thing you said earlier, right? So you're like, I know what love is, and I know, and I'm butchering it, so bear with me. You said, and I know that feeling when it makes me feel good, right? I need men to understand not feeling good is also love. And where we struggle sometimes is when I have a boy and we've been rolling for a long time and I see him do something wild and effed up and I go and I correct him like, yo, what are you doing? And he's like, yo, why are you checking me? I'm like, no, that's love right there. Me standing by and letting you do something that is messed up to another human being, not love. Your discomfort, your struggle, your anger, your frustration, now we're working in love. Because I need love to not just feel good, I need it to sometimes be like, God, like, did you really want to dump that on me? No, I'm not dumping on you. How can we work through this with you?
See, but that feels good to me, to have that tension. Because that means that this person cares enough about me.
Oh, sorry.
I'm sorry, no, so I don't necessarily see that as bad. And so when I say it makes me feel good, to me, that kind of tension feels good because it lets me know this person cares enough about me that they want me to be better. So they're pulling me into this space. So I still don't feel bad.
And I agree with that. I will also say, even in moments when I understand the goal of a thing, I can also not feel good, right? And when people call anyone to account, I think usually when you have a behavior that you're not fully aware of, or maybe you reckon with, and someone calls you to the table, you're like, ooh, right? That moment, that's love too. And it grows. I can see the overall arc, but I mean when it gets dark, right? In the previous panel, someone asked a question about a young man who's in school, who's experiencing something, and he gets frustrated when he is called to the table around what has happened. And he can understand that emotionality, but he hasn't developed the emotional capacity in those other ways, right? The ability to feel bad and also be like, yes, you feel bad and it's hard, but guess what? This is love too, right? And love is a range of feelings, but it's part of that arc. And that's why I'm like, I wrestle with it, but Hook's point about this growth, this commitment to growth with each other, it resonates more with me now than it did in 2004, than it did on down.
Just want to know that there's 2 Sagittarius in the Aries. We tend to appreciate.
I got you.
We're like, put it on the table. Cut you, but you need it to eat. It's fine.
Interesting, no cancer.
But as I'm sitting here listening to both of y'all, it's making me think again. I keep coming back to how are we thinking about love? How are we thinking about love? And as you were speaking to me, I'm thinking about Hooks' reflections on love being a commitment, and you said to spiritual growth. I'm remembering just the notion of commitment, right? This notion of like being committed to someone's, you say growth, being committed committed to caring for someone. And I'm thinking of that because as you speak about these things that don't feel good, oftentimes we're socialized, and I'm thinking about the part about how women are socialized, right? Oftentimes we're socialized that when it don't feel good, it's time to go. Right? Commitment says it don't feel good. What's going to come out on the other side? You might go, but sometimes we have to sit in that space of discomfort in order to grow, right? In order to heal, in order to change. And that sometimes we miss our blessing because we leave too soon. Or we have, and I don't know where I'm going with this, but I'm thinking of sister circles and group texts. And I'm thinking of the ways in which we might, girl, the ways in which we think we're encouraging our sister friends to move quickly away from a thing that we might see as unhealthy or abusive. I'm all over the place, but the thing that's making me think of is, anytime there's a thing, there's three sides to that story. Her side, their side, and the truth. And oftentimes as the observer, you're going to only support, only respond to the ways in which you tell the story. But I wasn't there. So I'm not able to recognize perhaps the ways in which you may have been toxic, the ways in which you weren't performing or being at your best self. So oftentimes I think this notion of commitment, thinking of friends. If I'm committed to my sister friend's growth, then it's not enough to be like, girl, leave him, he's trash. Not what did you do in a blaming way, but take me back there. Like, I want to know what you contributed to this conversation or to this argument or to this challenge. Does that make sense? In terms of wanting to support someone through that, but love being this commitment to someone's care. Again, how do we get on this, like you say, the language, how do we get on the same page about what love is? So that I can share my intent and you also receive it.
So, I love this idea of talking about commitment, because I feel differently. I feel like but it's okay, because that's how it's supposed to be. No. So what she's saying about like not having people kind of pull you out of whatever and be holding your ears and stuff, yeah, 100%. But I also, and this may be a poly perspective, I don't know. If it feels bad, it's not good to me, right? And so for me, I'm like, if I'm not happy, why am I here? And I think that in monogamy or monoamory, you're almost pushed to work through the bad things, the discomfort, the lack of pleasure. You're conditioned to work through that because this is supposed to be your person. Y'all supposed to work through to make it happen. And you can do that within a poly perspective, but there's also that perspective that's like, no, actually I'm not happy, so why am I still here? And but hold on, let me just get this out because this actually I just went through this. And it's one of what I said earlier about showing up every day. You make the choice to show up every day until you stop. Until it no longer feels good, no longer serves you, no longer what have you. And you may say, all right, we had an argument we had a little bickering about this, and we talked through that and what have you, and we worked through it, we came to better understanding, we did all that great stuff. But the last 3 times that I saw you, I felt anxiety, and like I had to walk on eggshells. That's not good for me. What's happening here? And I have the right to say, I don't want this anymore. Because I'm not tied to the idea that this has to be forever. This is a connection that we had in this time, whether it was 3 days, 3 months, 3 years. This is the time we spent together. And I'm comfortable transitioning out of this and into other things, and I may have had other simultaneous things going on. Same things with friends. You have friends that you could be with for 10 years, 15 years, and then that season ends. And it's okay for it to end. It's okay for you to put yourself in the spaces and the connections that don't feel that tension and that heaviness that is not making you work every time. If you choose to do this. Some people, again, I'm not getting on folks who are saying, what is that article that people were just talking about on Twitter, like marital hate and stuff like that? How do you hate somebody you with? That don't even make sense to me. Like, it just doesn't make sense to be in any kind of relationship with someone you say you hate. That is ridiculous to me. And yes, there are ebbs and flows in relationships and ups and downs, but we women especially have been socialized to endure the downs, to work it out, to accept that that's how, especially those who are involved with men, that's how men are. Or no, he's not going to show you that kind of love because that's not what men do. Or oh, you got to just deal with it. All men lie, all men cheat, they all do that. You just got to deal with that. Or oh, he's not going to be emotionally expressive. Or oh, he's whatever. We especially women and in that space have been told you're supposed to deal with this. Why? Because your value, your capitalist value as a woman is tied to the man in your life, even if you're gay. Even when you are a lesbian and you don't even date men, they're going to find the next proximate man to you and define your worth by him. Define your value by him. Your contribution to this world by him. And therefore, we have been taught and we have internalized on some level that we got to be the ones to make it work. We buy into that idea that we got to perform the emotional labor to keep us all together. I tell men from the very first day I had performing, no, emotional labor for you is $150 an hour if you want it. Because I am a trained professional. I'm going to show up and love you as I can and be who I am, but I'm not carrying this for you. And that's hard for so many. But not just men, I tell that to people. I'm not carrying this for you because as a woman, I'm supposed to. And now, what about me, bro? And I think that when you talk about the merit of the performance of love and things like that, look at the abuse rates. Look at how when divorce stopped being taboo, how it shot through the roof because women could file to leave. Look at how many women endured the side families and the side babies. And they go to funerals and somebody shows up. And they had to deal with that in silence. Look at all the women now who are kind of reverting back to this, I want a soft life, I want to be taken care of, I don't want to have to work, I don't want to have to be strong, I don't want to have to do all these things. And I'm like, sis, that's great, but they did this 60 years ago. Ask your grandmother about it. I'm just trying to get us to recognize that this idea of so-called love that we have been taught for hundreds of years or however long, like you said earlier, that may not be what we're supposed to be doing. And women, unfortunately, bear the brunt of performing that. Nia Long just got cheated on. People said, what's wrong with her? What did she do? Something must be wrong with her. Halle Berry got cheated on. She's so fine, something must be wrong with her. We still blame women for when love falls apart, families fall apart. Why?
To clarify, what I want to make sure you're hearing is not encouraging us to stay when it doesn't feel good, but to sit in that for a moment to check oneself. I've been in a lot of conversations with sisters specifically, also with brothers. The complaints or the thing that doesn't feel good is really based upon a farce and a fairy tale. So because he's not paying all the bills, because he doesn't do X, Y, and Z, or make this much money, or take you to these places, that don't feel good. That's a reason to not be committed to that person, right? And so this question of supporting a friend in and through a situation, I'm saying if I'm committed to her elevation and to her growth, I'm the friend that's gonna say, you bugging. Right? You might need to check your expectations, because here you are, you have the brother in your face, but you're so busy looking for this other shiny thing that someone else has told you is the prize. And you see what I'm saying?
No, I got that, and I'm sorry, I went off a little bit. I wasn't trying to say that you was telling people to stay in abusive relationships.
No. I just want to make
Sister was not saying that.
I want to make sure he's on, he's clear.
About, I guess, expressions of love, both within like romantic partnerships and outside of romantic partnerships. I guess I want to think more about like what like Black feminist love languages look like. So the first thing that I think of when I think about Black feminism, like as an intellectual tradition, is sort of disengaging from an understanding of, with an understanding of family as tied to cis-heteropatriarchy and white supremacy. And so when I think about that, I'm thinking about kinship, and so how Black people love people who are obviously not just necessarily in like their patriarchal family unit. And I'm thinking about for y'all, what does a Black feminist love ethic look like in practice? Is Black feminist love a thing?
Thanks, y'all. Thanks for taking that mic, y'all. I think Black feminist love is a number of things, not a solo thing, right? So, one thing I will say is I will suggest that oftentimes the way that feminism or any ideology plays out is whenever you exist under a system that doesn't allow for complete exiting, be it patriarchy, be it capitalism, you figure out how to operate at your best version of that ideology within. So, what that looks like is one may not be able to completely disconnect from a set of relationships that aren't as you desire, right? So let me suggest that if you are in a family and you're under 18 and there are some things happening in your house that you can't control, right? Feminist love looks like having community and connection outside of home. I think about explicitly how Bell Hooks was talking about her own upbringing, right? What she saw from her parents, the abuse, right? Feminist love looks like having a grandparent, a cousin, an aunt being enveloped in those spaces. When people have the opportunity to love, to lead, wonderful. But everybody don't have those opportunities. So sometimes I think we can idealize what the praxis of ideology looks like in ideal conditions, right? And that's why many of us have gripes with people who identify themselves as Marxist-Leninists instead of like, the condition may not work. However, what do you create amidst the system you're in? So having a set of relationships that are arguably, you get determined, I think they should, have equal value to those that you were born into. Build family, build community of your choosing that can support you in full ways. That is feminist love to me, right? Feminist love to me does not deny the prospect or possibility of romantic attraction and love, but it redefines it to make sure that it's not centered on power over and manipulation. It is a cohabitation, a co-sharing, a co-creation, and revision. But some folks will be like, well, I don't want it to this particular way. Wonderful. I think what I understand feminist ideology to be is, at its core, anti-exploitation, anti-hierarchy, and centering the experiences of wholeness of people, right? And so if you can do that in your form while challenging the structures around, that's feminist love to me. But it's not going to be in it, like, you don't have to wait for utopia to see it. I see it in the folks that I'm in community with, right? I look at friends who have chronic illness, and as we share the responsibility of visiting the hospital or battling healthcare institutions, feminist love. I see it in the care of elders, right? Feminist love. But I don't necessarily think that it is a single thing that is achieved. It is an active praxis that we negotiate.
Thank you for saying that. As you were talking, I was stuck when you said community, and made me immediately think of my own life, COVID, right? 2019, I left an academic position and was without employment for 6 months, 7 months, 8 months, COVID. Clearly there's a question of what we're gonna do now. Right? Savings is only going to last but so long. And what I know to be true is that my community, and this is important for me to work out in real time, but also to know that naming piece is important, because what I thought community was prior to COVID was a physical thing, was a space I could go to. I was dismissing social media as the place that I play. And what I know to be true is come COVID, and I'm not saying I built like it was my labor as much as I was surrounded by people who chose to support me without me having to ask, right? That kind of love, that was something I had never experienced before, and I've been in many a beautiful community. But the idea that people can, without you asking, say, I got you, sis, how do you know I'm your sis? Like, I didn't have to prove to you that I was your sis. I didn't have to do X, Y, and Z. Like community just wrapped me and continues to wrap me, right? And so this notion of community, you said build community, but I also want to say be community. Be community to other people. Jimmy, I didn't even, let me tell you how the mind works and how the spirit works and how the heart works. I don't know why I did not remember that story, Jimmy. I didn't remember that, Jimmy. Because that was probably just y'all being young.
Yeah, it was. It was, literally.
When I moved to North Carolina and I found Beauty World. Professional Black Girl was inspired by Beauty World. We filmed in Beauty World. I had pictures of all my homegirls coming to visit me in Durham and us pointing wings in Beauty World. That probably happened because I was going to Beauty World anyway, right? But to know that you remember that and to tell me this, that took that, I wasn't ready for that. And I'm saying that to say that, and I don't know where this is going, but stay with me. Because I think in our social media experiences, there are a lot of us who are trying to be a social media figure. And that comes off, right? You know when someone is trying to be seen or trying to build a following and not just being who they are. I see those things as different. So when I say be community, you're not being in community or being someone to someone to be able to claim it. Is that making sense? Mm-hmm. Like, you're not doing it for the purpose to be able to say you did it.
That's right.
You're doing it because that's how you do it.
That's right.
Does that make sense? So to be in community, like, that's the kind of love we need, but that's also the kind of love we deserve. That's the love that we know. And I think COVID shifted things whereby that might have been the things that you did in your neighborhood or did with people who you might have come into community with, but like, social media has opened up our understanding of community. And I think that's good. I don't know where I'm going with that. That's just what the thought is right now.
No, it's a great setup because the community part is for me, when you talk about what is Black feminist love language, it is centering our community in liberation movements and work. And so we put our people first. That is first and foremost, okay? Because we understand that we are constantly working towards liberation. Not a handout from others, but our own self-liberation as a community, given everything that we've endured. I mean, you look at the Bobbie River Collective Statement, you look at Audre Lorde's work towards the end of her life, you look at what Bell Hooks has talked about, you look at Anna Julia Cooper, every one of these people has written about Black people and about our people as the center and the motivation and the inspiration for their work. And what they have taken from that is understanding that white supremacy and patriarchy has splintered us as people and has led to certain behaviors that have disrupted our community. But our goal is to go back to that community because our strength is in that community. And so when you talk about us being community, a Black feminist love language is to be community and center the community, right? That Afrocentric perspective. We, us, our narratives, our stories, our experiences, our ways of being, our ways of knowing, our collective understanding of who we are without them and apart from them and outside and from underneath the oppression of them. The Black feminist love language is to say, I love you because this is who we are. And I love you in spite of and despite everything that has happened to us. I may not like you. But it's whatever. I mean, sometimes I don't like myself. And I can say that. But I love you because the ancestors command that I do my work. And this fight for liberation be rooted in the love for our people. So I think that that is the centering of that. Me as a Black feminist woman, my preference, and y'all gonna feel how y'all wanna feel, but I'm always gonna prefer Black people in my space. African people are always gonna be my first and foremost, and then I get to a place where I'm like, well, I'm filled up, no room for nobody else, sorry. was a reparations check. You asked me to come and speak to your diversity panel. Black feminist love language was cut me by check. No, but in all seriousness, for me, like when I think about that, like when y'all started this conversation, she said, I love black people. And fundamentally, that is it. That is what I wake up to in the morning, that's what I return to at night, and what I try to do every day is to be in that. Because there's nothing to me more powerful than the love of my people. And I tell you though, I have community with my sisters and stuff like that, and I've been saying that a lot lately, like, I don't understand how you don't have sister friends. How you wake up in the morning and survive without somebody you can just say, sis, I need you right now. Sis, I love you right now. Sis, what do you need right now? Because the love is the exchange. It's not just what you get from the people, it's what you give, right? So Black feminist love language is also being able to say what you need right now. And respecting if I can't do that for you, right? So that Black feminist love language is also understanding your own limitations. Caring for yourself first before you can give and pour out to the other people. You don't pour from an empty cup. You know, you want to be a fountain, not a drain. My friend Nikki says that all the time. And I'm like, and that's to me Black feminist love language.
I want to go back. Dumi bringing up Hooks talking about her childhood, and I don't know if this is going to be like sort of too off topic, but I'm interested in like Black childhood generally, and I'm interested also in like how, like what Black kids teach us about love. So when you brought that up, I thought about how last summer when I was home taking care of my home in St. Louis, taking care of my nephew, and I was like, I don't have kids, but I just love kids, and like I studied like intellectually, I studied Black girlhood. I didn't realize it was so hard to keep kids like clean all day. I just like most of my interaction with children is like in a classroom setting, so I've never been responsible for like making sure they're like clean the whole day. I didn't know it was like hard to do. It's really hard to do. And so I kept sort of like fussing over my nephew when I would get him dressed, and he was like, you like to keep me clean, Zizi Destiny. I was like, yeah, I do, but you want, he was like, I love you. I was like, I didn't really necessarily think of keeping him clean as me expressing to him that I loved him, but he thought of me keeping him clean as me expressing to him that I loved him, and he felt loved by being kept clean when I thought he just kind of felt like I was fussing. So anyway, I'm wondering how, or like what Black kids teach y'all about love, because when Hooks talks about her childhood, she's thinking about the ways she was taught about love and the way she was taught, what she was taught love wasn't based off of her childhood. What do kids teach y'all about love?
I, fine as I am, have 2 granddaughters, and let me tell you something. I'm a young mother. My daughter was a young mother, so I now have an 8-year-old granddaughter and a 2-year-old granddaughter. And my 8-year-old granddaughter, they're both teaching me about love differently. But being their grandmother has made me reflect on being my daughter's mother. And what I know to be true is that none of us have the answers about parenting, right? And so oftentimes when we think of ourselves becoming parents, we think of all the things we are not going to do that our parents did, right? So we look at our parents, they did this, I'm going to be a different parent. Only to have our kids be the same parent, right? But what I learned, it's almost intergenerational because it made me then think back to my own childhood, but what I recognize, it's a thing to be raised by Ghanaian parents who have a particular idea of what it means to love and raise a child, to then be born and raised in the United States and surrounded by other understandings about what it means to love and parent. So as a child, we had certain expectations of my parents that they could meet. Thinking that I would fill them when I became a parent, only to recognize that those things weren't related, meaning my child needed a particular type of parent. I'm not a particular type of person. I couldn't see it being her mother. Becoming a grandmother, I saw it completely differently because my grandbaby is gonna say, I don't color. My daughter wouldn't say that to me. I think I was a different person to her, you know? Perhaps that I had a different grandmother, I guess. All of that to say, my granddaughters, I think it's not a disconnect, but there's a distance, I guess, in terms of our relationship, where I think they feel freer or maybe more honest in asking for what they need. And I'm able to be in a maybe a distant space to recognize that and provide it, if that makes any bit of sense.
So I think I am constantly learning from my kids what expectations look like, right? And so I mentioned that Hugs talks about in her childhood she experienced abuse, and love and abuse can't be coterminous, right? They can't exist together. So one of the forms of abuse that she identifies is like you know, in many Black households we call whoopings, right? And beatings. And I grew up in a household where I received whoopings, right? And grew up in a family that had, right? Myself and my partner made a decision not to raise our children with physical force, use, etc., right? One of the things that my eldest child taught me that I hadn't really thought about, right? And this is where I'll bring it back to why I still wrestle with this question that Hooks has posed. When my 7-year-old learned that there were children who were physically disciplined, who were getting whoopings, she literally came to me and was like, Dad, do you know there are people who hit children? And I was like, yes. And she was shocked, the umbrage, this is wrong. And the impassion, and like, if we're not careful, we'll read that as naivete, right? For my child, it was about, what's the range of possibility and what does care look like? And I was learning from my child, in that moment, care can't possibly look like that. And that was something I was wrestling with, because even when I read Hooks, I'm like, but I received that and I was cared for. But like, for my child, I'm learning that tension may not be reconcilable, right? And I'm also learning as a parent, and I've learned this from my mentors, right? One of my greatest mentors, Dr. Daniel Black. He has a great book you should read called Don't Cry for Me, which is about, without giving it away, it's about a father on his deathbed writing letters to his child about the kind of parent he was and what he brought. And the realest thing about that I also have to wrestle with, that my parents wrestle with, that my grandparents wrestle with, is that you're never a perfect parent, but you're doing the best version of yourself that you can. And that's hard. It's sometimes hard to even recognize the person that you came through, even in the midst of those things, were doing their best. Doesn't mean it was good, but their best is meaningful. And so, as a parent, I am learning from my child what are the limits of possibility. And as a parent, I'm also learning, no matter what I do, it's going to be my best, and there'll be gaps. But that's where feminist love comes in, right? Because it's not just me, it's a community. And in those gaps, there is wholeness in other spaces. So that's what I would say.
Thank you for sharing. My son will be 16 in a couple of weeks, and I just tweeted today, I was like, I really love and respect my son as a whole person, as a whole human being. He's my friend. And I know a lot of parents don't necessarily think you could be friends with your kids, but he is my friend. Like, he's so smart and compassionate and thoughtful and just a wonderful, talented, wonderful little guy. He's not little, there's nothing little about that big ass one. Sorry, I'm gonna cuss in church, I'm so sorry. But he ain't little. And it's so funny you brought the thing about the cleanliness, because I think of the historical, like, precedent for that, right? Like, why Black mothers especially make sure that their children are clean. And I had to deal with that with a 16-year-old boy. Like, did you shower today? Wash your neck. Get in your ears. Put on deodorant, you stink. And I had to kind of think to myself, is it because I don't want to be embarrassed? Because he goes to a predominantly white school, I don't want them calling Child Protective Services on me and saying that my kid is being neglected because he shows up maybe a little frumpled. You know, I have to think about those things. And I'm like, I had to, a few days ago, I was like, oh, wow. Let him do what he's got to do. Like, why are you so concerned about this? Because I'm trying to protect him and save him and think about the dynamics of that. What does that mean to show care? What does that mean to show love? I did not get what I was looking for in terms of love growing up, but when I reflect after my mother passed away, I realized that woman loved me more than anybody could possibly love someone, even if she couldn't say it. I think about everything that she did to make sure that I would not have to deal with what she dealt with, and how, for me, that translated into how I decided I was going to raise my kid. I don't think my kid either. I hit him one time, I think he was like 4, I sat myself in the bathroom and cried for hours. I couldn't believe I had hit this baby. Haven't hit him since. Don't believe in it, but whatever. But I was also somebody who like got beat every day just to keep me on the right track, right? Because that's what they were taught to do, maybe in some ways. My son told me that love don't have no rhyme or reason, because I didn't want to have children. I didn't want to have children because I didn't want to keep that going. I was like, this is going to end here with me. It's going to end here with me. And then I ended up getting pregnant after a Big Daddy Kane concert. And I was like, no. Ain't no half stepping. We was brought in there. Sorry, I didn't preach. And then when he was born, and I named him Garvey X, right? That's what the ancestor said, name him Garvey X. And I was like, well, he must have been supposed to be here. Let me take care of him. This is obviously, he's been given to me. This spirit has been given to me to nurture and to care for, and I'm going to do that. I don't think my parents had that intentionality when they had me. Like, here's this child, let's be intentional about raising her in this loving kind of way. I was born in 1979. Y'all know things were different back then. The young people today, I think, are so, it's not privileged, because this is how it should be, but they are able to experience from us what we learned through what necessarily maybe we didn't get, or what happened. They have more interventions. Imagine if we had had the early childhood interventions that a lot of them have access to now, that could have shaped our self-esteem and our care for ourselves, or taught us that this way that this person is treating you is wrong. These young people are so self-aware. My son loves himself. I'm still struggling that with me, but my son loves himself, and every day that I see him loving himself and being true to himself is how I'm like, this is how it's supposed to be. I wanted to be this at 16. I'm gonna get there, but he's teaching me the importance of loving yourself just as you are. He don't care what nobody thinks about him. He really doesn't. And he's like, and my son has been bullied and dealt with stuff like that. They talk about him, you know, and they make fun of him. He's like, I don't care. He just makes his music. He has his friends, he has his tribe, and that's what he does. And I'm like, that's right. I write, I have my tribe, that's what I need. And as I improve my self-love, most of it I'm realizing is coming because this kid is inspiring me to do it. So, you know, he was sent to me for a reason, and only in recent years have I discovered what that was. So that was to teach me how to love myself.
This is just a very loving reminder to keep your questions to questions, please. And for folks who are watching on YouTube, get your questions ready. I promise I won't forget about you. Any questions?
Okay, is love, be it romantic or agape, communal, or its other many iterations, ever at odds with survival? More specifically, is it ever absolutely necessary or okay to abandon love for the sake of survival, be it our individual survival or collective survival?
So continuing what I was just saying, I've come to understand that self-love is the priority. Love of self, then love with it, you know, how we place ourselves in our community, how we show up in our communities. So if we're in community and we're in spaces that are harmful to us, we may have to abandon that to prioritize self-love and self-preservation and self-care. but what does that really mean, abandoning? Like, I don't know about the word abandon, right? I think it's more of like release and kind of self-preservation than necessarily abandoning. Because love exists in perpetuity. It just is. It's just this thing, and it's there. How we engage it, how we share it, how we connect with others, we connect with ourselves, all of that's going to be different. And it is situational, it is circumstantial, it is conditional, like we have to navigate those things. So if you're in a situation where you feel like you have to choose between your own survival and experiencing a particular type of love, I don't think that you're necessarily losing love itself. What you're doing is you're choosing self-love. And so that's the thing that's going to carry you for the rest of your life. So you got to do what you got to do.
Fully agree.
Asha.
Next question.
You kind of touched on that, feminista, but I want to go deeper into what love looks like within communities that are harmful, even when they're radical Black communities. And it could be church community, it could be, for lack of a better term, hotep communities or our spiritual communities that are harmful. What about that when it comes to self-love and love for our people?
It's not directed at me. Is it directed at everybody? No. Okay.
All right, sorry. Yeah, I heard it. To butcher, but try to repeat it. What does love look like in communities that are harmful? Could be a Black radical community, could be a hotep community, could be a church community, right? More or less? Yeah. So I think what it looks like, what Feminista just said, one, self-love is a priority. I do also want to say, I have never been a part of community where harm did not come into play. Harm is part of human condition and relation. How we respond to harm, how we heal from harm, the structures we create to prevent harm are what are most meaningful. To me, right? Sometimes I think there's a danger of like, all right, I'm gonna avoid all the harm. It doesn't work. But if you are in community, what love looks like where there is harm is there is a structure to respond for that harm. Sometimes it is the separation of people. Sometimes it is the edification and getting to the root of why someone is causing harm. It is supporting the needs of the person who was harmed and listening, right? And creating and holding space. It's also creating an infrastructure to address harm, because oftentimes when harm happens, it's not the first time it happened, it's the first time you noticed. If you're in an organization and harm has been happening and they're just starting to develop processes, it means they haven't been paying attention. Now you can make one of two choices. You can stay there and stay in that community as they walk to build out a proper response to harm. Could be a transformative justice approach, could be any number of things, right? Or you can also leave, you always have the right. For me, as someone who, one of the communities I'm intimately involved with, it's an African Rites of Passage community. And we've had harm. And one of the things I try to do immediately is say, what do we have in place and how can we do it better? Right? Now some folks are like, it's taking too long. And what I've said to them is like, hey, I understand and I respect your choice to step away. And if that is for your safety and that is for your love, I shall. But if you're here, now let's commit to figuring out what we can do to make sure we don't repeat this cycle. And it's always all hands on deck. Because repairing harm is not just about the person who caused it, it's about everybody who's around too. Right? And I think sometimes our notion of crime, violence can be kind of like one-to-one, but everyone experiences the collateral consequences of a thing. And so I ask folks to try to create a culture that will actually push away harm and put at the center love and healing, but it's a working process.
I appreciate that, Janine. I think that's important for all of us to take with us. We might not work it all out here, but like this notion of being in community, like we do need to prioritize what that would look like to call people in, right? Not for calling out, because I've been in a lot of communities where, particularly Black cultural communities, whereby the vibe is more so like there's only but so many of us, or we're already seen in a particular way, and what the priority is protecting what it looks like.
protecting what it looks like to them, not what it feels like to us in it, right? And so, what does love look like in a community like that? I want to say both can exist. The love and the harm can exist, but that harm has to be addressed, right? I also want to not push back, but I feel the need to say this for us to hear it. I'm for self-love as well. I know when Hook says this, and she talks about this need for isolation. She goes down the path of saying the kind of cliche things of like, can't nobody love you until you love yourself. I push back on that, only because I receive that as it don't feel good, right? Because I think it takes the onus off of people of loving each other, and it puts the onus on, how will I know to love myself when others haven't loved me? So I want to hold them accountable as I hold myself accountable. Yes, priority is to love myself, but don't blame me for not loving myself. Right?
No.
Yes.
I just wanted to touch on the part where she mentioned the Black church, right? And so for me, and again, I'm not trying to be offensive or whatever, but I think that made me think of communities that are perpetually harmful. And how do you navigate that? So what you're talking about is very situational and very kind of like we can address this particular harm and stuff like that. But for some of us, we view the Bible as a perpetual harm. So if we are engaged in the Black church, some of us believe we would be perpetually harmed. And I think you were kind of asking a question like, how do you deal with love and those kinds of things? Everybody had different ideas. My love was extraction, right? And that was the only way that I could feel love, because I did not feel loved within the Black church tradition, because I did not feel that it affirmed me in any way at all. And I also, and I guess in my studies and my own kind of perspectives, kind of just understanding where it came from and all of that stuff associated with it, it just didn't work for me, and it no longer filled me with any kind of care and love and things like that. So in some communities, some people may start to feel perpetually harmed, and it's like, that's when you're like, do I stay here or do I go? And what we're starting to see, particularly with the younger generation, a lot of people are saying, I gotta go. There's something else out there, and that's what I was trying to say in the beginning. Be okay with I don't know, but I know right now this ain't it. And I'll find whatever it is that is it. But I can't do this. I gotta go not with what they're telling me love and community is supposed to be about, but what I'm coming to understand it based on the experiences I have with the people around me, how I navigate the world, etc. For me, I chose extraction from the Black church because it felt perpetually harmful. Some people will choose extraction from the public school system because it feels perpetually harmful and they want to homeschool their children. Extraction is, for many, an act of self-love. So that's what I would offer for that.
I think we have time for that one more question.
Just follow up about communities and the presence of Black patriarchy in some of those communities.
Can you start
The
with the
presence of Black patriarchy in some of those communities, and that being a part of that perpetual harm that's being inflicted. That was going through my mind when you were talking. I'm in a Black community where I'm constantly seeing that as the foundation of some of that hurt and harm that is impacting all of us. And we want to be in communities, we want to serve our communities, and yet our communities sometimes hurt us. And call it out.
No, I hear you. So I don't believe that Black patriarchy exists. I believe it's patriarchy that has poisoned us and harmed us. And the patriarchy comes from Europeans. It comes from their white supremacy, their white male supremacy. Every group. Because you can say there's Asian patriarchy, there's Latino patriarchy, there's, you could say that. But why put us on that shit? Oops, I'm sorry. But why not recognize it as the thing that has affected all of us in this same way? And so patriarchy has harmed our Black communities and our culture and things like that. But I don't assign to that. I think the goal is to root it out. But the only way you root it out is you have to be committed to divesting of all of these kinds of systems, and that is so hard to do in a society that is designed to uphold them, right? We don't want to be we know we live in a capitalist society. We want to eat the rich, that's great. But we always, well, most of y'all were playing Beyonce's album, right? So like, we know that these things are gonna happen. We're using these computers. We know where the materials are coming from. The children, you know what I mean, that have to mind this. We know this, we know these things. So we're constantly in this tension of how do I navigate and live and divest of these things that I know are harmful when I actually have to do these things to survive, right? We sometimes start blaming ourselves. We start internalizing, we start making it more about us. And I'm like, let's recognize it for what it is. Let's recognize the harm that it has done. Let's educate ourselves more about those things. Let's start developing more activities and programs and efforts that can help us kind of divest of that stuff. Retweak our minds. And a lot of this is psychological reprogramming that's going to happen over generations, but we have to commit to it. Patriarchy has been one of the most destructive forces the world has ever known. So we can't blame ourselves for being affected by it. We just have to be able to identify it, and let's make a plan to take, our communal approach to rooting it out and healing ourselves. Because they ain't gonna get rid of it. So we gotta do that, right?
And I know y'all gonna be mad at me for doing this as we get ready to wrap up, but I just wanna push back. I just wanna say this, and maybe that's just an impetus for all of us to do our research and to dig this up, but I don't wanna give white supremacy more credit than it has earned. And patriarchy precedes white supremacy. We find patriarchy within traditional African spaces for many, many, many generations before contact with white people. So I don't want us to give that to white folks. No, just conceptually. I was just responding to the idea of black patriarchy. I might not use that language, right? But I don't want to, and I'm saying that as a graduate of Temple University, right? Say that as a graduate of Temple University, Afrocentricity. I do not want to create a vision whereby we somehow believe that in Africa, insert whatever image of the woman king you have, that we were somewhere perfectly in harmony, and here came the white man and ruined it all. If we understand the dangers of patriarchy, I'm just saying the concept of men being prioritized over everyone precedes white people entering Africa.
I for sure think that. I think I'm thinking more.
Sorry.
Yes, and I agree with you. We're in the same program. I'm wondering though if what we are experiencing now is the same.
Not the same.
Right, and so I think when I think about what we are dealing with right now, those of us that are alive right now, what we have been affected by, I don't know if it's that. That's what I'm saying. I think, I know where you're coming from, I'm with you on that, but I think that what we are dealing with right now, especially those of us here in America, is that other thing that I was talking about.
Right. Which I think, to be clear, and I think for us to be on the same page, the issue that we're having is with a particular ideology of power, a particular defining of power, and a particular enacting of power that is very much characteristic to that relationship to white supremacy. So, yes.
That's
Agreed.
That's what I'm talking about.
All right.
So I just want to say real quick, give me that real quick. No, about this, real quick. Because, I can say it loud enough. I have a theater background, it's fine. All right, people back home, this is not even on. What you just saw is what we know happened at the Bobbie River Collective meetings. It's what we know has happened in all these spaces where these women got together and people have gotten together. I shouldn't even just limit it to women, but our people have gotten together to try to understand and develop politics, or to understand ways of being and knowing that can serve our communities. It's not always about being always, well, everybody agrees all the time. No. We get to the point of understanding and growth and stuff by being able to have those kinds of conversations. And I'm glad that you all got to witness and experience that, because I have nothing but love and respect for this sister right here. Like, she's brilliant in everything that she does. And so us to be able to have this conversation, you too.
stuff that y'all are asking about. We dig and we question and we push back and we work through and we seek clarity and we express and we get to that place. That's how I know we'll get there.
Thank you. Got me in trouble. Thank y'all. Can we give you a round of applause?
Wait, can I get one group?
Was it working, right? Right, yeah, the last one. I think he's gonna want us.
Yep, same format.
Same thing. All right. That's what you're being here.
I mean, thank y'all for being awesome. Thank y'all.
So if you're able to hold the mic.
They took the mic.
Oh, no problem, man.
Yeah, they took the purple mic. He's trying to fix it. Sorry.
Look, I'm trying to be tall. You're the moderator.
And I knew y'all was running for the door because people looking for y'all.
So are you with
I am.
I was first off, and I was top. Oh, okay.
Yeah. No, there are a lot of black folks that are in it, but I just don't think I put them on the number of levels. But yeah, they're here. You just have to find the community. But yeah, it's very white out here.
Just different language around.
They're all very white. I'm actually doing research around this stuff and trying to put out some stuff because we don't have a whole lot of us representing in this. Yeah, there's not. Actually, I just did a paper and me trying to cite people. I had to talk about the lack of like academic resources, and part of it is because African American studies kind of reject sexuality, and then sexology and sexuality studies tends to like whitewash blackness. So we kind of sit in that space. So it's like we have to actually go and make it happen. So that's why I do some of the research stuff that I do. But no, I actually don't read a whole lot of politics anymore. I read some typical ones, but they're all very white, and the lack of cultural consciousness is struck into this. Yeah, and that's one of the things. So in the Black Poly spaces, we do a lot of that. Of like you can look in the back of Black Poly Pride. If you go on Facebook, but there's like some Black Poly groups, Black Poly Reality, Poly and Black History. Like we do a lot more. It's more queer. It's more open. It's more that kind of stuff. So join those groups, and people are always having those conversations. So, all right.
I'll keep an eye out for any further work.
Yes, hopefully, because I'm like totally immersed in book writing, dissertations, and all of that stuff.
So I will talk about that.
I'm a fan. Thank you so much. On this occasion, so glad to But what I really want to appreciate is that you always
Oh, yes, yes, okay. Yeah, they get a little intimidated. Yeah, they get a lot I've never been a I'm also not in a good energetic space, so I don't but I appreciate you.
I'd like to thank you for that thing. Because please, when we have conversations at panel meetings, it makes it look like all these different dynamics, like, oh, you think we're better, or this is this platform, or is this, and so to wrap it up like that, like this is what
the work is.
Yeah, this is what it looks like. This is like we got something from it. And so I just appreciate it. And so this is
I just want to say, man, I just want to say thank you so much for your work. We've followed you for some time now, and you strategically drag this every time. I appreciate it. I know, but it's me, and I appreciate it.
Good afternoon, everybody. I am so grateful to see all of you here after what has been an amazing day of conversations on bell hooks, her work, her life, her legacy, her impact. This is our final panel, and I really feel like every single panel has been equal in its rigor and its depth and its quality, and this is no different. I'm so excited to be talking to these folk, and I'm going to introduce them in just 1 second. Again, my name is Mark Lamont Hill. I'm the owner of Uncle Bobbie's Coffee and Books. For everybody out there watching, we've had thousands of people watching this evening on the YouTube, that's not such an old man, but online. And I'm grateful to you all too, just for what you've been able to do today to make this conversation and this day so special. Our final panel is called Feminism Against Empire. Each of the panels has been about the work of bell hooks and has borrowed from a title of one of bell hooks' books, Education as a Practice of Freedom, part of Teachings to Transgress, The Will to Change, Men and Masculinity, all about love. But for this one, we were intentional about not doing that. We're going to engage bell hooks' work, but we also want to think even more broadly about the impact of bell hooks' vision, her politics, where her work was headed, where it's been, and also issues that are shot through bell hooks' work but aren't limited just to bell hooks' work. So who better than to have 4 of the preeminent scholars in the world at one place at one time. Joining from of course, we have Beverly Sheftar. We have Imani Perry. We have Shauna Redmond. And we have Joy James. And for everybody watching again, these are prolific authors, thinkers, scholars. Their work is in the back, their work is online. Feel free to really read deeply their work as well as we engage the work of bell hooks. I'm going to move out the way now and just start asking questions, but I wanted to just give them a generous introduction and also thank you all for this conversation that we're about to have.
Can I say something? I want to just say, at the opening panel, there was the assertion that bell hooks had left the academy. She actually is still a professor at Berea College, still when she died, and also started the Bell Hooks Institute there, so she had not left the academy. So I just wanted, especially for people on the who listen, to know that she was still a professor at Berea College.
Well, thank you. Hold on tight, Mike. I'm gonna start with you, if you're okay with that. Because one of the things I want to do, particularly with this panel, is talk about your relationship to bell hooks, both not necessarily both personally, if that is the case, or also to her work. How has it shaped you? How has it informed your thinking? How has it been a conversation with you? How has it challenged you? How have you challenged it? What does it mean to engage bell hooks in her legacy?
Okay, this will show my age. Bell hooks and I met 41 years ago at the National Women's Studies Association meeting, 1981, and I really want to share this because, sometimes when you know people later, you don't know their beginnings. And I only knew her as Gloria. Gloria came to NWSA with no money. She did not have a room. She was promoting her first book, and I want Black women feminism. And we literally bumped into each other in the yard and started talking. And so I said, "Where are you staying?" She said, "I don't have nowhere to stay." I said, you can come to my dorm room. I'll get on the floor and let you have the bed. And we talked that night, all night long. And we talked for 41 years afterwards. She was the person who came to Spelman the most in the early years. Did not charge an honorarium. We didn't have no honorarium then. And so I have had a very close friendship, comradeship with her. And I'm hoping to share some of that in our deliberations, what it means to be in a friendship with somebody that you read, that you gossip with, that you share secrets with, that you talk about everything that you can imagine for hours and hours and hours for 41 years.
So I met Gloria when I was a teenager. I was an intern at Southern Press. I was working for Tanya McKinnon, who is now an agent, but who was an editor. And Tanya said, and she was working at her and Cornell West were working on Breaking Bread. And she said, go through and get all the references and put together a bibliography. And so I was also listening when they were having phone conversations. And it's interesting because I had grown up, I was raised by activists, by leftists, and I was, so I had grown up in that space, and women from Combahee were around, SNCC members and the like. I had never met a radical quite like Gloria before, so she had her sayings. she was elegant, she was, she had sensuality and also a really rigorous politic, and also was invested in interpersonal interaction with the kind of tenderness that I found really moving as a young person, as someone who is very sensitive and felt deeply. And over the years, reading her, I would say just a couple of things. One of the things about that relationship, as someone who was coming into being an intellectual, she had one of the most rigorous citational practices I've ever seen. Meaning, not footnotes, but she read voraciously and carefully, and she talked to people. She talked to people personally, and when she disagreed with them, she told them, and she sometimes wrote her disagreements too, but she engaged them with a level of care that is, I think, virtually unmatched. And that as a model, and I haven't lived up to it, but it's something I aspire to see that the work is actually, to be in the process of sharing ideas and getting someplace with them, and not just a matter of sort of vanity and self-aggrandizement as a piece of it. And then I think, the other thing is that pedagogy is so important, teaching, right? That conversation and the mutuality of teaching, that you're a teacher and learner always. So I think for me, those two pieces are in some ways kind of central to her impact on me.
I never had the pleasure of meeting Dr. Hooks, so my relationship to her is through her writing, certainly through her persona, or the ways in which we receive her persona. So there was an element of her that I was reading in her work and then seeing also play out in popular culture in certain moments, right, of this fearlessness, absolute fearlessness, to say things that were unpopular, to say things and to be things that were inconvenient, right? Inconvenient for patriarchy, inconvenient for capitalism, all of these things that I deeply aspire towards every single day, right? In ways that I fall short all the time, but that she was able to model consistently. And it's not that I always agreed with her position, it was that the kind of integrity that she brought to the work and to her role in not just a community of ideas, but a community of becoming and being in the world was deeply significant for me, because those kinds of investments demand a radical honesty, that you're bringing all of yourself to the conversation. And I think that's something that I'm still to this day challenged by.
So I first met her when I was a seminarian at Union Theological Seminary, and she and Michelle Wallace were doing a you wouldn't call it a workshop, but it became a workshop. Because I remember her as always being organic, that she's never stayed on script, right? And the passion was there. So their intellectualism was high, it was hyper, and it was rapid fire. And they were politically committed, they didn't agree. But by watching them, you could see that they cared for ideas and for people and for each other. And there are other moments when I would meet her, but I always thought of her, as all people have said, as incredibly invested in inquiry and trying to find the truth, even if we can't lock the truth down, always a seeker of it.
So part of what I was thinking about when we named this Feminism Against Empire was thinking about the way that Bell Hooks' work took up critiques of empire, but more broadly was speaking back to white liberal feminism. Can we talk a little bit about the significance of her intervention and what's at stake when we take her work seriously? Shani, what's that?
What's at stake when we take her work seriously? I mean, I think everything's at stake. I mean, she's working in ways that are so incredibly imbricated that to think one is always already to think the other, right? I was revisiting some of her lines and talking about how class has been left off the table if we're thinking about race and gender, right? We talk about money, but we don't talk about class. And I think there's a certain urgency at this moment in thinking about that kind of request, right? That we think really seriously about what class is in this moment with this new formation of empire, perhaps not entirely new, but that the new kinds of derivations, the deterritorialization of the reach of empire, right? That it's hovering over extractive sites all over the world and just sucking the life from these places, sucking the talent, sucking the thought, sucking the raw materials from these places in ways that are actually allowing for some kind of critical mass by which we might actually unlock responses to this kind of empire, right? Because, I think about the ways in which her work helped me to think through the possibility of, yes, class and other of these kind of punitive identity categories being enclosures, but that the key is on the inside. Like, if we actually figure out how to collectivize, then we can actually get out of that cage. So how do we do that? How do we struggle in thought with each other, even through disagreement, necessary disagreement? Because it's not just that someone's right and someone's wrong. There are multiple rights, but not all of them will work at the same time. So we have to actually struggle over position. We have to struggle over our relationships to one another. So I think there's a lot at stake in trying to reorganize our thinking again towards the kinds of urgent convergences and ruptures that she was forcing us to confront in her dialogues with Stuart Hall, for example, right? Thinking about all of the ways that she was challenging him to think differently about diaspora, about blackness, about whiteness, all of these things that she argued Black feminism put on the table. And how do we actually grow through those ruptures so that they can be permanent, right? Break it down so that it can forever be broken, such that we then come out the other side of this moment, not only smarter, but in deeper community and relation and intimacy with one another.
One of the things that I share with my students when they're stunned is that Bell Hooks started writing 8 Hour when she was an undergraduate at Stanford University. Undergraduate, theorizing. And part of why she wrote that book was that her women's studies classes at that point, which I think they're not now, were focused on middle class Euro-American white women. And so one of the things that she did, as you know, in 8 Hour Black Women and Feminism, was to expose the limitations of the canonical Betty Friedan book, The Feminine Mystique, which got named as, which is hard to even imagine now, named as the origins of the book that would help us to understand feminism. Wow. And so she, rather kindly dismissed Betty Friedan and The Feminine Mystique in that very first book, and she continued to critique hegemonic white feminism forever. And one of the things that we need to say is her critique of white feminism, though, did not make her think of feminism as something she could not be passionate about. And that is frequently an argument the Black feminists get into. White feminism is this and that and this and that, so how can you even call yourself a feminist, since white feminists are so this and that and this and that. There was no disconnect in Bell Hooks' world between a critique of hegemonic Western white feminism and her passion, embrace of black feminism. She didn't like the term intersectionality. Her embrace of black feminism, and for her, that included, as everybody has said, everybody, not just women.
Yeah, clap for that. You know, I think that's a really important reference point. I think it's important to think about her as someone who grew up working poor in the country, in Appalachia, and then winds up at Stanford. Prodigious intellect. And so the point about class, you know, about imperial formations, when you grew up in mountain country, it was like a site of extraction and domination in so many ways, that she both understands the limitations of the frames of feminism that are at this, you know, incredibly elite institution, right? A feminism that is, in some sense, an imperial feminism, right? Which is about, you know, the mistress becoming equal with the master, but they're still dominating the rest of the globe, right? Understanding the limitations of that kind of frame through her experience and then through her, you know, complex analysis of the world. I think one of the things interesting is that she describes so many, so many black feminist thinkers of the generation just before her, but came through other kinds of politics. First, she describes herself as having come to feminism first, and through feminism having this analysis of power, of domination. I think that's an important, of a writer, I think that's actually an important frame in terms of understanding that we can have, when I can't ever remember the list, right, of the description, but you know what I mean, the list. But when we, you know, to understand that we can actually come to that critique of all these multiple forms of domination through a feminist analysis. It's not additive, it can actually be central.
I would add to that, in terms of the way I saw her grow, and I didn't have relationships like you know, did with her, or I'm not as young as you, so it wasn't as open. And then, you know, just to be candid, I think she's much more of a compassionate thinker than I am, because I can get really nitty-gritty on stuff sometimes. But I like the influences that you say. Like, she starts with feminism, and then you start hearing her reference Thich Nhat Hanh, who helped to politicize King to denounce the war in Vietnam. And then, of course, the black bourgeoisie and sectors don't know King anymore, right? Because he's opposed to capitalism, he's opposed to imperialism. She also references Paulo Freire. And so there's Freire from Brazil, but then there's Freire when he goes to Africa. And he learns pedagogy from the Africans as well. So I always think she was global. But you know, I want to also say, maybe we can debate this. I don't know if there are limits to forgiveness. And I know, you know, if I were in seminary, I know the right answer. It's not where I'm going. But when I see the structural violence, and when I read her sometimes, I would appreciate her, but I would stop reading. Because the violence from a predator state seemed to exceed the capacity of what was appearing on page. Well, I've said before that I grew up in a military family. So she faced a certain kind of domestic violence, which was structured by family and poverty. I faced different kinds of violence that's structured by an employment sector, which is to wage imperial war, with an officer father who's very good, right, at undermining liberation movements. So there's a way in which we're implicated in the terror we wish to flee, but then our strategies to confront that terror, I I'm not sure when our morality overtakes the ethics of struggle.
Are you saying she wasn't angry enough?
No, she was angry because you could.
So you're saying she was too forgiving, too compassionate?
Hold on, let me do this. I'm gonna pass you that mic again for this one. Yeah.
I was saying, were you saying she was too compassionate, too forgiving?
No, because that makes me sound like a jerk.
No,
I know it's a real question, but that I'm like hesitant. I don't want to label people. I just want to acknowledge that the violence arrayed against us will not receive based on our capacity to love.
Can we just, real quick, partly for the audience, I want y'all to engage this. You know, I mean, a part of Bell Hooks' work is about, and Cornell's as well, it's talking about the love ethic and notions of forgiveness and how we can reimagine community and rebuild and right. So part of if I want to make sure I'm understanding your critique is that there's a way that an engagement with that particular tradition and that approach can at some point outstrip its utility if we're talking about fighting against violent oppressor, if we're talking about fighting white supremacy, if we're talking about fighting imperial state, etc. Am I understanding that right?
Okay, so I think of, I voted in 2008. I'm sure we all did. And we were very happy when we did that. And then we end up with a ramping up of drone strikes in Africa and a bunch of other stuff that we haven't managed to clean up. The violence arrayed against us, I think, has led us to love in very creative and capacious ways. We just have to keep loving to stay alive. But the relationship with the state that never loved us never changes. And so I'm always looking for strategies, which are difficult for all of us to find, that acknowledge our capacity to love and acknowledge that maybe an empire that wants to be Pharaoh and kill life but not resurrect it, because it's not a God, is nothing we can love. And then how do you recognize and reconcile? And I feel like when I would read Cornell and Bell, they were comforting, but I didn't always trust the comfort.
Yeah, I don't think I wouldn't say either from Love Empire. I think that could be a mischaracterization, and certainly not the U.S. empire in particular. But I think there is an important point here about the distinction between how we envision liberation as an end and how we become the kind of people who can actually enact a politics of liberation. That to me is the question. So I read and again, I certainly didn't have universal political agreement with virtually, our politics are complicated. But I do think, I do read the examination of interiority, love as an ethic, not as the end, but actually what kind of people we're going to be. We have, all of these sort of the post-colonial condition as an example that we can fight for liberation and then very easily replicate structures of domination, right? And so you have to have a transformation in the kinds of human beings that we are in relationship to each other. So for me, there's not necessarily a tension between what you're describing and actually love ethic. I think the love ethic is actually required for what you're describing.
What kind of love is the question?
I think a love that actually attends to those who are the most vulnerable. I think a disposition of care as opposed to exploitation. I think a relationship to the earth that is not whole, that is not completely extracted. I think an engagement. And part of it is how we're even constituted today. I think neoliberalism has so deeply infected our sensibilities that we actually think of ourselves as endlessly in competition. That there is not. So everything is marketized, right? So I think a love that actually shifts away from market logics for our very existences, right? So, but I think that's an important question. right? Because it's not Hallmark love that gets us there, right?
Yeah, I mean, I don't necessarily read Hooks as a movement strategist, right? I read her as perhaps a potential movement theorist in some respects, right? Because I think part of what she has developed, which has been super useful, even just thinking about today's conversation about the language of empire, is really about scale. How do we think about empire on scale? And if it really is in part this holistic effort to develop the kinds of people who then, beyond that language, beyond those theories, those love ethics, that we then move into coordinated struggle with one another, then that's a major contribution, right? That's hugely significant for how we actually wage struggle in ways that feel not only potentially or futurity in the future successful, but feel as though we are not just sacrificing ourselves to the lions, right? That we've been built up all along the journey in order to get to the point where we can actually engage in kinds of struggle that would be transformative. But, you know, to think about some of the issues of the state that you mentioned, Joy, around its multiculturalist nature, right? Like Hooks's argument that patriarchy has no gender, right? That we can enact those things no matter what our gender category, identity markers. We also know that to be true with empire, right? White supremacy has no race. We saw that, we elected that. So we have to actually take responsibility for the ways in which we come to develop the language by which we engage in struggle. So white supremacy, all of these things that can actually be far more deeply seated, far more complexly enacted than we may give it credit for, and I think Hooks helps to get us there. But as far as thinking about hand-to-hand combat, just to use it as a metaphor, right? That's something else. I think that's work that's done with her in mind, but in different kinds of ways.
Oh, no, this has nothing to do with what we're talking about. But one of the things that I brought, because I thought we were going to do, you know, maybe some folks. I think that we normally don't think about patriarchy and empire. I think we think about white supremacy. So I just brought this quote, which
This is right on target.
Okay.
First of all, anything you say is on target, but this is particularly on target. But just one second. What was said was that we don't think enough about the relationship between heteropatriarchy and empire, mainly white supremacy and empire.
And so that's why I'm really happy about this topic. And so my students and I are reading this. This is Andy Smith's Heteropatriarchy and the Three Pillars of White Supremacy. And this says, I'm sure Bell Hooks, if she were here, heteropatriarchy is the building block of U.S. empire. Heteropatriarchy is the building block of U.S. empire. In fact, it is the building block of the nation-state form of governance, and there's more. But I think that normally we don't think about heteropatriarchy being the building block of U.S. empire.
Help us understand why. Because there's people in here who say, I understand white supremacy. So there's something intuitive about white supremacy being part of empire, capitalism being part of empire. But what is it about heteropatriarchy that gets us there?
And I think that to me is one of the major contributions.
That was one of her major contributions. So we got one mic and 4 people, so.
We're talking about ourselves. Okay. Maybe we could talk about that for a moment. Because I don't disagree with it, but when I think of empire, I think of genocide. And that doesn't exclude the heteropatriarch. But, you know, maybe this is how I in part got, you know, thinking about captive maternals and, you know, concepts, other concepts, right? That the critique of heteropatriarchy, white supremacy, they're all essential. But there's something about, you know, obviously femicide, the murder of women is tied to heteropatriarchy. Filicide, the murder of children, is tied mostly to hetero, but things happen in the house, right? But genocide writ large, the destruction of cultures, the enslavement, the Atlantic slave trade, it feels like it overwhelms that concept, heteropatriarchy. And one thing, I'm about to give the mic back. When I think of Thich Nhat Hanh's influence of her, I also think of Thich Nhat Hanh having a conversation, an interview at some point, where he says you have to prepare 10 years for the war that you know is coming. And so when I start to think of that, I get nervous, because I'm not sure that our language has prepared us. It's not just what happened in Buffalo and other places. It's like, it's domino time. White supremacists above ground doing their thing, trying to, we're going to balkanize, and then Jesus wants a genocide, so everybody doesn't look like us needs to go, right? And whether or not that takes fruition in our lifetimes, or the lifetimes of our children, or never, there are architects and engineers who are seeking that outcome. And I don't know if we have the political language that can capture that precarity.
So I think in this may actually create chaos, or maybe clarifying, I can't tell you. I think the thing is that modern patriarchy is not an attitude, it's actually a power relation. It's a power relation that's produced from, sort of at least 3 categories. Property, legal personhood, in the sense that human beings are not necessarily granted legal personhood, right? But so that the idea of being recognized before a state and a state sovereignty, right? Such that, and that happens all through the structure of imperial domination, right? So if you go someplace and say, I have sovereignty here, you're not a legal person, I can kill all of you all, right? And that notion of patriarchy is about individuals, because there's certain people who standing before the law are recognized and have the capacity to do those kinds of acts of domination, and others who are not, right? So I think, part of the critique is, well, if and tell me if I'm wrong, I think part of the critique is, well, if your idea of struggle is that, we're trying to gain access to this notion of kind of participation in the state that leaves that kind of logical domination intact, that's actually not something that's liberatory, because you could say we can have a kind of, and you said this as well, sort of multi-culti, multi-gender operation, and not just at the level of those who are in positions of dominance like presidents and senators, but citizens, right? Citizens versus non-citizens, or people who are not considered legal persons, right? So, I think that one can have a different kind of, I think the thing about domination is that there are multiple kinds of accounts of the structure, in some ways because everything it's sort of, I was referencing Bonini's paradox. If you put everything on a map is not useful, right? So we decide, we choose points on a map because we want to do some things analytically, right? So some of us choose different mapping points, but I do think that patriarchy is for me, is that in many ways integral to the logic of domination and capitalism and empire, because it's about who can be recognized to exert the dominance over others, right? And have the violent authority to dominate others.
How do you all understand, since you got the mic, we'll start with you. Okay. How do you all understand that claim, to the extent that you all formulate to that, against the argument that it's capitalism that overdetermines everything?
That's not intention, because capitalism is structured through forms of legal recognition and order, right? So the orders that the way that wealth is structured, right? The idea, so the evil of capitalism is exploitation, which is the the people work and the distribution of the resources from that work are unequal, right? Some people, and that is predicated. So I'll just say, for me, this is why I think law is so important, right? Because it's not just hoarding of resources, the structured hoarding and extraction of resources and land and decision about whose lives could be ground down into virtually nothing and who lives who sits on thrones, right? And so I don't think that those are intention, and I actually don't have a problem with that formulation, even as, I think it's important to understand how it is that resources and death dealing are distributed, right? Structurally, how that happens, that mechanism.
I think if we stick with bell hooks, I don't think that she engages in oppression Olympics. So when she says white supremacist, imperialist, white supremacist, patriarchy, all of those are, she doesn't say that one is worse than the other and one started for the other. And so I think, for me, that's been her major contribution as a Black feminist theorist, is to link those structural systemic oppressions and not to privilege one over the other. And I think it is definitely true that Black folk, generally speaking, have mentioned white supremacy as the major source of our pain and oppression. Not heteropatriarchy, not capitalism even. So I think that has been her major contribution, and I think she's had a huge impact on Black communities in terms of linking all of those things and not just talking about white supremacy. And Andy Smith does the same thing with those pillars. And genocide is one of them, but slavery is another. And so I think for me that's the biggest impact that Bell Hooks has had on my thinking.
Yeah, I mean, I think to live through the coevalness of those forms of dominance is really, really urgent. And to also going back to the point about pedagogy, to teach it that way. Because those of us who live from that nexus, right? Because to think about imperialist, patriarchal, racial capitalism, I would say, right? Because all capitalism is racial capitalism. But like to say all of those things at once, to live them as kind of the language through which we describe movement in the world, is to put Black women at the center of the equation. That they are always in the center of our minds, right? And if we're working towards our liberation, then what? We're all free, right? So I think that kind of equation by which all of these things are on par with each other, but then become a reading mechanism, because your comments about genocide have struck really close to home for me, just as far as what I've been teaching in this week, and she's been part of my reading as I've been teaching about genocide and about the role of representation in genocide, right? Thinking about the ways in which representation feeds this dehumanization, the people we believe are allowed to make certain kinds of bids on the state, or allowed to enter the state's gates, all of these things, which is already calling attention to those restrictions and structures, right? If you're knocking at the door, then you have to acknowledge the door exists. And why is the door there? So to actually think about her work in representation, right, as a critical reading practice for getting us closer to something that might be our best visions for a future world, is really, really significant and draws all of these things together. Representation feeds genocidal practice, but better representations won't stop genocide either, right? So to be really clear about the ways in which these pieces fit together, such that they can all be in circulation with one another, that they just tumble from our mouths, because that's how we live. We live all of these things, and her being insistent about that, right? So we need to be able to speak in ways that acknowledge that living.
Joel, go ahead.
So if there was one thing that she could have added in terms of her legacy, what she left with us as a gift, what would that be for you?
I think she did, she said herself, I think she said patriarchy and not heteropatriarchy. I think she added, over time she became more sensitive about the fact that it's heteropatriarchy, not just patriarchy?
I actually think it's her reading practices. I think that, and reading in conversations is what I said before. I think the idea that even as we come to positions that we're continually sort of reading and rethinking and engaging in conversation with others' ideas is the model of how to be not just an intellectual, but someone who actually deeply believes in liberation.
I just want to say one thing. I mean, I don't know anybody who read 3 to 5 books a day, literally. Up until maybe the last
3 to 5 books a day.
A day. And
Mine said a few mystery novels.
and I'm not just talking about all theory. A broad self-help, theory, food, blah blah. But I mean, seriously, and sometimes more than 5 books a day. So it's hard to imagine what that kind of life is. That you can literally read 3 to 5 books a day. And I'm talking about, talk about them and digest them and keep them in your head and also have them have an impact on you.
Can I ask you something about that? Because part of why in the earlier panel I think people thought Bell Hooks left the Academy, which is part of a kind of a narrative that I see circulating on the internet, which I find interesting, but I understand what people are getting is that she sort of left the mainstream kind of rituals and like she won't go get all the conferences. She wasn't worried about referee journal articles. She was very much committed to her work and doing work on her terms in really interesting ways at Berea, at the Institute. And some would argue she took on a life somewhat a secluded life in many ways. That there was something, exactly. And so when you think about that kind of intellectual practice of writing as prolifically as she did, reading as deeply and widely as she did consistently, that's a political choice, it's also a personal choice to engage life in the mind in that way. Could you give us some insight into why she?
Well, let's say one thing. She never was in the Academy in the way most of us are. She chose not to ever be on the tenure track. So she didn't leave. She decided how she would be in the Academy. And she knew that if you got a tenure track position, you got to go to faculty meetings, you got to have a certain kind of course load, you got to write a certain way, you got to come up for tenure. She was never in the Academy in that way. She chose to be at places for a long time, of half time, like she would teach one semester and not another. So when people say she left the Academy, we might say she was never in the Academy in the way most of us were. And that was a choice that she made because she knew that she could not read 3 to 5 books a day and write the way she wanted to write. If she had to grade papers, go to faculty meetings, and do all the things that we have to do.
All the faculty is feeling that. She was on to something. What are your faculty meetings though?
Important to say that. And I don't know of any other academic who made that specific choice. And she was able to live in that way. But that's really important.
But I think therein is an indictment, right? An indictment of the industry, of how extractive it has become. It's not a place where we can read. Unless I'm hurrying up to teach. It's not a place where we can write unless I'm constantly looking at my watch. You know, and for her to have produced, 41 books? And to never have been on the tenure track, those things go together. Those things go together. Maybe I got closer to 6 or 8 if I hadn't been on the tenure track, right?
I got 8 and I ain't been to a faculty meeting in 4 years, so there's definitely a relation there.
Just to kind of piggyback on that point, I think it's also important to think about that that's part of why she exists in people's lives the way she did, because the choice to write in the way that she did, and accessibility isn't quite the right word, but to actually sort of engage people at every level of their human experience was possible because of that choice that she made, right? So that, you know, I think so often as academics, we aspire to having a connection to a public, but there's a sense in which she gave up some of the, you know, I don't know, gave up the golden handcuffs in exchange to connect with a broad public in a very different way, and people's lives are changed by her books.
Yeah, I just don't think she's taken seriously enough as a public intellectual. I think she's seen as this kind of oddity, right? Some people think she was fully in the academy, some people forget she ever was at all, right? Like she actually, you know, she wrote this work with Cornel West, continued to give talks with him throughout both of their careers, but she's never been on equal footing in the public imaginary with a Cornel West, right? They came up together. So I think, yeah, there's a lot of indictment, a lot of analysis that should go into just looking at her.
Can we stay there for a minute? I mean, Bell Hooks should be thought about as one of the towering intellectuals, not black intellectuals, not black women intellectuals, just one of the towering intellectuals of the 20th century. And yet, you're right, in the public imagination, that's not what's happening. And for black women in general, that's not what's happening. When you think about the kind of rise of the public intellectual they talked about with post-OJ trial, Michael Eric Dyce and Cornel West, who else was it? Skip Gates, right? But Bell Hooks, Trisha Rose, I mean, there were people who were in those conversations whose names never made it to that same level. Help me think a little bit about, not just Bell Hooks, but more broadly, how black women intellectuals are understood within the public sphere.
Let me say, she talked about this. Okay. To talk about the fact that there were no black women intellectuals that were considered to be public intellectuals in the way that all of the names that you mentioned. And I want to share one other thing. I spent a lot of time with Gloria and at the last few months of her life. She was very worried that people would forget her. Now I know this is hard for anybody to imagine. I mean, seriously, I'm not talking about, she really thought that people would forget her. She talked about the fact that people forgot Zora Neale Hurston until Alice Walker and others surfaced her. She talked about that. That's one of the reasons that she formed the institute, the Bell Hooks Institute at Berea College, so that people could come there and she would not be forgotten. And so, Mark, I am so happy about this all-day symposium. And the other thing, if I could, she would be stunned at the ways in which she is not forgotten. I mean, she would really be stunned, but she really worried about it, and I mean, and she cried. And so, anyway, she knew, we know how black women intellectually treated. Anna Julia Cooper. I had not heard of Anna Julia Cooper until I was working on a dissertation at Emory University. I mean, Anna Julia Cooper has surfaced now. But we didn't know these black, we knew Du Bois. We didn't know Anna Julia Cooper. I never had heard of Ida Wells Barnett, and I grew up in Memphis, Tennessee. I didn't know about the anti-lynching campaign until I was in graduate school. So we have been ignored, minimized, erased, demonized. And I need to just say one other thing. I have never seen a more loving black feminist gathering than today. Okay? I'm talking about in a black community, not in the academy, not with a bunch of, out feminists. And it has been hard to be a black feminist. And I'm telling you, Bell Hooks was aware of this. Somebody was asking about the pushback. I mean, you almost couldn't say you were a black feminist 20 or 30 years ago. They would say, well, no, you're a womanist. You're not a black feminist. And they would name all of the things that you were. So I am appreciative of all of the ways that Bell Hooks has been remembered since she died in December, and would be 70 years old tomorrow. She would be stunned. And I want to just thank all of you who are here. credit to her intellect and the tools that she gave us from helping to understand domination.
I'm going to change gears just a little bit, and y'all prepare your questions as we talk about this. This is something about the idea of bell hooks thinking that she would be forgotten is deeply painful, deeply sad. The idea that could even be possible. Part of what she talked about in her writing was how sometimes the little we understood about the stories and the histories and the interior lives of Black women writers. Someone said to her one time, why do you write so much? And also, why do you write memoirs so much? So there were two separate conversations. The one is just, why do you write so much? Which is puzzling to me. And then the other thing was, why do you write about you? And she said, we don't know enough about Baby Campbell. We don't know enough about the life of Zora Neale Hurston, precisely because they didn't, we don't have enough of a memory of them. And so I'm going to write, I'm going to reflect. Talk to me about the politics of that, Black women writing their own stories, writing their own lives, writing themselves into existence. Precisely in light of that concern that she could be forgotten, that the most prolific scholar maybe in the 20th century could be forgotten.
I think in some ways, her vulnerability was one of her gifts, right? Because what little I knew of her, she didn't seem to be a promoter. Some people don't quite have that worry because they have industry, backing them, or nobody's gonna forgive me because I'm gonna do X, Y, and Z. But I think her capacity to care for people in community, and I believe she also taught inside prisons, right? That her capacity to care for people who are always forgotten, or structurally forgotten, who are supposed to be disappeared, her counter to that might have felt like that she would also just go in that flow down the drain, which Feminista and other people were talking about before. And so I appreciate the vulnerability.
Yeah, I too appreciate the vulnerability, but I also appreciate the insistence. Like, damn it, I'm here, and I'm thinking big, beautiful, complicated thoughts, and you're gonna get all of this. I'm gonna hand you all of this. I saw an interview, or I was reading some interview recently that she was giving where she was talking with someone and saying, yeah, and I'm writing 2 autobiographies right now. I was like, 2? And simultaneously recognizing that she's that damn complicated, right? And who I was yesterday is not who I'll be tomorrow, so let me write these things in tandem because they go together, but they're different, And I think that kind of chronicling of self, first of all, is really important because who else is going to do that? Except in memoriam. Maybe there were things she needed said right now while I'm still here. You need to grapple with who I am, not who I was, who I am. And I think that verb tense is so important, right? That we're not just a memory, that we're a fighting, cursing, inconvenient present for you right now. I'm sitting next to you right now. I'm in your ear right now. And I think that kind of urgency that she brought to her work, that came out not just in her language choice, but in the form in which she wrote, writing autobiographically, writing memoir, writing about being Black in Appalachia, all of these things that were far from familiar, but also were not comfortable for the reader. Because I'm making you think things, or I'm making you rethink things. I'm making you rethink yourself in relationship to who I am, who my people are, and the ways in which we begin to document our own stories then continues to be that current of antagonism, if it need be. That current of, but also loving and courage that gives other people the opportunity to do the same.
I think, and this is in some ways just an echo, but I do think that part of the way that she was punished was for not taking on the posture of the imperial scholar in the sense of being able to say, my feelings are hurt, I want to be in love, this thing happened that I really didn't like, so-and-so won't call me, right? Like those, to actually be a full-fleshed human being is not what scholars are told they're supposed to do. And that was a lot, so there's a part of the backlash and the sort of the easing her out of conversations was about that, right? Which is also about our own fear, about being perceived as vulnerable and human,
Yes.
right? And that's a piece of it too. I will also say, I think about that conversation, when she told she wrote about the introduction all the time, because every time someone says, stop writing so much, which I hear all the time, I think about that. And she gave me, I feel very personally that she gave me license to say, no, I can write whatever the fuck I want to write, as much as I want to write.
It's also criticized for writing about love.
So
Because they was getting away from the radical feminist work. And she basically said the same thing. I write about what I want to write about.
You know what's interesting? So I got a bookstore. And when you look at the most read books in our bookstore, the top of the list is, I'm sure, is the Obamas, because they talk about machines, right? But after the Obamas, and maybe some of my stuff, because it's a hard sell, right? It's all about love. It's all about love. I'm talking about more than Asada, more than The Secret, more than The Four Agreements, all the kind of bookstore stuff that people buy, more than The Alchemist, all the stuff that people buy. We send books to prison, we send books to everything. And the book, without question, that stands is all about love. So I'm glad you pointed that out. And after her passing, what shot to the top of the New York Times list again was all about love. What does it mean for a radical black feminist to be writing about love?
Yeah, when you were talking, I was thinking that she's also a healer. But she had so many wounds from childhood, I imagine, that she would have to tend to herself and re-stitch herself. And that's how you get this prodigious, intellect, this hyper-intellectual, this prolific writer, that she's reinventing herself and she doesn't have to get permission, which is different from the child in the household who's dominated. You're always raising your hand, or in the classroom, right? Or even the way you acknowledge, the way we're trained, to jump through hoops in the academy. You ask permission and then you maybe sneak a little something on the side. But the punitive response is always a threat. And she seemed to have decided that she was going to heal despite the threats, that there would be more damage to her. And I'm sure there were attempts to attack her. And for me, the love, I'm wondering, because there are different types of love, and that was discussed earlier. But I was thinking about a sermon in the Renaissance Church in Harlem, from Pastor Jordan, a couple of months ago about agape. And I know when we were talking about feminism, said there are different languages and cultures that say different things about love. But I wonder if this kind of love, the Reverend says, is forged by political will. Like we keep loving when we don't want to be loving. And I'm wondering if that becomes also an armor shield against empire. If agape can be utilized, and then where does she put us on the path of agape in terms of political will? As you said, she doesn't really talk about movements, but we go nowhere without movement, right? So how do we allow her healing to heal us so that we think about agape and political will in order to do certain kind of work that we can't even talk about in this form?
We want to, we're just posted on our YouTube page. We have questions going to come in from YouTube. Again, just thousands of people have been joining us all day, and I'm very excited about this. But there's questions that people have right in this room, and I want to make sure that we have time to take them up. I want to ask one more thing. I've been thinking about bell hooks and her engagement with popular culture. And there are two critiques in particular. Y'all know where I'm going. But it's two things. It's not just Beyonce. You can't have a proper conference with black folk and not somehow get to Beyonce. Seriously, in my day it was do the right thing, and now it's like Beyonce, we gotta engage this, right? But Beyonce said something very specific, right? She critiqued Beyonce, and I think she called her a terrorist. Yes, there's so much context to it that I want to say. Yeah, and I think regardless of what we think of the position, I think we have to at least give a generous, honest read of what she said. I think so much of the sort of, in our haste to defend the Queen, we failed to actually take seriously what Bell Hooks was saying and what her analysis was, and I think that's important. But there was another moment actually that was really interesting. It was an engagement with her and Laverne Cox. And one of the interesting pieces of the conversation that Bell had when I was in her presence was that while the importance of not just solidarity and affirmation, but of really legitimizing the lives and experiences of our trans sibs, but to also say that our vision of transhumanity shouldn't be linked to this traditional heteropatriarchal fantasy of what womanhood should look like. In other words, to accept a trans woman as human or as woman, they shouldn't have to look like a fashion model. They shouldn't have to look like everyone else on IG. That's a very important and powerful critique that I think often doesn't get the level of engagement. And these are just two examples, I think, of how Bell Hooks is engaging pop culture figures, taking them seriously, but also offering a legitimate and substantive critique. So I want to talk a little bit, I think those 2 points in particular are interesting, but also more broadly sort of how Bell took up pop culture. She wasn't just reading self-help, she wasn't just reading poetry, she was also watching TV and reading magazines and taking seriously the people that we all take seriously.
She wasn't watching TV.
Fair point. As soon as I said that, I was like, she ain't watching no TV.
I mean, you know, and she also said, and people have, it was before the age of social media, but she said some rough stuff about Oprah too. You know, and lots of things that were sort of beloved, people, artifacts that were beloved. You know, I will say, when she passed, the number of people who focused on that single sentence infuriated me out of 41 books. But I do think that there's something about that kind of analysis, whether or not one agreed with that particular assessment, that is not just significant, but that actually paved the way in some important ways. It's part of her connection to cultural studies, and she talked a lot about coming, you know, and she had a lot of, you know, deep interactions with British cultural studies, right? And so, to be just as an example, like if she were here in this past 2 weeks, right, when you see what's happening in Puerto Rico and what's happening in Pakistan, but we've spent 2 weeks with that funeral of, right, of Queen Elizabeth, that, and we have critiques of that, but we need to understand her as a person who actually led the way in engaging with that kind of media spectacle. And that kind of critique is actually a really important political entry point to thinking about movement, right? That it's not this sort of passive acceptance of a hierarchy of human value, right? That so often that takes place if you don't have someone say, why are we still looking at this, right? Why are we doing this?
Yeah, I mean, I think too often popular culture requests popular comment. You know, like we can't actually take you seriously. Don't you want to be taken seriously, Beyonce? I'm taking you seriously right now. And I invite your response, right? And this is what other of the panels have drawn out. This is the difference that is necessary to us actually understanding who we fully are. Let's talk about the shit that's messy, that we disagree on, that is actually counter-revolutionary. Let's talk about those things because they exist. So to not kind of blindly follow or receive or consume those things that are meant to be received as such, right? That popular culture comes mass-produced in particular ways such that the consumption is easy, it goes down smooth. But she was making those bits jagged. Like, you need to stop and actually pay fine-tuned attention to what you're hearing, what you're witnessing, all of those other things that are coming with the product that you didn't even see coming. Right, so you have to actually do the work, and I'm so thankful for her having done that as someone who studies music and who studies popular culture, that there have been forebearers who have actually done some of the hard work to say, no, this is not just entertainment. This is actually real material for us to actually digest and actually work through and demand better on the other side of it, right? Because it's not just about critiquing the singular object, it's about expecting through that something different comes from the process, that we can imagine differently and live differently through that.
Let's go to some questions. I have more, but I want to just. Oh, we need one of them. I'm sorry. We'll take that mic and we'll give this to you.
I'm gonna read a question from the YouTube audience real quick. Of course, I don't have it. I know that it's important. Okay, thank you. How do you think bell hooks would instruct us to face this near-fascist moment that, among other things, is seducing us away from struggling for empathy and inclusiveness?
What's the last part of it? Last part of the sentence.
I'll read it again.
Yeah.
How do you think bell hooks would instruct us to face this near-fascist moment that, among other things, is seducing us away from struggling for empathy and inclusiveness?
I mean, fear will pretty much move you away from everything. I mean, even your own consciousness and embrace of yourself, because you're always looking over your shoulder. I mean, the threat index gets too high, and cognitive, emotional dissonance sets in. I think, though, I'll go back to her. She identified in 2015, I think, in an interview for the New York Times with George Yancey, that she was a Buddhist Christian. I think that's it. So, some Buddhists would argue, and I'm not saying this is God or Gloria, some would argue that you have a right to use force against violence. But I don't know if we're prepared to accept that beyond a level of abstraction. That's what I was trying to ask before about love, about our narratives about love, our definition about love. You know, if, based on the hearings around January 6th, if the ultra-white fascists were trying to kill Pence, who is a white reactionary, I mean, it's like that's in their club, right? So if they're moving on their own people like that, then obviously everybody here is completely expendable. So Thich Nhat Hanh, you prepare 10 years in advance for the war you know is coming. So what would be our strategy to keep our empathy, to keep our capacity to love, but to understand security?
Next question.
Hi, this is Liana. Hi, Dr. Sheftel. I actually don't have a question, but I wanted to encourage Dr. Sheftel to share how bell hooks came to Spelman, every single year to the Women's Center, right? And Dr. Sheftal, she could call up Angela Davis, she could call up Alice Walker, but Spelman couldn't necessarily afford to bring them every year, right? But Bell Hooks came and sat with us at the Women's Center every single year that I was there. And she'd talk to us. She'd speak to everyone in the AUC, and then she'd come in the Women's Center and have dinner with us, and what are your plans? What are you doing later? And so just the generosity of someone like that, I was wondering if you could speak to that.
You should talk about that. You should talk about what her coming to that campus of talking to students really meant to you all. So talk about that, Liana. And Liana was the brainchild of the Anti-Nelly campaign at Spelman.
Yes.
So, Feminist Majority Leadership Alliance chapter, and Liana comes, she doesn't probably want me to say this, comes from the Cabral family. So, anyway, and I allude to Liana, and not because she's back, I allude to her in terms of the deliciousness of Black feminist teaching, particularly at HBCUs, where I have spent all of my life. So you say something about the impact on you and the students. Seriously.
Yeah, okay. Well, first of all, Bell Hooks, I think in a way brought me to Spelman. The first text that I read of hers was Teaching to Transgress in high school, and then I came to Spelman and had Dr. Sheftal decided to be Women's Studies major.
Can you all hear her?
Can you hear me? And wow, yeah, I think she's had an impact on my thinking. She and Dr. Sheftal more than any other thinker. And I have to say, it's really hard to get into something to say that's captivating right now. So, but when I sat down with her and she was like, what are your plans, Liana? Because again, I had seen her every year, so it's not like we were besties or anything, but she's that type of person, right? Who would sit down and have a conversation with you. And I told her I was applying for Fulbright and Watson, and she was like, you gotta be strategic, if you want to gain entry into these institutions, what are you writing your personal statement on? Don't let them know about your revolutionary, whatever. She just, and I think that's something that has stayed with me, because in order to gain entry into things, I have had to tone it down, and so to get that permission to be strategic in that way, but then also to live out loud in other ways. And the way that she, I really appreciate the conversation we just had about media, because her book, Real to Real, I think it is, she talks about being a critical consumer, right? And that was so, to not just, you watch something and you want to shut off, you want to enjoy it, right? And she taught us that you can love Beyonce, but you can also be critical of Beyonce. Why should we gotta have super long blonde hair, right? All these little girls look up to her, and she's just stained with long straight hair. Why? Right? So anyway, I think she's taught me that there's love in that. There's love in critique, right? And it's not. And also I just had a son 4 weeks ago, and his middle name is Bell, lowercase b. It's so sad to hear that she feels like she'll be forgotten, because she definitely will not, or she was afraid. But the fact that she even had that fear, she didn't realize how mighty she is. But yeah, I'll stop blabbering on. But thank you, Dr. Bishop.
Thank you.
Good evening. First of all, I'd like to say thank you to all of you up there. This has just been so important and so critical for you to share this information with us. And I'd like to thank you also for using the term genocide, because we are at an inflection point right now where our government and the madmen who lead this country really are an existential threat to humanity. And critical to that, dealing with it. I think it's for all of us and you all there to realize that black folks, middle-class black folks, too many of them have bought into this violence, to this empire, and that whole process. And they need to be called out. Specifically, they're on TV all the time. When you have an opportunity, get with them. Because they're gonna help take us all down.
Thank you for that.
Thank you all.
Sister right here has a question. Wait, the microphone is coming around, so make sure everyone can hear you.
So my question is really piggybacking off of the previous comment. It is in alignment with this need or the insight around preparation for the war 2 years in advance. Because I haven't read all 41 books, but perhaps all of us together, I'm wondering if there's a text that any one of you might suggest in preparation for that benchmark, and preparing our minds for that shift, and if there are ways you personally prepare yourself for the mental process and thinking about, whatever could come under this particular empire.
I'll just say the book that I reread for today was Feminism is for Everybody. And I was surprised at how many different themes were in there. And I was drawn to the chapter on global feminism because of what we're doing. So I always, so what should I read of Bell Hooks first? I said Feminism is for Everybody because it really, I think, captures all of her thinking.
I mean, I would agree. I sort of, honestly, I just think you just have to keep reading. I'm such a booster of just reading all the time. I mean, we're in a complicated world, with a complicated history, and it takes a lot to understand the way that it's all operating. So I think it's like a practice as well. And all of these folks were along with us.
Yeah, absolutely. I co-sign reading everyone's work on this panel. And I mean, I think I was revisiting Ain't I a Woman for today in part, and I think part of the reason that it resonated for me again was not just the kinds of challenges that were embedded in it, but again, coming from an 18 and a 19 and a 20-year-old, right? I think we have to be really thoughtful about not only the kinds of information we consume, but the source of that information, right? Who is actually putting critical thought into the world, and in what format? It's not always going to be a book. It's not always going to be a mainstream magazine. It may not even be on the internet. So how are we talking to our neighbors? How are we talking to the people who are part of our religious establishments if we frequent those institutions? Who is actually doing care work for our children? Right? Because I think that there's a way in which the kinds of preparation that Joy is encouraging us to consider, which is really, really urgent, feels very, very close to me right now, is informed by every single minute of every day of our lives, right? If we only have 10 years, it goes by like that. And I think the kinds of ways that we structure our lives in consideration of those coeval formations, the imperialist, patriarchal, racial capitalism, like all of those things actually then are weighted for us as we move about our lives. So we have to read deeply and widely. We have to listen, right? So again, I'm a music person, right? Like we have to listen differently. And it's not, again, if it's not a book or a magazine, it may not even be written down. So how are we hearing the world around us? Pharaoh Sanders just passed away, right? How are we listening differently to the kinds of visions that were being forwarded to us a generation ago? Because their 10 years has come, ours is still coming. So I think there's already been some level of preparation laid out for us. And it's about coalescing all of those pieces together through the critical lenses that Bell and so many others have forwarded for us that actually gets us closer to it. And something in thinking about movements, thinking about struggle that I always try to keep in mind is someone who I know Bell has been influential for, Robin Kelly, who is talking about, you know, not just leaning on material successes, but the visions themselves. What are our imaginations leading us to do, and can we get closer to it? Whether it's completely winnable or not, are the visions powerful? And I think those things have to be our guide.
So, to echo what's been said, they're all different forms, there are many different forms of reading. So she was a magician with the text, the productivity. But, you know, listening to Nina Simone while you read Bell, right? Learning more about political economies. You know, there's Walter Rodney, there's Cabral, and there's so much to be said too about our contradictions based on class. So she comes from poverty, but she transitions not while she's in poverty. So we're always striving, but sometimes the security in what we accumulate might also link us more into structures that we find to be unethical. So I think the creative way to read Bell, who has an intimate voice because she's talking to you personally, maybe also to contextualize her with other voices.
Okay, I'm so embarrassed because I feel like I should know the answer to this question, but I'm going to be vulnerable and ask anyway. Bell Hooks does all lower caps of her name, and I was wondering, was that always in her career? Why does she do that? When did that start? As someone who's bought a book for his niece, I want to give it to her and I want to let her know why the name is in all lower caps.
So, I mean, it's a movement context, right? So that it was in the context of Black power, Black consciousness movement, the decision to start to put names in lowercase as opposed to uppercase was to emphasize the we as opposed to the I, right? So to de-emphasize the individual. So also the word I would often be put in lowercase and the we in uppercase. Political decision. And then, you know, and she continued it when many people abandoned it.
We got time for one more question.
Were there two hands up? I'm sorry. Let me see the hands up. Let's see if we can get. There are two hands up. So why don't we take them both at the same time? That way we can.
Well, I just wanted to add to the lowercase Bell. She said it was a tribute to her maternal grandmother.
Oh yes, the
Yeah,
name.
something like that. So,
Yeah, the name
I
was.
like that, so.
Yeah.
Thank you all. I'm trying to piece together a question for my notes, so I'm grateful. So first, there's a little bit of context. I attended Morehouse. I know there's others here. I was across the street during the movement after the tip drill video came out with Nelly and Spelman students will be in that effort. Also just finished the 20th anniversary edition of Robert E. Kelly's Freedom Dreams, the Black Radical Imagination. I know others have referenced it earlier. In the prologue, he talks about one of the oversights, what he called a major oversight, and that was the exclusion of disability justice. And he credits a feminist author for helping him to understand that. And in the other corner, we have a figure like Snoop, who, when asked by Angela Yee, in the era of Me Too, and changed one's understandings of relationships with women, did he think differently about some of his past lyrics? And in summary, no, F them, we don't love these women, he didn't use that language. So I'm wondering, how do we move from the kind of rigidity that says, being reflective about my work as an artist, and I know the panelists have written about things from hip hop to art and a lot of things, so I wanted to direct this question to you all. How do we move from that kind of rigidity that says I can't be
I can't change. I said what I said. I'm sticking to it. To the kind of flexibility that Professor Kelly said. You know, I missed it. I was wrong on this. And to say, you know, you know what? I learned. I'm going to continue to learn, and that's not weakness. It's not anti-masculine. To borrow language from Professor Perry, she says, I'm asking you to do something difficult, to make beauty and love in a genocidal time, with the help that's behind you. So giving all that has come in the way that men are socialized. I'm kind of combining the last few panels. I'm just curious about how you all think about approaching that work. How do you talk to the artists of the world and say, you know what, this is how you can be, and imagine a new kind of way to be masculine, to be a man.
I mean, I think it's a really difficult question, and like you said, one that was taken up earlier in the day, but I mean, I think part of what's at stake for me in studying creative forms is that with every single song, every single piece of artwork, this is new knowledge in the world. And I think that people have to not only take responsibility for that, right, to own that in ways that are not just about property or residuals or rights or whatever else in the kind of capitalist formation of it, but to think about it also in tandem as an offering, right? So if I'm putting myself out there as an artist, I'm putting certain kinds of ideas into the world, then I have to take responsibility for those ideas, which means that I'm articulate about them, I can defend them, or if not defend them, then I am open enough to actually engage in the kinds of critiques and debates that will stem from them, because the best case scenario is that any of this work is drawing response, right? Positive, negative, otherwise, that there's some kind of dialogue that is developed in the creation of these materials. So my hope is that people understand that process, but understand it as dynamic. I'm not just putting it out into the world and then I'm walking away, my back turned to everyone who now is receiving what I'm producing. I have to remain face to face with those audiences and engage in something meaningful that exists well beyond putting the pencil down, putting the paintbrush down, whatever else, right? That this continues to live. And I think this is part of Hooks' legacy, is that she's demanding that kind of dynamism, that kind of livingness, even if she didn't predict it for herself. She's expecting that all of us as readers, as interrogators, as intellectuals, all of us as intellectuals, right? Trusting her students, believing in her students, believing in the reader, trusting us to keep the conversation going and to be serious about its content. And that we're living through this with one another in ways that continue to be meaningful for people, right? So I would expect any creator to be able to stand on that work and be vulnerable in the ways that she has been vulnerable, be vulnerable in the ways in which people who receive the work are vulnerable, right? Open to receiving what it's telling you in ways that allow for Robin's response to criticism, that allow for other kinds of feminist response to shortcoming. Because I've heard many intellectuals who identify as Black feminists actually take those moments of apology, of opening, of I'm going to do better. And that's the request. Just do better, because we're all wrong. And we're constantly learning. Every day is an evolution, but that is that becoming that was earlier mentioned, right? The verb. That it's in progress, all of us always. But to recognize that and to take that seriously is especially important for people who are putting all of this knowledge into the world. You have to receive it back. You're not just the creator, you're also the receiver.
It's a great way to wrap up this that's a great way to wrap up this incredible conversation. Can we give the panelists again a round of applause? Again, thank all of you. We've had 2,500 people join us via YouTube. We've had about 500 people join us today at different parts of the day. I know it's been a long day, but it's been a rewarding one, and I'm so grateful for every single one of you who's come and shared with us. And I want to, of course, again, thank the panelists who showed up. I mean, when you looked at that flyer, I mean, I looked at the flyer and was like, oh my God, I can't believe we got all these people in one place. Like, this is dope. Like, I'm coming to this. And I couldn't believe that people said yes. And I'd like to think it has something to do with my relationships and friendships, but it has a lot to do, mostly to do with people wanting to honor bell hooks and the life and the love and the ethic of bell hooks. And I'm so grateful to you all for all saying yes, and saying yes quickly. And every panelist today was so generous with their time and their intellect. I couldn't be more grateful. I couldn't feel more full than I do right now to see you all here and to see these extraordinary people here. This is the inaugural Bell Hook Symposium. We're going to have another one and another one and another one. Her work will never be forgotten. She will never be forgotten. So we have another 15 minutes in the church, so please, as you say goodbye to people, exchange information. Every one of these, they got a lot of books too. But some of their books are in the back. Lots of Bell Hooks stuff is in the back, and we've sold out of a lot of Bell Hooks books. But what you see there, please support. Uncle Bobbie's is right down the block, 5445 Germantown Avenue. We're gonna be closed by the time we leave here today, but please show love Sunday, Monday, whatever. And we're also online, UncleBobbies.com. If you're watching on YouTube, check us out. Support the store. These efforts are for the community. We don't charge. We do everything we can to make sure that people have access to this stuff. So one way to support us is just by supporting the extraordinary authors that come through here. But if you don't do that, and you can't afford the book, or you don't have time to get the book, borrow the book, read the book, share the ideas with each other. It's more important that you get these ideas than you buy our books. I really mean that. The most important thing, Justin's gonna kill me in the back, but the most important thing is that we read the books and engage the ideas. So please, 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 make sure you share and learn and grow deeply, and not just your knowledge about books, but all the people she's in conversation with, because this is a tradition. And Uncle Bobbie's is trying to be part of that tradition, so please support all those authors. And again, thank you for coming, thank you for supporting Uncle Bobbie's, and I can't wait to see you all at the next event, and certainly also next year at the 2nd annual Bell Hook Symposium.
Before we get rushed, can I get a quick group shot? Just for a little bit. I know the trains to DC before they like, you taking this one and you staying there in the hotel. And there's gonna be thousands of people coming to mob you guys. Can I get a quick group shot?